Hunting Hollywood greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 601 David Russell. Chapter 601 David Russell. How about this, Simon? You write a song for me, and I can be a guest performer at the Victoria's Secret fashion show for free at the end of the year. Unfortunately, Maggie, the Victoria's Secret fashion show does not have guest performers. So this is a good idea. If you invite guest performers, the popularity of the Victoria's Secret fashion show will definitely be higher. You should thank me for coming up with such a good idea for you. Thank you, Maggie. Maybe you can go talk to other people about something else. In the private bar of the villa, Madonna tried her best to persuade Simon, but Simon was still indifferent. He had to give up and pulled the man up again and said, "Okay, let's go dancing, Simon. You are so rich already. There is no need to talk about work during party time." Madonna is small in size but strong. Simon also knows that it is impossible to continue the conversation with Deutschman, so he stands up with her strength. There were more than a dozen people in the bar dance floor, dancing slowly to the soft music. Madonna brought Simon to the dance floor and raised her hand to signal the DJ not far away, "Hey, let's play a hot song." Although it is a private bar, the equipment is very complete. After a moment, dynamic music sounded, and the surrounding lights flickered. After all, this body was young, and Simon was not a person who couldn't have fun. Seeing Madonna dancing quickly in front of him like a little wildcat, he also swayed with the music. Noticing Natasha Henstridge standing hesitantly at the edge of the dance floor, Simon gestured to her to come over, and the girl immediately came to Simon's side. Madonna was obviously a little unhappy when she saw Simon holding Natasha's waist and leaving herself aside, but she did not try to push Natasha away, but began to try to snatch the girl from Simon's hands. The queen was not discriminating between men and women. However, the height difference between the two women was almost 20 centimeters, and Natasha did not cooperate, so it was not easy for Madonna to succeed. Simon discovered Madonna's intention, smiled and reached out to grab a handful from the side, grabbed another girl who tried to stick to him, and gently pushed her to Madonna. The queen was not polite, and she did not let go after taking it. The music, which lasted for more than 10 minutes, ended. Simon pulled Natasha away from the dance floor. Redford and Deutschman were no longer there. There were many more people in the bar than before. The sofa booths next to the pool table were also occupied by new people. However, only two sides of the concave booths were occupied. The left side was obviously reserved for Simon. Simon knew everyone in the booths. In the innermost seat, which was large enough to accommodate 4 people, were the male lead of 4 weddings and a funeral, Hugh Grant, his girlfriend Elizabeth Hurley, and the director of Deanery's Entertainment's film Shooting Monkeys this year, David Russell, and the male lead Jeremy Davis. Next to them were the Mexican director Robert Rodriguez, who was discovered by Deanery's Entertainment last year with The Elegy of the Killers, and his favorite actress Salma Hayek. Quentin, who is already very familiar with Rodriguez, did not come to Park City because of the fact that Reservoir Dogs returned empty-handed at Sundance. Simon greeted everyone without any strangeness and sat down with Natasha. It was basically the first time they met. Even though they had been introduced at the beginning of the party, everyone was still quite surprised that Simon could easily call out their names. After all, they were still unknown little people in Hollywood at that time. Simon certainly didn't have a super memory, but most of the memories in his mind were related to Hollywood. These people in front of him were not unknown people, so it was normal for him to recognize them. Everyone was chatting casually, and Madonna came over again, with a girl next to her. The lights here were brighter, and Simon was able to see the girl who had just been pushed to the queen by him. She had a very pure face, black hair, fair skin, light-colored eyes, and a small mouth that was just right. She looked a bit like Winona Ryder, but with a little more charm that Winona Ryder lacked. With just one glance, Simon could be sure that the girl should be of Russian descent. This was indeed the case. Because Simon quickly searched for the other person's name in his mind, Maya Kirshner. Kirshner, a typical Russian surname. Without hiding his gaze, Simon looked at the girl for a few times, and casually patted a slightly empty seat beside him. "Come, sit here, what's your name?" There were many guests tonight, and before that, he had only greeted some people who needed to be met under Allison's arrangement. The girl in front of him was not on the queue that Simon needed to greet personally, so even if he remembered her name, he still had to pretend that he didn't know her. Maya Kirshner had just been pushed to Madonna by Simon, and was taken advantage of by the Queen on the dance floor. She had some resentment at first, but when she heard Westeros calling her to sit over, she walked forward involuntarily and sat down carefully next to the other party. Then she remembered the man's question and hurriedly said, "Maya, Mr. Westeros, my name is Maya Kirshner." The waiter came over with a tray. Simon took 2 cocktails, one to Natasha, who looked a little resentful on the left, and the other to Maya Kirshner. He looked at the face that still had some baby fat, stopped and asked, "Are you an adult?" Maya Kirshner raised her little hand to catch the glass, explaining, "19 years old, Mr. Westeros, I am 19 years old." Simon smiled and took the glass back. "You still can't drink," and signaled the waiter, "Bring this lady a glass of juice." Natasha on the other side was even more depressed. She was obviously 19 years old, and she was still half a year away from 20 years old. I couldn't help but look over. Maya Kirshner on the opposite side was about the same height of 1.6 meters as Madonna, and with her pure and tender face, she could easily be mistaken for a little girl. This was something that she, who is a model and nearly 1.8 meters tall, could not compare to. Many people in the bar paid attention to Simon's movements. I can only envy Westeros for being able to easily get a beautiful girl, even though he already has a 90-point base by his side. No one dared to hit on Natasha Henstridge, but Maya Kirshner was originally the target of many people. The special temperament of this beautiful girl, who can easily get more than 80 points, is very eye-catching. Of course, it is impossible for a 19-year-old actor with no fame to enter Westeros party. Maya Kirshner is the heroine of a film called Sex Club exhibited at this Sundance. This is a Canadian film that tells the story of a middle-aged detective who is addicted to the sad past and a dancer who looks very much like his deceased daughter. Maya Kirshner plays the dancer Christina as the heroine. Yeoman Films is very interested in this film and is negotiating copyright issues with the producers. The director and producer of the film therefore received an invitation to tonight's party. Maya Kirshner was brought to the party by the film producer Robert Lansau with some special thoughts, fantasizing that he could get her after the party tonight. Unexpectedly, this little girl was favored by Westeros. The original idea was naturally a failure. Not far from the booth, Robert Lansau, who was sitting at the bar, raised his head depressedly and drank the whiskey in the glass in one gulp. Suddenly, he realized that the dissatisfaction expressed by this action seemed a little obvious, so he quickly restrained himself and carefully put the glass down, not daring to look at Westeros again. "I should have acted earlier. And I shouldn't have let the girl leave when she wanted to dance just now. The purpose was so obvious. It would be a joke if a girl who can mix in such a circle said that she has no scheming at all." On the sofa in the booth, Simon just asked for a glass of juice for Maya Kirshner, and then talked to David Russell, the director of Shooting Monkeys, about his new script Flirting with Disaster. David Russell is a controversial director in Hollywood. Many viewers think that the 2 Oscar-winning works of this filmmaker, Silver Linings Playbook and American Hustle, are not worthy of their reputations. Movie fans think that most of the highlights of the film are due to the wonderful performances of outstanding actors such as Christine Bell, Amy Adams, Jennifer Lawrence and Bradley Cooper. In Simon's opinion, David Russell's works can easily give actors ample room to play, but they themselves do lack a kind of energy, a quality that can make the film a classic. This is probably related to Russell's personal experience of late success. Hollywood is a grindstone for many talented filmmakers, but most filmmakers do not become sharper and sharper, but gradually lose their initial edges and corners in various frameworks. David Russell is like this. This new director of this year's Sundance is actually 35 years old this year, approaching middle age. David Russell also ignited his interest in movies at a very young age through the Super 8 camera. After graduating from college in the early 1980s, he kept trying to enter the film industry. After more than 10 years, he finally started his first feature film last year. Moreover, the initial budget of Shooting Monkeys was only a pitiful $200,000. After the script was selected by Yeoman Films, the budget was only increased to $1 million. It was still unable to hire any big names to join. The slightly loose budget could only make the film's shots and music more refined. The final debut is actually a very compromised work. Simon has seen this movie in advance. David Russell chose a sensitive topic that is easy to attract the audience's attention, which actually has obvious tricks in it. However, as a movie involving mother-child taboos, Russell's description of this aspect is quite brief, and the ending of the story is also very peaceful. The male protagonist wanted to commit suicide because of guilt, but failed. He wanted to strangle his mother who seduced him, but he couldn't make up his mind. In the end, he just ran away, resulting in the lack of a shocking impact in the film. In this regard, David Russell and another new director Kevin Smith formed a sharp contrast at the same Sundance. Kevin Smith is only 23 years old. He spent more than $20,000 to write and direct Clerks, which was well received at this year's film festival. Unlike the peaceful compromise of Shooting the Monkey, Clerks has a very sharp personal style. Smith made a sharp satire on all aspects of this society through the experience of a hapless convenience store salesman in one day, and he did not shy away from sex and dirty words. In the original time and space, after becoming famous with Clerks, Kevin Smith still maintained his personal style for a long time. The offense of the mainstream religion of the United States in The Wrath of God in 1999 angered many people. Because of this sharpness, Smith could not integrate into the mainstream circle of Hollywood from beginning to end. As a comic book fan who opened his own comic book store after becoming famous, Smith has expressed interest in many superhero projects. However, due to the studio's concerns about Smith's personal style, he has never been given the opportunity to make a superhero movie. The director can only satisfy his addiction by directing a few episodes of Warner's superhero TV series. Galeman Films has also bought the copyright of Clerks. However, as the owner of the largest studio in Hollywood at this stage, Simon also does not value the next cooperation with Smith. Deaneries Entertainment will not invest in films like The Wrath of God. Taboo themes such as Shooting Monkeys or B-level movie madmen such as Quentin and Rodriguez may only cause discomfort to some moralists, but The Wrath of God violates the values of most Americans at this stage. Unlike many years later, in the early 1990s in the United States, it was still a very unusual thing to have no faith. In short, at this Sundance, Simon valued David Russell the most. In terms of the quality of the film Shooting the Monkey itself, David Russell's first work has a high degree of completion that is difficult for other directors to achieve in their first attempt. The story is complete and smooth, the editing and soundtrack are beyond the standard, the film's shots are full of personal style, and the performances of several actors are also remarkable. These are enough to prove that Russell has a very solid film foundation. With such film skills and personal style, and the ability to make appropriate compromises when the studio needs it, this is the kind of director that mainstream Hollywood values most. Such a filmmaker, as long as he is given a good enough script and a good enough creative team, may not be able to create a classic, but it is not difficult to succeed in business. Moreover, Hollywood classics have always been accidental. Whether it is commercial classics such as Star Wars and Terminator or Oscar blockbusters such as The Godfather and Forrest Gump, the main creators did not think that they would become phenomenal classics before filming. David Russell once reached the pinnacle of his career with Weinstein's support and Silver Linings Playbook 20 years later. Since Simon knows the direction of the subject matter that this director is suitable for, he can give him such support now, without letting him grope for 20 years. With enough room to display his talents, it is not impossible for Russell to create a classic in film history. The most critical problem is that you want to express too many things in this script, such as the hippie movement, same-sex marriage, federal adoption system, etc. The focus on these elements will make it difficult for the audience to concentrate. Therefore, you first need to cut the sidelines and focus the topic on the discussion of modern family relationships. If you do this, you will hopefully get an Oscar nomination for screenwriting in the future. If you keep the current state, the audience will only see a noisy comedy that is not very funny. The people around listened to Simon patiently analyzing David Russell's new script, flirting with disaster with obvious envy in their eyes. Although Simon has not directed any films himself in recent years, no one on the scene would doubt his genius talent in film. David Russell even wanted to take a pen to write down all of Simon's suggestions. Even though he was hesitant in his heart due to his instinctive reserve as a creator, he had to admit the correctness of Simon's suggestions. Chapter 602 Oscar nomination. The party in the villa started turned at 11 o'clock in the evening, and by 11:30, Most of the guests had left. Simon personally drove away Madonna, who wanted to stay here after getting drunk, and returned to the villa living room. The party company's waiters were cleaning up, and Naomi's maids from the Way family also joined in. Girl A saw Simon, walked over and asked, "Boss, is Miss Kirshner staying tonight? Send her back, contact her agent tomorrow, and collect some information for me." Simon gave the order, walked straight to the stairs, motioned Allison to follow, and whispered, "How about the script?" Allison followed Simon and whispered, "A lot of people should have seen it." Simon nodded, and said, "Clean the room downstairs carefully again tomorrow, and throw away what should be thrown away. Ella will come and have breakfast with me tomorrow morning. Remember to send a cart to pick her up, as transportation is not convenient here. Ask Los Angeles to sort out a media feedback on 4 weddings and a funeral and send it over before noon tomorrow." Thinking and explaining some things, the two came to the 3rd floor. After Allison finished writing on the memo, Simon finally said, "Also, let Nada come up." Allison agreed, and when Simon turned to the corridor, she subconsciously took a step forward. "Boss, do you want me to help you prepare the bath water?" Simon stopped when he heard this, turned and looked at the girl behind him. Allison regretted her words as soon as she said them. Noticing her boss's gaze, she lowered her head in guilt, her slender white fingers nervously holding the small memo. After a moment, the man's voice in her ear said, "This is the first time. Don't be greedy. I usually don't like to give people a 3rd chance." Girl A was like a little girl who made a mistake. She whispered, "Boss, I was wrong." Simon said, "Go down and have a rest early." Watching the man turn around again, Allison looked up and glanced at him. Suddenly, she said, "Boss, you have to accept the punishment for making a mistake." Simon stopped again, turned his head and looked at the elegant girl in a black OL suit, and asked, "Are you afraid of pain?" Girl A lowered her eyelashes and said, "You can only remember things when it hurts." Simon nodded, "Come." Then he turned around and walked towards the master bedroom again. Allison lowered her head and followed in small steps. She heard a slight click in front of her. This was the sound of a man's belt being pulled out. Suddenly, she felt as if all the strength in her body was drained away in an instant. The 10th Sundance Film Festival ended successfully on the 2nd day. Of the 2 films, Shoot the Monkey and Barcelona shortlisted for the main competition unit by Guillaumin Films, only Shoot the Monkey won a relatively marginal audience award, and the other core awards had nothing to do with Deaneries Entertainment. This result is not disappointing. For Sundance, Simon values the ability of this platform to cultivate new film talents. The film talents, excellent scripts and finished films that Deaneries Entertainment has discovered from Sundance in recent years have brought far more benefits than the significance of the simple awards. Guillaumin Films' coldness in the awards at this Sundance is also the result of Simon's deliberate restrictions. Even though it already has the most powerful public relations team and network resources in Hollywood, Simon absolutely does not want major film festivals to become Deaneries Entertainment's private reserve, which is harmful rather than beneficial. Of course, there are definitely exceptions in the face of absolute strength. For example, this year's Oscars, and next year. On Monday, January 31st, the 2nd day after Sundance closed, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences officially announced the list of nominated films for the 66th Academy Awards. Steven Spielberg's Schindler's List, which tells the history of the Jewish Holocaust during World War II, has undoubtedly become the biggest favorite of this year's Oscars, with a total of 12 nominations including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Adapted Screenplay. Not only that, Deaneries Entertainment has also set another record. Pixar's 3D animated film The Lion King, after winning the Golden Globe Award for Best Picture in the musical comedy category, has become the first animated film in Hollywood history to be nominated for an Oscar for Best Picture, and has also received a total of 6 nominations for Best Picture, Best Screenplay, Best Original Score, and 3 Best Original Songs. Among them, the Best Screenplay also represents another Oscar nomination for Simon personally. In the past, the first animated film to be nominated for the Oscar for Best Picture was Disney's Beauty and the Beast in 1992. Because of Simon's appearance, this animated film project abandoned by Disney has fallen into the hands of the Pixar team under Deaneries Entertainment, and will be made into a 3D animated version just like The Lion King. This year's The Lion King is actually more worthy of the title than Beauty and the Beast. As of January 27th, the cumulative North American box office of The Lion King, which has been released for exactly 10 weeks, has reached $286.55 million. It will take at most 3 weeks to break the $300 million box office mark. Before the new century, the Oscars still valued the commercial performance of movies. As the first Hollywood animated film to reach the $300 million level in the domestic box office, if such a phenomenal box office performance cannot get an Oscar nomination for Best Picture, there will not be many Hollywood movies that have such qualifications. With the announcement of the Oscar nominations, the weekly box office of The Lion King, which has once again attracted widespread public attention, fell by only 13% from January 28 to February 3, earning another $6.75 million, with a cumulative box office of $293.3 million. If Deaneries Entertainment is willing to spend some money to buy box office, it will break $300 million in the next week. The Lion King has already won enough glory, and breaking $300 million is a foregone conclusion, so there is naturally no need to buy box office to give others a handle. In addition to the two most watched Oscar-nominated films, another art film produced by Deaneries Entertainment, In the Name of the Father, starring Daniel Day-Lewis, also received 6 nominations including Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Adapted Screenplay. In the Name of the Father also received a Best Picture nomination. This time, Deaneries Entertainment has already occupied 2 Best Picture nominations through Schindler's List and The Lion King, and it is impossible to ask for more. The Best Picture nomination application of In the Name of the Father can only be abandoned. In addition to the Best Actress and Best Supporting Actor nominations for the Tina Turner biopic What's Love Got to Do with It and the Best Foreign Language Film nomination for The Wedding Banquet, the total number of nominations for films directly produced and distributed by Deaneries Entertainment at the 66th Academy Awards in 1994 reached 29, not counting the various other nominations for Sleepless in Seattle, whose distribution rights belong to Disney, and Superman, which was distributed by Warner Brothers. In addition, Philadelphia Story, which Simon transferred to MGM, also successfully received 5 nominations, including Tom Hanks' Best Actor. Considering that the award results are almost inevitable, it is not an exaggeration to say that Deaneries Entertainment has monopolized this year's Oscars. In the impression of many people, Deaneries Entertainment is still restrained in terms of awards. Therefore, Hollywood generally believes that after this year, next year's Oscars will be the stage for other studios to perform. However, they don't know that there is another phenomenal Forrest Gump ready to go in this summer. On the other hand, the trap that Simon dug at the Sundance party using the script of Cutthroat Island really worked in the following days. When the news spread, executives of major studios and management of talent agencies got the script of Cutthroat Island as soon as possible. Many filmmakers also began to inquire about the news of this project. Warner's Terry Semel even called Simon directly to test the news. Do the whole play. At Simon's instruction, Amy Pascal personally held a meeting with the management of Carlock Pictures. Of course, the two sides did not reach an agreement. The conditions given by Deaneries Entertainment are not harsh, and it is the usual practice for foreign cooperation films. Both parties jointly bear 50% of the investment. However, this time Deaneries Entertainment will definitely be responsible for distribution. The distribution commission rate proposed by Amy is also not high, referring to the 12.5% of the DC Movie Universe project. According to Amy's feedback, there are obvious differences within Carlock Pictures. What Hollywood lacks the least is shrewd people. With the momentum of Deaneries Entertainment in Hollywood at this time, there are many people in the management of Carlock Pictures who can see at a glance that for a super blockbuster like Cutthroat Island with a rough budget of $70 million, cooperating with Deaneries Entertainment is undoubtedly the most secure choice. This studio has proved this in too many projects. However, what this world lacks the most is also people's insatiable desire. Since Simon Westeros is very optimistic about this project, naturally some people think that Carlock Pictures does not need to give up so much. After all, Carlock Pictures, which relies on overseas capital, is not short of money. Cooperating with Deaneries Entertainment is considered investment and distribution income, which is at least equivalent to giving up 60% of the income. After a week of mutual contact and probing, the situation soon became clear. Projects that other Hollywood studios had snatched from Deaneries Entertainment had failed more than once, such as The Rocketeer and other films a few years ago, and Redford's new film, What Lies, that Disney snatched from Deaneries Entertainment last year and still had in its hands. Although there is no evidence that those failed films were traps deliberately thrown by Simon Westeros, Hollywood has gradually formed a concept that the projects that Deaneries Entertainment has set its sights on may not be done well by other studios. Therefore, until the last moment, other studios were in a wait-and-see state, with the exception of Paramount Pictures. Seagram Group successfully entered Hollywood by buying Paramount Communications last year. Just like Sony in the past, Seagram CEO Edgar Bronfman also hopes to make his company famous through one or two blockbuster films as soon as possible. Considering that the first part of the Mission Impossible movie that both parties had collaborated on was still being released and the development of the sequel was already on the agenda, Edgar Bronfman knew that it was not appropriate to offend Simon at this time, so he called Simon to communicate. The fish had already taken the bait, and Simon decisively changed his strategy. He directly stated on the phone that Deaneries Entertainment had given up the project of Cutthroat Island because he was not optimistic about the prospects of pirate movies. At the same time, he half-truthfully persuaded Bronfman not to get involved with this project. Simon's attitude this time was very sincere, but Bronfman obviously did not believe it and soon started further negotiations with Carlock Pictures. Then, the news that Deaneries Entertainment had given up the project of Cutthroat Island also spread quickly, and Simon personally expressed his attitude towards the script. Hollywood was confused again. Many people have seen the script of Cutthroat Island in the villa in Westeros Park City, and Deaneries Entertainment has also discussed cooperation with Carlock Pictures. These are enough to prove that Deaneries Entertainment is interested in participating in this project. Simon's sudden statement suddenly felt a bit like trying to cover up something. Obviously, this is to make everyone else withdraw due to concerns, and Deaneries Entertainment will wait for an opportunity to make a move. Can you believe such a clumsy routine? So the negotiations continued. In order to attract more competitors, Carlock Pictures also quietly leaked the cooperation terms offered by Paramount. It is roughly that Paramount Pictures is willing to join the Cutthroat Island project with a 30% budget ratio and a 10% distribution commission, and at the same time give the best schedule for next summer, and guarantee the opening of more than 2,500 screens. In other words, Carlock Pictures can retain about 60% of the profits. Moreover, the conditions given by Deaneries Entertainment do not include the schedule and screen guarantee terms. Anyone who knows a little about Hollywood knows the importance of schedule and screen. For the same film, the box office performance of the popular summer schedule and the unpopular spring schedule is definitely different, and the commercial potential of the opening scale of 1,000 screens and 2,000 screens is definitely different. One of the most important gaps between independent Hollywood producers and big studios is that the 7 major film companies basically monopolize the high-quality screens and marketing resources in the hottest schedules in Hollywood. Without these resources, it is difficult for second- and third-tier independent film producers to join the ranks of first-tier big film companies. Now, unless they are willing to only undertake distribution work, other Hollywood studios cannot offer more favorable cooperation conditions than Paramount. It is really risky to give a hot schedule and a large number of screens when it is impossible to predict the effect of a film. Moreover, other studios are still waiting for Deaneries Entertainment's further response. Unless Deaneries Entertainment intercepts at the last minute and triggers a bidding war, in the current state, this project is almost certain to fall on Paramount. Deaneries Entertainment certainly will not intercept. Even when MGM CEO Shirley Lansing tried to test Simon to see if he could take over the project, he was rejected. Of the 7 major Hollywood studios, only MGM can offer more generous conditions than Paramount. Because it has not recovered yet, MGM, which tries to avoid blockbuster projects at this stage, can completely not participate in investment, only seek distribution rights and extract commissions, which is exactly in line with Carlock Pictures' expectations. The distributor of Cutthroat Island was MGM. However, under Simon's control, MGM now has no shortage of high-quality film projects, and Simon does not allow this film company to waste time. Even if Cutthroat Island can be completely renewed with the strong attention of the film company and the main creative team, if MGM only takes the distribution commission, it is better to focus on developing 1 or 2 medium-budget films that are completely their own. After the incident, Simon's attention quickly shifted to other aspects. His most recent focus is still 4 Weddings and a Funeral. After its premiere at the Sundance Film Festival, 4 Weddings and a Funeral received excellent media reviews. Since most of the media invited to the premiere were on good terms with Deaneries Entertainment, More than 20 mainstream newspapers and magazines gave Four Weddings and a Funeral an astonishing 9.5 points in the following days. In February, Valentine's Day is coming soon. After Deanery's Entertainment combined the film's excellent media reputation with the last wave of intensive marketing, Four Weddings and a Funeral officially landed in North American theaters on February 11th, with 1,672 screens. In order to avoid the audience's misunderstanding that Four Weddings and a Funeral is an art film, the film's distribution was transferred to the mainstream Deanery's Pictures. Chapter 603 Dark Horse. February 11th includes Disney's Kid Billionaire and Columbia Pictures' Darling Honey 2. The two films opened on the same screen size as Four Weddings and a Funeral. Darling Honey tells the story of a little boy who accidentally gets $1 million and fights wits and courage with a criminal who lost a huge sum of money. The previous film of Darling Honey 2 was starred by Macaulay Culkin, and the main creator of the sequel was replaced by another new child star. Even if the content is not explained, just looking at the names of the two new films, it is not difficult to imagine that this is continuing to follow the trend of Home Alone. Deanery's Entertainment has long shelved the further development of the Home Alone series, but Hollywood is obsessed with this children's film series that created a box office miracle. Of course, they have also made innovations, such as Darling Honey, which has created a plot mode of a little ghost head with a big vase that fits the Valentine's Day atmosphere. Mainstream newspapers in North America still have not reached a settlement with the Westeros system, but they are not polite to these two copycat works that compete with Deanery's Entertainment. After the official release, as the film reviews were made public, the media comprehensive score of Baby Sweetheart 2 was only a pitiful 2.7 points. This is not the worst. The reputation of Disney's Gremlins was completely destroyed. The mainstream media gave almost all negative reviews. The comprehensive score after conversion was less than 1 point, only 0.9 points. In comparison, Four Weddings and a Funeral has the natural negative buff of Deanery's Entertainment in front of the paper media, and the comprehensive score has only slipped from 9.5 points after the Sundance premiere to 8.6 points. It is still a classic-level reputation. Variety magazine generously praised Four Weddings and a Funeral as a smart, interesting and alternative love movie, with a strong appeal as warm as the sun on a winter afternoon. Not only the film itself, but also Hugh Grant, who had debuted in the early 1980s but remained unknown, finally gained widespread attention with his outstanding performance in this film. Many film critics specifically mentioned Hugh Grant's restrained but humorous performance in their articles. Andie MacDowell, who as a model, was also recognized for participating in a classic Again After Sex, Lies and Videotape. In terms of budget, the production cost of Four Weddings and a Funeral of $5 million and the publicity and promotion expenses of $5 million are not apple. The total cost is not as high as the production cost of Greek Freak of $15 million. Simon understood from the beginning that if this film wants to succeed, it must gain word-of-mouth influence. After all, the Westeros system and the mainstream paper media have not publicly torn their faces. If it is just a commercial film with a medium reputation, the traditional media can still mess up the reputation of the film through biased public opinion. For excellent works like Four Weddings and a Funeral, facing the unanimous praise of a large number of film critics, more media have to follow the mainstream even if they are unwilling, otherwise it will test the IQ of newspaper readers. Moreover, for a film destined to be a classic, media reputation is more of icing on the cake. The rapid popularity of Four Weddings and a Funeral among the fan community is the key. As the influence continues to spread, more and more audiences are influenced by the people around them and start to buy tickets. The response of the Deanery's Entertainment distribution team is equally quick. When the excellent box office results for Friday and Saturday came out, Simon personally approved the direct increase of $10 million in the publicity and distribution budget. In the end, from February 11th to February 13th, the box office revenue of Four Weddings and a Funeral in the first 3 days of the weekend reached $9.81 million, which directly allowed Deanery's Entertainment to recover the production budget of $5 million. Next was Valentine's Day on February 14th. Although it was a Monday, after 3 days of word-of-mouth fermentation over the weekend, the box office of Four Weddings and a Funeral in North American theaters on Valentine's Day reached $5.13 million, exceeding the single-day revenue of any day in the first weekend. 3 working days later, the first week box office of Four Weddings and a Funeral was released, with a total of $21.79 million in 7 days, easily winning the single-week box office champion of the Valentine's Day period, and the average box office of the theaters also reached a big selling level of $13,000. February is the off-season for movies, and the Valentine's Day period is not a popular one. The low-cost love comedy produced with $5 million won a box office of $21.79 million in the first 7 days. Such market performance exceeded almost everyone's expectations. Considering the film's excellent reputation and the continued popularity among the basic audience group, and the lack of strong box office competitors in the same period, 4 Weddings and a Funeral is enough to have a very beautiful long-term box office, and it is not impossible to break 100 million in North America in the end. Deaneries Entertainment has therefore won the seed player of the first 100 million box office club in 1994. A beautiful start. In addition to 4 Weddings and a Funeral, on this week's list, the DC movie universe blockbuster Cyborg entered its 8th week of release and ranks second in the box office. Because it was Valentine's Day, Cyborg's box office fell by only 17% this week, and continued to earn $7.98 million. The cumulative box office of the film has reached $241.43 million. In 1993, this result is only second to Superman and the Lion King, ranking third. Disney's Greek Freak, which has a bad reputation, only earned $6.91 million in the first week, ranking third on the list. The number of screens showing the film is as many as 1,841. The first week box office of less than $7 million is equivalent to only $3,700 per theater. It is expected that the number of screens will decrease rapidly in 2 weeks. The fourth place is Steven Spielberg's Schindler's List, which earned $6.28 million this week and a cumulative box office of $37.2 million, basically recovering the production cost of $22 million. Baby Sweetheart 2, which lost Macaulay Culkin, had a lower box office performance than The Greek Freak, which has a bad reputation. The box office in the first 7 days was only $6.05 million, ranking 5th on the list. Similar to Gremlins, due to the failed reputation and dismal box office start, the total North American box office of both films is expected to be around $15 million. Columbia and Disney have zero chance of recovering their costs through domestic box office, and can only expect subsequent revenue to make up for the losses. In the same week, when 4 Weddings and a Funeral showed its dark horse posture, The Lion King, which was released for the 13th week, relied on the revenue of $4.35 million this week, and the cumulative box office officially exceeded the $300 million mark, reaching $302.56 million, officially becoming the first animated film in Hollywood history to exceed $300 million in domestic box office. At the same time, with the popularity of The Lion King being nominated for the Oscar for Best Picture at the end of January, the box office of this 3D animated film has shown different degrees of rebound in the global market, and many overseas markets that failed to achieve simultaneous release have also opened recently. According to the latest feedback data, the overseas box office of The Lion King has reached $467 million, and the global total box office has accumulated $769 million, which also refreshed the global box office record of Hollywood animated films. Moreover, according to the current box office trends in various markets around the world, The Lion King has a potential of about $20 million to $30 million in North American box office, and subsequent overseas revenue can reach at least $100 million, which means that The Lion King is expected to hit the $900 million global box office mark. Even if it still fails to reach the $1 billion threshold, the stunning box office performance of a 3D animated film is enough to amaze countless people. With the release of The Lion King at the end of last year, the box office has been unstoppable, and all other Hollywood studios have greatly increased their investment in 3D film technology. Pixar has once again become the hardest hit area for Deaneries Entertainment to be poached. The continuous success of the 2 3D animated films, Toy Story and The Lion King, in the entire industry chain has really stimulated too many people. You know, Cyborg, which was also the most popular live-action movie at the end of last year, has only about $270 million in overseas box office due to the limited overseas market of the all-black protagonists. Counting the $240 million in the local market, the global box office has accumulated only $510 million. Unlike the long-lasting momentum of The Lion King, As a popcorn commercial film, the global screening of Cyborg has begun to end. It is expected that North America and overseas will collect a total of about $50 million in the future, and the global box office will eventually be between $550 million and $570 million. Such an outstanding box office performance is difficult for most Hollywood commercial films to achieve, but the film immediately pales in comparison with The Lion King. Even with the same rich peripherals, Cyborg is expected to have a total peripheral volume of less than $500 million in the next 5 years, which is completely different from The Lion King, whose peripheral sales have exceeded $1.3 billion in recent months. In the same 5-year operation cycle, the total output value of The Lion King's peripherals will reach $3 billion to $4 billion. It is just a phenomenal Lion King. After long-term operation, the omni-channel output value driven by it will reach the level of tens of billions. Such commercial potential even makes the box office of the film no longer so dazzling. Simon rushed to New York with Janet after Valentine's Day to formally discuss the upcoming Deaneries Entertainment IPO with Morgan and Goldman Sachs. As the domestic box office of The Lion King exceeded $300 million, the IPO that Deaneries Entertainment is promoting has inevitably become the focus of media attention. In fact, as early as last month, shortly after the new year, an article in the Wall Street Journal had predicted that Deaneries Entertainment's net profit in 1993 would reach $2 billion, so the most conservative estimate of the IPO valuation of this entertainment giant would not be less than $30 billion. There are many factors to consider when valuing a company's IPO, but the most critical ones are actually only 2 points. One is the profitability of the company, and the other is the long-term growth potential of the company. When the North American box office of The Lion King exceeded $300 million, the global box office also reached an astonishing $769 million, and it is expected to further hit the global $900 million mark. Almost no one doubted the profitability of Deaneries Entertainment. The focus of media discussion fell on the future development potential of Deaneries Entertainment. In the past year, Deaneries Entertainment Group has launched a total of 46 films, including The Second Brothers, The Trap, 7 Deadly Sins and The Lion King, 4 films produced by Deaneries Entertainment independently, which have achieved box office revenues of over 100 million yuan and entered the top 10 of the annual list. In addition, there are a large number of films such as Dawn of the Wolf, Schindler's List and What's Love Got to Do with It that have contributed a lot to Deaneries Entertainment's box office. Even if we don't consider a series of foreign cooperation projects such as Superman and Sleepless in Seattle, Deaneries Entertainment has also divided up $1.7 billion of the total box office revenue of $5.6 billion in North America throughout the year, accounting for 31% of the market. If Superman, Sleepless in Seattle, The Pelican and Mission Impossible are included, Deaneries Entertainment's market share will increase by another 15 percentage points. Therefore, it can almost be said that Deaneries Entertainment alone is equivalent to half of Hollywood. Such a high market share is actually on the edge of monopoly. Therefore, many media believe that the film business, the core business that contributes most of the profits to Deaneries Entertainment, will not grow much in the future. Even the Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs teams that are about to undertake the IPO of Deaneries Entertainment have such views. If Deaneries Entertainment will not grow much in the future, the price-earnings ratio of the IPO valuation cannot be too high. The relatively simple basic calculation formula for corporate valuation is the price-earnings ratio multiplied by the annual net profit. Simon remembers that Apple has the strongest corporate profitability in the world because its growth has peaked, but its stock price-earnings ratio has been hovering at a low level of about 10 times for a long time, while companies such as Amazon that still maintain high growth can have a price-earnings ratio of nearly 100 times. In the article of the Wall Street Journal at the beginning of the year, the conservative valuation of $30 billion was calculated based on a price-earnings ratio of 15 times. Simon actually noticed the problems faced by Deaneries Entertainment very early, so he continued to focus more on Deaneries Entertainment's music, games and other business areas. After all, the bottleneck of the core film business growth does not mean that the entire Deaneries Entertainment Group will stop growing rapidly. As a comprehensive large-scale entertainment group, relying on the film business as a locomotive, Deaneries still has a lot to do in music, games, peripherals, theme parks, etc. Moreover, even if it fails to develop other fields, relying on the global film industry, which will continue to grow at a high speed for at least 10 years, the growth rate of Deaneries Entertainment's future performance will not be too bad. Not only that, once the ban on the integration of the U.S. media industry, which has been secretly promoted by the Westeros system, is lifted, Deaneries Entertainment can expand into the television field. Although the internet era has arrived ahead of time, the North American television industry, especially cable TV, also has at least 10 years of rapid growth. Therefore, no matter how the media discusses, Simon does not intend to give in to the IPO valuation of Deaneries Entertainment this time. If the IPO valuation price-earnings ratio is less than 20 times, he would rather give up the listing plan. According to the 20 times price-earnings ratio, the IPO valuation of Deaneries Entertainment can reach at least $40 billion. The valuation of $40 billion will also make the listing of Deaneries Entertainment Group the world's largest corporate IPO. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, as long as it can be successfully listed, Deaneries Entertainment will be able to easily enter the $50 billion market value club and become a super corporate giant ranked at the top of the world. New York, Manhattan. It was already Saturday, February 19th. The couple came to New York after Valentine's Day and stayed here for a few working days. Janet returned to Los Angeles yesterday and brought Veronica back to the West Coast. Simon continued to stay in New York. In fact, this was already a small tacit understanding formed unconsciously between Simon and Janet. Simon never intended to be a quiet man who stayed at home and guarded the business. Janet also said early on that her husband could not have only one woman, so she always reserved some personal space for Simon in a timely manner. After so many years of getting along, the relationship between the two has not been affected too much. Except for Jennifer, who has given birth to a daughter, no other woman has been able to interfere with their lives in recent years. In the evening, he accepted Murdoch's invitation to attend a party at his home, which was located in a high-rise apartment in Midtown, close to Central Park South, where there is a property of the Murdoch family. Because of some unknown bad taste, the female companion with Simon tonight is still Jerry Hall. Jerry Hall divorced Mick Jagger, the lead singer of the Rolling Stones, last year. The two have no feelings for each other for a long time. After Jerry Hall filed for divorce, Mick Jagger quickly fought back in order to avoid being divided too much property. He applied to the local court in London to declare the private wedding of the two in Bali invalid. Jerry Hall was not to be outdone, and the two parties went to court directly. After several months of tossing and turning, Jerry Hall finally received a one-time divorce compensation of £5 million, which is roughly equivalent to 1/10 of Mick Jagger's personal assets. At the same time, he also obtained custody of the 3 children born to the two over the years. After the divorce, Jerry Hall moved from London to New York and began to focus on his television career. Privately, he still maintained an ambiguous relationship with Simon, the towering tree. After staying at the Murdoch family party with ease until after 10 o'clock in the evening, Simon saw that it was already late and took the initiative to say goodbye to the host. Murdoch invited Simon this time mainly to discuss the possibility of further cooperation between the two sides in the field of the internet. Unlike the relatively conservative Redstone, although Murdoch has always regarded newspapers as the foundation of News Corporation for a long time in the future, he is not opposed to emerging industries. In Simon's memory, News Corporation has invested in many internet companies, such as Hulu, a streaming platform that cooperated with Disney to compete with Netflix. Seeing that Simon was about to leave, Murdoch did not retain him, but asked someone to fetch a file bag and handed it to him, explaining, "This is a press release intercepted by News Corporation's News of the World in the UK. The content is about a group of girls from Russia in London. Simon, News Corporation will not be involved in related reports, but you also know the situation in the UK. We can't guarantee you about other media." Chapter 604 Information in the file bag. Leaving the Murdoch family's high-rise mansion, Jerry Hall took Simon's arm and entered the elevator. He glanced at the file bag the man was holding casually in his hand, and tactfully did not ask any questions. Instead, he said, "Simon, how about coming to my place tonight?" Simon was thinking about what was in the file bag, and was a little confused when he heard it. "Huh?" Jerry Hall said nonchalantly, "I just found a house recently. It's in Greenwich, a very nice apartment." Not knowing what the woman was thinking, Simon was too lazy to guess, and shook his head and said, "Forget it, I don't want to be photographed by tabloid reporters." Although the growing wealth and power have deterred most paparazzi from Simon, no one can be sure that there will not be guys who want to get some big gossip. Simon's apartments around the world are very private, and he can take women back without being discovered. It is hard to say what the condition of Jerry Hall's apartment is. If he has to park on the side of the road, he may be photographed. Jerry Hall did not give up. He also understood Simon's concerns and said, "No, there is a special underground parking lot. We can go upstairs directly from the private elevator." Simon felt the woman's hopeful tone and became curious. He simply nodded and agreed. Hearing Simon's agreement, Jerry Hall hugged his arm tightly and whispered something in the man's ear. The elevator soon arrived at the underground parking lot of the building. The driver was already waiting there. After the two got on the car, Simon motioned Jerry Hall to tell the driver the address and opened the file bag handed over by Murdoch. The file bag contained a lot of items, including manuscripts, photos, and a special recorder for reporters. Jerry Hall explained their address to the driver and pretended to look at the information in the man's hand casually. The line of words that caught her eye made the woman look a little strange. Mysterious Lolita Army. This is probably the girl from Russia that Murdoch just mentioned. But when did the little man around him start to be interested in little girls? This is not normal. While thinking, Jerry Hall quickly thought of another incident. The case of superstar Michael Jackson molesting children that shocked the world in the second half of last year. Although Jackson has reached a settlement with the parties involved, the aftermath of this incident is still continuing. If a similar case breaks out at this time, and if Simon Westeros is involved, it will be a big deal. In fact, as early as last year when Simon began to select the maids of the Westeros family, the Jackson molestation case was also in the midst of a sensation. Janet joked at the time that Simon might get into trouble like Michael Jackson, because such a fact is too easy to be exploited by someone with ulterior motives. Simon therefore prepared very detailed preventive measures. The most critical measure is to arrange all 200 girls outside the United States. In addition, there is a strict monitoring system. Every day and every hour of the girls, whether in the apartment or at school, all actions will be recorded through monitoring probes. Therefore, if there is really an accusation similar to that of Michael Jackson, Simon is looking forward to some people's performance. However, the information in his hand should not be underestimated. The core of the information, a press release titled Mysterious Lolita Army, did not mention Simon's name, but only questioned the situation of a group of Russian girls in a villa in Chelsea, London, through a series of photos and interview evidence. The article claimed that the girls were under strict surveillance, not allowed to contact with outsiders, and were not allowed to approach them. They also had to undergo various high-intensity training every day, and their behavior was very suspicious, so the London authorities were asked to investigate this to prevent the girls from being trafficked or being trained by hostile countries. Obviously, this report is just a lead. As long as it attracts public attention, regardless of whether the British authorities will intervene in the investigation, Simon, the mastermind, will be exposed. If Simon did not take precautions in advance, when the matter was exposed, it would likely evolve into a storm more serious than the Jackson case. After all, there was only one victim who sued Jackson, but here there are a group of people. According to the laws of Western countries, if they make a fuss, they will be imprisoned for hundreds of years. Of course, these are only theoretical. Simon is not too worried about this fundamentally. The laws of the United Kingdom and the United States are just a joke to some people. Money and power are enough to settle too many things. In memory, American tycoon Jeffrey Epstein has an island and created a Lolita flight. He has entertained super celebrities such as Prince Andrew of the United Kingdom and former U.S. President Bill Clinton. This crime, which was enough to make him bear several lifetimes of imprisonment, was only sentenced to 18 months after the incident, and it was a suspended sentence. As for the British Prince, Bill Clinton and other large numbers of wealthy businessmen and celebrities who have been entertained, nothing happened. Too many times, the so-called law is only aimed at the weak. Noticing that Simon was thinking about something, Jerry Hall did not disturb him all the way. When the luxury car drove into the underground parking lot of an apartment in Greenwich Village in the downtown area, the driver stopped the car, and Jerry Hall finally asked, "Simon, is there anything that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible?" Simon noticed that the car stopped, came back to his senses, and casually sorted out the documents and threw them aside, shaking his head and saying, "Nothing, let's get off." The driver was also outside at this time and opened the car door. Since Simon said it was okay, Jerry Hall automatically ignored what happened just now, got off the car and took the man's arm to enter an elevator in the underground parking lot. Looking at the elevator display, this is an 8-story apartment building. Jerry Hall pressed the button for the 6th floor, and the elevator quickly arrived at the destination. The two walked out of the elevator, and there was a door in front of them. Jerry Hall took out a key from his bag and explained as he opened the door, "This is a large flat. I chose this place because I have to live with my children and there is a nanny." Simon nodded and said, "It's very good. I also like bigger houses." After opening the door and entering the house, Jerry Hall motioned Simon to wait in the entrance hall and went into the living room first. He could vaguely hear voices. This was Jerry Hall sending the nanny away from the apartment. After a while, the woman appeared again. The two walked through the living room and walked along the corridor to a master bedroom. She motioned Simon to do whatever he wanted. Jerry Hall said again, "I'll send the nanny away, so we don't have to worry about anyone disturbing us." Simon nodded and said, "Then I'll take a shower first." Jerry Hall personally guided Simon to the bathroom and helped him prepare all the things he needed for a bath. Then he left with the man's clothes. Simon did not use the bathtub, but just took a shower. He pushed open the bathroom door in his bathrobe and found that Jerry Hall had returned, but he was holding a little kid in his arms. Seeing Simon, the woman explained awkwardly, "Sorry, Simon, Gloria woke up just after the babysitter left." "It's okay," Simon said, and walked to the big bed and sat down by the headboard, feeling the pleasant feminine scent around him. He picked up a magazine and flipped through it, then looked up at the mother and daughter not far away. Noticing Simon looking over, Jerry Hall did not turn around, and there was a little more teasing in his eyes when he looked at the man. Simon was a little embarrassed and took the initiative to find a topic. "Actually, you hold the baby in the wrong position, which will make the baby uncomfortable." Jerry Hall smiled and said, "I have always held it like this, and the 3 children have no objection." Simon said, "Do you think the little one can give you advice?" Jerry Hall raised his chin slightly and smiled more deeply. "Anyway, no objection." Simon was speechless, and at the same time, he understood that Jerry Hall's attitude towards being a mother should be similar to Janet's. This woman is already the mother of 3 children. On weekdays, she has not delayed her modeling career or TV affairs. On the contrary, she is getting better and better. She certainly cannot spend much energy on her children. The two chatted casually, and the little girl turned her head to look at Simon a few times. She was not shy, nor familiar. From the words of the mother, I learned that the little girl was 2 years old this year, the same age as Melbourne, but she looked small, far less strong than Melbourne, and had not learned many words. After more than 10 minutes, the little girl fell asleep again. Jerry Hall sent his daughter to the next bedroom. After returning, he walked to the bed and lay down beside the man, asking, "How is my place?" "Very good," Simon nodded, recalling the layout of the apartment, and said, "But it should be renovated more carefully. It's not my house. It would be a waste to spend too much money on renovation." Jerry Hall's tone was very casual, with a bit of just the right regret and loss, but Simon instantly understood why she invited him here tonight. "Did you get £5 million in alimony? It should be more than enough to buy this apartment, right? This money should be used to raise children," Jerry Hall said, and half-truthfully complained, "It is said that someone bought 4 houses for waist beauty and leg beauty at one time. I am no worse than them." Simon smiled and suddenly said, "What do you think of Murdoch?" Jerry Hall was puzzled. "He is a very good person. What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing." Simon did not feel any interest in Jerry Hall's tone, and also reacted. Jerry Hall is now in his 30s, well-maintained, and still in his prime. Murdoch is already a 63-year-old man, and his marriage is also in good condition. Moreover, because of Simon, the two of them can't have any sparks. At the time, the world's richest man with hundreds of billions of dollars and an old-fashioned rich man in his 60s, any woman would know how to choose. After all, there is some intimacy, and Simon would not really ask Jerry Hall to approach Murdoch directly, which is too weird. Seeing that the man did not seem to agree to his intention, Jerry Hall hesitated and said, "Simon, Deaneries Entertainment must subscribe for stocks before its IPO, or, can you give me some subscription shares?" The prerequisite for an IPO of a company usually requires a certain number of shareholders. Deaneries Entertainment is still 100% owned by Simon personally. If it wants to go public, it must disperse its shares to gather enough shareholders. In addition to cashing in the equity rewards of Amy Pascal and other executives, Simon also plans to take out 5% of the shares for Deanery's entertainment employees to subscribe. According to the $40 billion valuation, the value of this part of the stock alone is $2 billion. In order to motivate employees, the price of internal stock subscription will be discounted according to the employee's position and qualifications. Simon's minimum discount is only 30% of the IPO issue price. It can be said that as long as you can get the stock, even if there is no discount at all, with the current momentum of Deanery's entertainment, you can make a fortune by selling it after listing. As the controller of Deanery's entertainment group, Simon has absolute power to decide who can get the subscription rights, but he does not intend to abuse it. Hearing the woman's request, Simon pointed to the hanger in the corner of the bedroom. "Bring my coat." Jerry Hall was stunned for a moment, then realized something, suppressed his expectations, got up and took Simon's coat, and watched the man take out his wallet, which made him more certain. Simon filled in the checkbook while saying, "As a producer of fashion TV's popular programs, you can also get a part of the stock subscription quota. The amount will be reviewed and assessed by the Human Resources Department. I don't want the extra." Jerry Hall watched the man fill in a long string of numbers on the checkbook without hesitation, and his mind was instantly free of thoughts. Until Simon tore off the check and handed it to her, she still didn't quite believe it. She took the check and looked at it carefully, and finally confirmed that it was $5 million US. Last year, she divorced her husband, who she had been with for more than 10 years. The two went to court and completely tore each other apart. She only got £5 million. The same $5 million. There's really no comparison between men. She noticed her hand reaching out from the corner of her eye. Jerry Hall subconsciously hid the check under her body. She realized that this action was inappropriate and was about to remedy it. The owner of the big hand just grabbed her delicate face and turned it towards him. "Do I look like the magic lamp in the story of Aladdin?" Jerry Hall smiled flatteringly. "Yes," Simon said. "In fact, you have to understand that my money is not that easy to take. Since you have taken it, I think you should know what to do." Jerry Hall's eyes suddenly flashed with some hesitation. Simon noticed the change in the woman's eyes and explained, "I don't plan to possess any woman forever. When in the future, or in a month or a year, you feel that you want to start a new relationship or the next marriage, tell me, and then you can leave. Before that, if I know that you have an ambiguous relationship with other men, not only the check just now, I will also take away everything you have, understand?" Jerry Hall was relieved and nodded quickly. "Of course I understand. The man's request is actually very simple. He doesn't want to be deceived. Although there is a little curiosity in his heart, Jerry Hall has no intention of trying the consequences of deceiving the little man in front of him." Leaning forward and carefully putting the huge check into the drawer of the bedside table, Jerry Hall pretended to stand up. "Simon, I'm going to take a shower. You, The next day, he left Jerry Hall's apartment at around 7 o'clock. The woman wanted to keep him for breakfast, but Simon had no intention of meeting the other party's 3 children. He had already made an appointment with Raymond Smith, CEO of Verizon Communications, for breakfast to discuss some recent projects of the telecommunications company. They met at a breakfast restaurant next to Central Park at 8 o'clock, and they chatted for an hour while eating. After breakfast, Raymond Smith set off to Europe. Verizon is currently negotiating with an Italian telecommunications company to establish a joint venture to carry out mobile communications business. The local telecommunications industry regulation in North America has temporarily prevented Verizon from conducting business in other parts of the United States, so the focus of expansion in recent years has been placed on overseas. At present, Verizon has established wholly owned or cooperative telecommunications companies in Australia, New Zealand, Russia, Finland and other countries. Relying on Sofia's operations in Italy over the years, Verizon's next expansion target will also be placed in this country. Moreover, Verizon's overseas business focus is basically concentrated in the relatively emerging mobile communications field, which can avoid too strong conflicts of interest with local traditional fixed-line business operators to the greatest extent. The current fixed-line business still maintains a very strong market share. Only Simon knows that in the next 10 years, fixed-line phones will be quickly replaced by mobile communications. At that time, Verizon's layout at this time will bring a lot of benefits and can have a strong promoting effect on the entire mobile communications industry chain of the Westeros system. After saying goodbye to Raymond Smith, Lady A, who was in the Fifth Avenue apartment last night, rushed over to meet Simon, and the two went to Greenwich, Connecticut, in northern New York. In the morning, they also had to meet with Joseph Sclapp, the head of Sclapp Consulting, to learn about the recent developments in Washington and the progress of a series of bills that the Westeros system was concerned about. As the car shuttled through the streets of New York, Simon mentioned the information that Murdoch gave him last night to Allison in the car. In London, the team responsible for secretly guarding Chelsea Villa was all fired and replaced with a new group of people. In addition, Martin Dinham led his team to London to keep a close eye on the paparazzi who fabricated these materials. There is no need to alarm the other party. I just want to know who is behind this matter. The team responsible for secretly guarding Chelsea Villa is only a peripheral member of the Westeros family intelligence system. This is a test-log job. Only by constantly accumulating qualifications can they gradually move closer to the core. In this incident, there is a thick stack of photos of Chelsea Villa and even those girls in the information. Even if it cannot be stopped, the paparazzi's sneak shots should be discovered at the first time. However, the matter was passed on to him by Murdoch, which Simon could not tolerate at all. If Martin Dinham and other core members of the Westeros family intelligence network made such a low-level mistake, Simon might even take quite drastic measures to clean up the door and spend a lot of money. He did not want to see such a result. As for the peripheral team, they can only be fired for the time being. Allison sat next to Simon, wrote down the man's instructions, and asked, "Boss, do you need to make some preparations in advance?" Although Murdoch passed the information to Simon and stated that News Corporation would not interfere in this matter, the matter had been targeted and it was only a matter of time before it was exposed. Simon also considered this issue and said, "Tell Claire to contact Wall Street and make a gesture that Tinkerbell intends to launch an IPO, and make a big move." Girl A understood it after a little thought, and slightly raised the corner of her mouth to write down this matter. Girl C Claire Jean was once one of the 4 ABCD maids closest to Simon. Since someone wants to make a fuss about the next generation of Westeros maids, let the public see what heights Westeros maids can reach. Although Tinkerbell has only launched one digital camera product for the time being, relying on the rapid development of the World Wide Web, this electronics company has achieved an outstanding performance of annual sales of more than $1 billion in just a few years. Relying on a 15% stake in Tinkerbell, even if it has not yet gone public, Lady C has already joined the ranks of billionaires. Billionaires in this era are still very valuable. The threshold for the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans last year was only more than $300 million. If Tinkerbell is really listed, with the capital markets optimism about this Westeros system technology company, it is not impossible for C-Girl to directly enter the ranks of the 400 richest people in the United States. Such an achievement will be widely publicized, enough to make too many people realize the value of the Westeros maid. Those poor girls in the London villa, who were originally mistaken for being trafficked, will become a group of super lucky people. After giving such instructions, Simon thought for a moment and said, "I remember that Ygritte launched an online video live broadcast technology development project in May last year. It must be completed now. Let them build a live broadcast website as soon as possible. Only one live broadcast user is needed. Allison has handled the relevant project materials. Video live broadcast technology is just one of the many projects that Ygritte is developing, and it is an extension of streaming video technology. Due to the current internet speed and user base hardware limitations, this technology is only a backup after development, and it is not suitable for launching a formal product for the time being. If it is just to build a simple live broadcast website, it is still easy with Ygritte's technical accumulation." Allison also quickly understood Simon's intention. The people who secretly manipulated this matter must have thought that Simon would do everything he could to cover it up after it was exposed, which would inevitably make it more obvious and further lead to unnecessary speculation from the public. The fact is that perhaps the disclosure of this matter would once again trigger some criticism of Simon's personal extravagance and wastefulness, but there is nothing wrong with the matter itself in law. Moreover, directly showing the girls' living conditions through live broadcast on the internet would refute any unfounded speculation and malicious rumors. Chapter 605 Exposure. Simon arrived in Greenwich, and Joseph Sclapp also brought Simon some bad news. The latest draft of the Digital Copyright Act, which the Westeros system focuses on promoting to improve internet copyright and copyright protection, was rejected again during the second review by the House of Representatives. The core of the dispute is still the Safe Harbor regulation. The reason given by the members who oppose the safe harbor regulation is that this clause is likely to be abused after it is formulated, leading to the proliferation of pirated resources on the internet. According to the legislative process of the U.S. Congress, a bill must be voted on twice by the House of Representatives and the Senate after it is reviewed and approved. It can only take effect after it is supported by more than half of the members and signed by the President. The U.S. President has the right to refuse to sign certain bills, and Congress also has countermeasures for this. As long as it can obtain the approval of more than 2/3 of the members of Congress, the bill can also be forced through. Most bills in the United States are usually blocked in the review process. Sometimes they may not be passed, even after being delayed for 5 or 6 years and 7 or 8 reviews. The suspense of the final voting link will not be too great. Because once the voting begins, it often means that a bill has won the consent of most members of Congress after repeated consultations, bargaining and compromise. According to our team's lobbying feedback data, the Senate is not a big problem because Gore is the majority leader of the Senate. However, if we want to pass the House of Representatives, we need to win at least 20 votes. The 100 seats in the U.S. Senate have remained unchanged for a long time. The number of members of the House of Representatives is regularly adjusted according to changes in the U.S. population. There are currently 434 seats in total. More than half of the votes are at least 218. 20 votes may not seem like a lot, and it is not easy to win. At this stage, the number of seats held by the Democratic Party and the Republican Party in the House of Representatives are 256 and 178 respectively. As a supporter of the Democratic Party, it should be easy for the Westeros system to pass a bill, but the fact is far from that. The Democratic Party is not a monolithic entity, and the Westeros system is not welcomed by all Democrats. It is easy to imagine that those Democratic members who are supported by traditional paper media groups behind the scenes will definitely not stand on the side of the Westeros system and continue to watch it grow and develop. Seeing Simon just looking down at a document he brought, Joseph Sclapp continued, Congressman David Melrose of Connecticut and several other congressmen are seeking to promote an internet media regulation bill recently, Sclapp said, looking through the materials he brought in front of Simon for a moment, and said, this is it. So, if we want to pass the Digital Copyright Act, we probably need to make some exchanges. In addition, many members of Congress, from both parties, are also seeking to relax the cross-media ownership ban, which is also our opportunity. Although everyone understands that emerging internet platforms such as the Ygritte portal have media attributes, Ygritte itself positions its news and information department as a content publisher, not a media company. The key is that the two major areas need to be regulated completely differently. The publishing industry in the United States has a strong degree of freedom, while the media industry is subject to strict supervision due to the provisions of the U.S. Constitution on freedom of speech. The cross-media ownership ban is a major shackle that binds traditional media, such as newspapers and television. This is a bill enacted in the 1960s in the United States, and since the Nixon era, many media giants have been lobbying to relax the relevance ban. In order to prevent the media from manipulating public opinion, the main provisions of the cross-media ownership ban include that a media group may not own more than 2 newspapers in the same area, may not own newspapers and TV stations in the same area at the same time, media companies may not own more than 12 directly affiliated local TV stations, and the audience market share of large public television networks may not exceed 35%, etc. After years of continuous large-scale operations, the Westeros system can probably mobilize 17 votes in the House of Representatives and 6 in the Senate. These are all members who will clearly stand on the side of the Westeros system when necessary. Although the proportion seems small, it is already a political capital that cannot be underestimated, and it is also the bargaining chip that Sclapp mentioned. Simon has a good memory. David Melrose, a congressman from Connecticut, was a member of Congress who was personally introduced to him by William Hearst III when he attended the Hearst family party. Given the stalemate between the Westeros system and traditional paper media forces, it is natural for the other party to take the lead in initiating the Internet Media Supervision Bill. Relaxing the cross-media ownership ban is also an urgent need for traditional media groups to maintain their industry status in the context of the increasingly turbulent internet industry. The deep-rooted traditional paper media such as Hearst Group, Condé Nast Group, and the New York Times Group will definitely have more congressional votes than the Westeros system. If the two sides reach an agreement, It will be easy to win an additional 20 votes in the House of Representatives for the passage of the Digital Copyright Act. It is obvious that the main obstacle to the passage of the Digital Copyright Act is probably these paper media. Simon quickly sorted out this information in his mind, and suddenly looked up at Joseph Sclapp, with a smile on his face, and said, "Isn't it someone who wants to reconcile?" Joseph Sclapp was stunned. He was still considering how to bring up the topic, but Simon had already guessed it. Because he knew his boss's personality and the current relationship between the Westeros system and the paper media, Joseph Sclapp was very cautious about helping someone pass the message. After all, he is now working for the Westeros system, for Simon Westeros, and the entire Sclapp family and other stakeholders attach great importance to their current status in the Westeros system, and they definitely don't want Simon to have the impression that he is not loyal to the Westeros system because of this message. In recent years, even before the rise of the internet industry, the huge American paper media industry has begun to decline under the impact of the increasingly prosperous television industry. Whether it is the Hearst Group, the Condé Nast Group, or even others, they are all seeking to develop in the field of television. This is why the Hearst Group snatched 20% of ESPN TV network from Deanery's Entertainment. However, before traditional paper media has completed the transformation to the television industry, the internet has already surged and has formed a more direct and strong impact on the paper media industry. The first thing that the old media forces think of is naturally to block and confront. But now it seems that this targeting is not very effective. They want to make Westeros compromise in disguise by suppressing Deanery's Entertainment, but the result is that Deanery's Entertainment has launched one hit after another. Deanery's Entertainment reduced the film and television advertising for paper media and opened up internet marketing channels, which made traditional paper media lose more than they gained. On the other hand, in just less than 4 years, the popularity of internet users in the United States has reached 30% of the total population. This development speed far exceeds the promotion of television at the beginning. Perhaps within 10 years, the popularity of the internet will catch up with the TV network. Since confrontation is ineffective, it is undoubtedly the wisest choice to follow the trend. After a little consideration of his words, Joseph Sclapp said, "The New York Times plans to launch an electronic version in the near future. You know, Simon, if there is no support from the Egret portal to guide traffic, the other party will not have much development at all." Sclapp also has another subtext. If the electronic version of the New York Times wants to gain a foothold on the internet platform, it will inevitably mean direct competition with Egret's news and information business. Moreover, because the services provided by the two are comparable, users will inevitably prefer the free Egret portal information instead of paying to subscribe to electronic newspapers, which is another inevitable conflict of interest. If both parties want to reconcile and cooperate, Egret portal will definitely make certain concessions. Compared with the deeply rooted old paper media, the news and information department of Egret portal is still very weak. In terms of the number of employees, the New York Times Group has more than 1,600 employees around the world for just one newspaper, the New York Times. The News and Information Department of Egret has only reached 500 people so far. In order to lead other competitors astray, Simon listed news and information as Egret's highest priority business, but in fact, news and information have never been the core of Egret. If Egret portal could obtain online news authorization from traditional paper media groups, Simon would not have invested a lot of resources to set up his own news and information team. Therefore, making concessions in this area may touch Egret's core interests for outsiders, but this is not the case. On the other hand, if old media such as the New York Times can digitize a large amount of paper media information they own, it can definitely enrich the content resources of the internet platform to a great extent, which is what Simon has been promoting. Only when the online content resources are rich enough can Egret's search engine business achieve better development. Moreover, although Simon was determined to let Egret grow wildly, he would not object to if he could reach a settlement with some large print media. One more friend is always better than one more enemy. Joseph Sclapp's hint was already very obvious. Simon thought for a while and asked, "Behind the New York Times, the Salzburg family?" At this stage, traditional American newspapers are basically still controlled by various old families, such as the Hearst family, the controller of the Hearst Group, the Salzburg family behind the New York Times Group, the Graham family behind the Washington Post Group, and the Newhouse family, the owner of the Condé Nast Group. Joseph Sclapp nodded and said, "Simon, if you have time, Arthur Salzburg Jr., the current publisher of the New York Times, Hopes to meet with you. Simon did not agree immediately. The last time he had contact with the Hearst family was not a pleasant experience, including Rupert Murdoch, who had a good relationship with him, but was actually an old fox. Now the other party has just tried to test. Simon is eager to respond. It is hard to say what tricks the Salzburg family will come up with. After thinking for a moment, Simon said, I have to return to Los Angeles in the afternoon. If the other party has time, let him come to the West Coast. I can entertain him at any time. Joseph Sclapp probably also understood Simon's thoughts. The stalemate between his boss and the Hearst family has not eased at all. Even he himself has seen the arrogance of the old media family. Since the initiative is on the side of the Westeros system, if the other party wants to reconcile, it is necessary to make some low-profile gestures. Then they continue to talk about some other things, including the 1994 midterm elections that have already started, the capital gains tax reform bill, the lifting of the ban on media industry integration, the Telecommunications Act that the Clinton administration is brewing, etc., until noon. After inviting Sclapp to have lunch together, Simon boarded the plane back to Los Angeles at 1 p.m. in the study in the front cabin of the Boeing 767. After the plane stabilized, Girl A came in to report the arrangements for the information from the UK in the morning, and finally said, Boss, Yulia Shilshikina's matter has been dealt with. Do we need to arrange for her to come to the United States? Simon was still reading the documents left by Joseph Sclapp in the morning. Hearing this, he was puzzled and asked, What? Allison repeated, Yulia Shilshikina. Simon then remembered that the ballet teacher of the group of girls in London Fruit Nano was a Slavic girl who fit the image of an elf in his mind. The last time he and Janet saw the London girls practicing ballet, he found her and gave her an order casually. He got the information a few days ago. She is a very ordinary little woman in the background of a turbulent era. Her advantages and disadvantages are probably too beautiful. Yulia Shilshikina, 31 years old this year, has been married once and has a 3-year-old daughter. The girl came to London with a British banker 2 years ago. To be precise, she was deceived to London by a British banker with sweet words. The other party promised marriage and green card, but it didn't come true. The banker had a family and just wanted to keep the other party as a lover. He even deliberately did not solve the green card problem for the mother and daughter in order to control them. The girl had already accepted her fate. Unexpectedly, the banker, who was originally from a wealthy family, made a wrong bet in the pound crisis in 1992 and was defeated. Not only did he lose all his tens of millions of pounds, but he also owed millions of pounds in debt, and his marriage broke down. The banker, who had nothing, could no longer support his Russian lover, and had to force the other party to find a job to subsidize him. When the staff of the Westeros system contacted the girl, the banker was even planning to sell the mother and daughter to the Red Moon Field in London. The price was negotiated, £150,000. Simon didn't have any special feelings about this. In the turbulent times, there were countless more people whose personal destinies were more turbulent than this. Since he met him, he sent the banker to prison and arranged everything the mother and daughter needed. Of course, Simon did not hide his desire for possession. He has never been a good person who saves people from suffering. However, the Russian girl only knew that she had become a subordinate of the big man behind the group of girls in the London villa, and she was still unclear about Simon's identity. Simon was just a habitual collector, and there was no shortage of women around him, so he shook his head, let her continue to teach the girls to dance in London. By the way, don't let the girls practice on their toes, as if the toes of ballet dancers are not very beautiful. Allison nodded, and was a little confused. She flipped through the folder in her arms and found a photo, saying, No, it's very beautiful. Simon reached out to take the photo and took a look. This was a photo of the Russian girl in a dance pose. Although she was wearing thin white stockings, she could still recognize a pair of pocket-sized and perfect feet. Girl A said next to her, I know a little bit about it. Many deformations of ballet dancers' toes are caused by improper training methods. Yulia is very professional in this regard. Simon recalled the last time he saw the Russian girl teaching the girls to practice. Although he didn't know much about ballet, he could feel Yulia's professionalism at that time. Putting the photo down casually, Simon said, In any case, don't practice pointe. The girls are not going to be professional ballet dancers. Also, collect some information for me about the families behind the major federal paper media groups. Start with the Salzburg family behind the New York Times. Tried to be as detailed as possible. Allison nodded, and seeing that Simon had no other instructions, she turned and left the study. Chapter 606, Exposure, 2. C acted quickly. On Monday morning, February 21st, the Wall Street Journal reported that Claire Jean, CEO of Tinko Bell, had met with the president of Morgan Stanley's West Coast Investment Banking Department. The media and the public usually refer to several major financial giants on Wall Street as investment banks. In fact, Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Lehman, and Salomon are all comprehensive financial services companies. Investment banks are only one of the many businesses of these financial giants, mainly responsible for corporate IPOs and underwriting of various types of stocks and bonds. Therefore, the purpose of Lady C meeting with the head of Morgan's West Coast Investment Banking Department is self-evident. On the same morning, on the financial section of the Egret portal, insiders immediately gave a positive news report that Tinko Bell was considering an initial public offering, IPO. For a time, this rapidly rising electronics company in recent years quickly became the focus of attention from the outside world. Founded in 1991, it became a sensation in June of that year with an affordable digital camera product. In the second year of its establishment, its sales exceeded $300 million, and its development speed was no less than that of old PC giants such as Apple and Compaq. It seems that in order to build momentum for the upcoming IPO, on February 22, Tinko Bell also released its full-year financial report for 1993 through the Egret portal. Throughout 1993, Tinko Bell sold 2.76 million ICOM series digital cameras, with a turnover of $1.39 billion and a net profit of $1.2. An electronics company has achieved sales of more than $1 billion and a net profit of more than $100 million in just 3 years since its establishment, which is outstanding in the entire business history. Such business performance also once again proves the broad development space of the internet industry, which is in a blue ocean. February 22 is Simon's 26th birthday. He still passed it in a low-key manner. If you don't count the C-girl publicly wishing her boss a happy birthday on NBC's Tonight Show. Claire was featured in the newspaper for 2 consecutive days. On the night of Simon's birthday, Claire was interviewed by the famous NBC talk show The Tonight Show. With the aura of a strong businesswoman, Claire's temperament and style were no less than any Hollywood actress. In the interview, she talked with Jay Leno about her idea of founding Tinko Bell, the development of ICOM cameras in the past few years, and her prospects for the company. Of course, there was also her boss. Claire was very frank about this, saying that she was once one of the ABCD around Simon. She also boldly expressed her admiration for her boss during work and Simon's unlimited support for her founding Tinko Bell. Occasionally, there were some minor ambiguities, which were euphemistically avoided by Claire, but Claire's unconcealed aftertaste seemed to be confessing without being asked, which caused the audience to boo. Finally, while wishing Simon a happy birthday, she also did not forget to continue to advertise Tinko Bell's 4th-generation ICOM 40 digital camera, which will be released during Easter. It fits the theme very well. It feels like this big demon is on stage just to promote its own products. There is no shortage of doubts. An article in the San Francisco Chronicle on Wednesday mercilessly mocked the singleness of Tinko Bell's products and the huge performance gap between the ICOM and professional digital cameras due to the lack of core technology. It also analyzed the situation that ICOM is facing a joint siege by major old-brand electronics manufacturers, claiming that this small company with a downward trend in market share may be marginalized within 3 years, just like Apple, which is rapidly declining. After reaching a peak of $7.6 billion in market value in 1992, affected by factors such as the rise of Microsoft and the stagnation of its own product innovation, even though Apple still achieved a net profit of more than $500 million in fiscal 1993, its stock price continued to fall. The current market value has fallen to a low of $4.3 billion, and the stock price has plummeted by 43.5% compared to its peak period. Tinko Bell, which initially relied on purchasing parts from other manufacturers to assemble the first generation of ICOM 10, seemed to be inferior to Apple on the surface. Whether it is Japanese, German or American electronics manufacturers with strong strength, they can produce digital camera products that are better than Tinko Bell based on years of technical accumulation. Simon sneered at this article that was purely for bad-mouthing. According to this view, Motorola, Nokia, and other mobile phone giants with deep technical accumulation in memory could not be surpassed by Apple, an outsider. After 3 years of growth, Tinko Bell has its own perfect technical accumulation, marketing model, sales network and after-sales service, which is the foundation for a company to continue to develop rapidly, rather than the simple technical level of the product. What's more, if we talk about technology, Tinko Bell has already used a completely self-developed CMOS image sensor in the third-generation ICOM 30 digital camera last year. As the core component of mobile phone cameras in Simon's memory, Tinko Bell's accumulation of CMOS technology has been at least 2 years ahead of other traditional electronic manufacturers who are still focusing on the development of expensive CCD sensor technology, and the software and hardware optimization around CMOS sensors is far beyond the products of other manufacturers that launch cheap digital cameras. Last year's ICOM 30 still only had 300,000 pixels, but with a CMOS sensor developed by Tinko Bell and the unremitting optimization of software and hardware technology, the photo-taking effect is no less than that of a 600,000 pixel CCD sensor camera launched by Canon, which claims to have the display quality of a traditional film camera. Moreover, the ICOM 30 still maintains a price of $499. Although the price of Canon's CCM sensor digital camera is also positioned at the mass consumer level, it is still as high as $1,200. The USB technology jointly launched by Agrit, Microsoft, and Intel has been officially promoted since the end of last year. Tinko Bell's early layout of USB technology hardware is far ahead of other manufacturers. ICOM digital cameras and iPlayer music players have already perfected the USB interface version in advance. In addition, there are USB flash disk products that can replace the current floppy disks. This product will be the first to be released together with ICOM 40 at Easter this year. More importantly, these products are accompanied by a series of technical patents with huge potential benefits. Therefore, for those who are familiar with the background of Tinkober, the article in the San Francisco Chronicle is a complete joke. Compared with the pessimism of the San Francisco Chronicle, many professional media are more optimistic about the IPO prospects of Tinkober. According to the financial report performance in 1993 and the company's continued upward momentum, the industry generally predicts that Tinkober's IPO price-earnings ratio will not be less than 20 times, which means that the company has a conservative valuation of up to $2.4 billion. Relying on a 15% stake in Tinkober, Lady C's net worth is therefore estimated to be $360 million. $360 million is basically on the threshold of the US 400 richest list. After the official IPO, the stock price rose slightly, and Simon Westeros's former personal maid may become one of the 400 richest people in the United States on the Forbes list in the second half of this year. The most direct consequence of this incident is that the Westeros family maid team has received much attention. The media later discovered that in addition to C-Girl Claire, B-Girl Becky Hope has also entered the entrepreneurial stage. This financial consulting service company named Alpha Beta has not officially launched its own products, but as the news was exposed, some investment capital and potential users have begun to inquire about the details. In addition, how to become a maid of the Westeros family like ABCD has gradually become a hot topic of discussion among many college girls and job-seeking women. Not only have some people consulted similar questions with people related to the Westeros system through various channels, but some girls even recommended themselves through the Agrit social platform. If you can serve Simon Westeros, even if you can't become a billionaire like Claire Gain, judging from the information exposed by the media recently, the treatment of this job is so good that it makes people yearn for it. While the media and work were discussing the topics surrounding Claire, the Westeros company's open and secret teams were operating in the UK about the mysterious Lolita army. If it is possible not to be exposed, of course it is best not to be exposed. After News Corporation refused to publish a certain report, the public relations team of the Westeros system also successfully intercepted the attempts of two British mainstream newspapers, The Guardian and the Daily Telegraph, to report on this matter. However, since someone was determined to expose this matter, it was impossible to stop it. On February 25, the Daily Mirror, another British gossip newspaper with a similar nature to the News of the World, finally published the same article, Mysterious Lolita Army. At the same time as the news was published, the London Police Department also received a report. A storm suddenly arose. A group of mysterious Russian girls hiding in London who were suspected of being abducted or receiving agent training. This news was too eye-catching. On the day when the Daily Mirror report came out, a villa next to Burton Park in Chelsea was surrounded by paparazzi reporters who heard the news. With precautions in advance, the media was unable to contact the girls directly. However, the private girls' school where the girls studied and other people around them became the objects of media investigation. Public opinion was surging, and the London Police Department soon announced that it would officially intervene in the investigation. Since the matter could no longer be covered up, in order to avoid more irrelevant rumors from the developed tabloid system in London, Simon also acted according to the original plan. The next day, a person in charge of the London branch of Westeros Company convened a press conference to publicly clarify that several Russian girls in London were special students funded by Westeros Company, with the purpose of training personal assistants for the Westeros family. In the face of media inquiries, the person in charge did not hide it when answering media inquiries, and explained bluntly that it was an assistant similar to Claire Gain, the founder of Tinkerbell Company, who was recently being hotly discussed. The well-informed and sensitive media people were stunned. The United States was heatedly discussing how to become a maid in the Westeros family, and suddenly it was revealed that a group of girls were being trained. Is this a coincidence? Moreover, the excitement has not yet started, and you just admitted it. What else are you going to play next? So a lot of questions were immediately thrown out. Why is it such a group of girls? Do the girls have a special family background? Have the girls been abused during the training process, and are they willing? More sensitively, did these underage girls have any contact with Simon Westeros, and were they harmed? This disturbed the whole weekend. On Monday, February 27th, a spokesman for the London Police Department also released a preliminary investigation report on the incident. The girls were indeed international students sponsored by Westeros Company. All procedures were legal and compliant, and their living benefits were very generous. They did not suffer any detention or abuse. The London tabloids and the American media that had begun to follow up were even more dissatisfied. How could this be? Are we still allowed to watch the fun? Well, can the official words be trusted? A British child protection organization immediately jumped out and demanded an investigation into the girls' situation. The media naturally followed suit. At the same time, the girls' life experiences and selection process also surfaced under the excavation of the powerful tabloids in Europe and the United States. Westeros Company collected resumes on a large scale through model recruitment. Is this suspected of violating privacy? The girls' parents had asked to stay in the UK to company and take care of them, but all the parents who made such requests were rejected, and even some of the girls who were originally selected were expelled. Is Westeros's behavior ill-intentioned? And so on. The melon-eating crowd just felt that the melon was getting bigger and sweeter. Then Westeros simply released another super big melon. The Times, a subsidiary of News Corporation, published a statement on February 30th. In order to clarify some doubts of the media and the public, Westeros will appropriately show the girls' lives through live broadcast on March 1st. Live broadcast on the internet? I have never heard of it. After the news was released, many TV networks contacted Westeros to try to get the live broadcast rights of the girls' lives. Rupert Murdoch even called Simon personally for this. Simon did not object. After a brief communication, a live broadcast team from Sky TV in the UK was added to follow up, but the live broadcast on TV would only be 2 hours a day, instead of the full-day tracking of the live broadcast on the internet. On the day the news was released, the live broadcast website address was prominently displayed on the Egret portal. Millions of users clicked on it and saw only a simple video playback interface and the words, "Stay tuned" in the middle of the player. The scheduled live broadcast time was March 1st, local time in London. The girls woke up at 5:40 to start. It was still after 9 o'clock in the evening on the west coast of the United States. That night, Jeff Bezos called Simon with a tone of excitement and worry, saying that the live broadcast had not yet started, and the number of viewers from all over the world waiting to watch had exceeded 31 million. This number is really too large. Even for the major public television networks in the United States, there are only a handful of programs with more than 3,000 viewers each year. Moreover, after the live broadcast begins, this number will definitely increase. Moreover, even if calculated based on 30 million viewers, Egret will have to bear $200,000 in server and network bandwidth costs every day. If it continues for a month, it will be $6 million. It can only be described as burning money. However, Bezos also expressed his optimism about online video live broadcasting, and believed that if this live broadcast could be successful, Ygritte might be able to invest in a video live broadcasting website in advance. Amidst the anticipation of everyone, at 5:40 a.m. London time, the video live broadcast screen lit up on time. The camera first fell on the living room of the villa, which was decorated in a simple but luxurious style. The voiceover was a female voice with an intellectual and soft voice that had a bit of the charm of a female anchor of a radio emotional program. She briefly introduced herself to Jill, and the live broadcast camera that had already attracted the interest of many viewers was also in her hands. The camera did not show Jill herself. After a brief self-introduction, she said, "It is 5:40 London time now. The girls have gotten up, but we need to wait a moment. It is still private time. Oh, let me introduce you first. This is Miss Burns, the housekeeper who is responsible for taking care of the girls' lives." Hearing that Jill would take everyone to see the girls getting up later, countless viewers in front of the computer screens were excited, and they were obviously impatient with the host introducing a certain old-fashioned woman in black. However, the camera did not turn to the direction the audience expected, but led by Ms. Burns to visit the villa briefly. Even though they still expected the group of goblins selected by Simon Westeros to appear on screen as soon as possible, many viewers were still shocked by this luxurious villa, and many people who had previously questioned the girls' situation also gave up their original thoughts. If living in such an environment is considered abuse, I would rather be abused for the rest of my life. After about 10 minutes, Jill finally walked to the stairs of the villa. Ms. Burns did not follow her this time. She went all the way to the second floor and took a close-up of the nameplate on a door. "This is Natalie's room." A hand reached out from outside the screen and knocked on the door. After a while, a girl with a slightly baby face opened the door and politely invited Jill in. The girl had changed into a ballet training suit, showing a very good figure for her age. Every detail of her behavior was full of ladylike style, and she had obviously received professional training. Jill followed him in, and the camera swept across the equally luxuriously decorated bedroom. Some girls who were waiting in front of their computer screens were already expecting to be abused by Westeros. Jill behind the camera watched the girl tidy up the room skillfully, and occasionally asked questions. "Nada, can I call you that?" "Of course. Come to think of it, your English is pretty good." The girl put her personal belongings in order in the spacious bathroom, and said with a smile, "Thank you, I'm trying hard, but others speak it better. Oh, by the way, can you explain to everyone why we have to get up at 5:40? Natalie finally folded a towel and hung it on the rack, then walked out of the room with Jill, and said, "Because the boss is used to getting up at 6 o'clock, and we must get up earlier than him." "Boss?" "Yes, Mr. Westeros," Natalie said, with obvious admiration in her expression. "I'm looking forward to meeting him. Haven't you met Westeros yet? If it hadn't been mentioned in the newspaper some time ago, we wouldn't know who our boss is." "Why do you call him boss?" "That's how Miss Gain calls Mr. Westeros on TV, and everyone thinks the name is very intimate." "Then why do you think he hid the fact that he was the boss from you?" "The boss must have his reasons," Natalie said, frowning slightly. "So, those newspapers are talking nonsense. We are all living well, and the boss is a very good person. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607 Live Broadcast. After talking to Jill for a few words, Fruit Nana began to refute Simon, which was indeed a bit of a deliberate arrangement. Many viewers in front of the computer screen had similar doubts, and some people saw this and began to sneer at Simon Westeros's desire to clarify the facts through live broadcast. Simon didn't have the heart to arrange these little tricks. However, it is not wrong to say that it was arranged in advance. The arranger was Fruit Nana herself. The girls who entered the final 200 places through the audition knew from the beginning that they were far from the last lucky ones. More than a month ago, because some parents tried to ask for more, a group of girls were eliminated, which made them realize this more clearly. After settling down, the girls were most concerned about the specific elimination mechanism. Especially for girls like Fruit Nana who were relatively not smart or pretty. After realizing the gap between themselves and other companions, they almost gave up on themselves. For this question, the Guardian quickly gave a specific answer. From the time the girls received training until they were 18 years old, as long as they worked hard enough, they would not be eliminated because their grades were behind others. The most fundamental influencing factor is only one point: loyalty. The girls need to always remember who gave them everything they have now, and they must complete all training courses seriously and be 100% loyal to their bosses in the future. This principle was not written in a small notebook, but was constantly instilled by the guardians through subtle words. The guardians of the 20 groups of girls were carefully selected and received training from psychological experts in private. That's right. This is brainwashing. And it is a relatively high-end and long-term brainwashing. In order to achieve the best brainwashing effect, the girls would have known the true identity of Simon, the big man behind the scenes, at the right time. The accidental exposure of the tabloids saved Simon this step. Not only this group in London, but other girls in cities such as Europe and Latin America already know who they will work for in the future. From the effect point of view, Fruit Nana's somewhat deliberate but largely instinctive protection of Simon shows that a certain subtle effect is very good. After Fruit Nana, the live camera briefly introduced the other 6 girls in the villa. Then there was the scene of the girls receiving ballet lessons, which lasted from 6 to 8 o'clock. The entire live broadcast was fixed in a corner of the villa's underground practice room. Jill stopped narrating, and only an elf-like ballet teacher taught the 7 girls carefully. The 2-hour ballet class seemed a bit simple and boring, but the number of viewers on the live broadcast website did not decrease much. Because, whether it was the teacher or the student, it could only be described as pleasing to the eye. It was just that when appreciating these beautiful scenes, the audience could not help but have the idea that it was nothing special. In addition to the luxurious apartment, luxurious practice room, and the girls' treatment like princesses, there seemed to be nothing else. However, after breakfast, when the girls started their day's schedule, the spectators in front of the computer screen gradually had only 2 thoughts in their minds. The gap in IQ is insurmountable. The power of capital makes people desperate. The 7 girls came to the UK from Russia more than a month ago. At this time, all of them can communicate in very fluent English, including Natalia Vodianova and Eugenia Volodina. This made many live broadcast viewers simply believe that most of the girls did not have an English foundation beforehand. Even so, for ordinary people, learning a foreign language well requires long-term perseverance. However, for the other 5 girls with an average IQ of 160, except for the 2 girls who entered through the back door, they basically stopped the English training course within half a month, and have generally started to learn other languages such as French, German and Spanish. There are actually many people in the world who are born with high IQs, but most of them are gradually lost in the crowd due to the influence of their living environment. Occasionally, they leave people with the impression that someone is very smart, which has to be said to be a great pity. In the group of girls in Fruit Nana, Natalie scored 130 in the IQ test and Eugene scored 120. They are all smart people, but they pale in comparison with other girls. The lowest IQ score of the other 5 girls reached 140, and the highest score of Anna Brescia was 200 in the IQ test, because the full score of that IQ test was 200 points, and the actual IQ of the girls was even higher. So, in the morning's regular cultural course, the audience saw a girl named Anna discussing a high-end economic model with an economics professor from the University of Munich in fluent German, and saw 4 other girls who had easily completed the high school mathematics course studying calculus. This was an arrangement made by Simon himself, who has always attached great importance to the mathematical ability of the people around him. In the end, only Natalie and Eugene were normal in the eyes of the audience. It is unrealistic to want the 2 girls to become academic masters, or there is no such need in front of other girls. Therefore, after the 2 girls passed the English expression ability test, they were arranged to take classes with other girls in the girls' school. Of course, they also had their own special treatment, an extra hour of French courses in the morning. Since they could not become academic masters, Simon hoped to cultivate the multilingual ability of the 2 girls. Near noon, an interesting episode occurred in the live broadcast. The professor from the University of Munich in Germany, who was specially invited to teach on his economics course, had an argument with the girls' guardian Wendy Allen. The professor was very excited and said that Anna had the potential to win the Nobel Prize, so he hoped that she could return to Germany with him to receive more professional education, rather than stay here and be trained as Simon Westeros's assistant, which was a cruel waste. After the agent said that he could not make the decision, the professor also asked to contact Simon Westeros in person. Finally, Wendy Allen called Anna and let the girl make her own decision. At the same time, she told the professor that all girls were free and they could choose to leave at any time. This is indeed the case. Simon has never been a person who forces things, so these selected girls, except for being eliminated after violating certain rules, have the right to leave at any time, whether they feel that they have found a better direction, a more reliable belonging or a brighter future. As long as they want to leave, they can leave at any time. Of course, there has never been a truth in this world that you don't have to pay for. Whether you will be punished depends on the specific situation, or even on Simon's mood. Simon doesn't force things, and he has never been a good person. In the live broadcast, facing the hope of the German professor, Anna politely chose to refuse, saying that she had received a great favor from Mr. Westeros and would not let him down. Personal character and life philosophy are gradually cultivated by various environmental factors during the growth process, and high IQ girls are also unable to resist some subtle influence. Although the cultural courses in the morning subtly demonstrated the strong capital strength of the Westeros system, they also made the audience pay more attention to the girls' super IQ. After half a day of cultural courses, the girls' next schedule completely demonstrated the power of capital. One of the afternoon schedules is the identification and maintenance of artworks. The girls rush to a warehouse of Christie's auction house in London. Christie's is preparing for an auction of Impressionist paintings. The auction house's art appraisal experts personally introduced to the 7 girls one by one the authenticity identification methods of 26 paintings with a total value of more than £150 million. The ability to identify artworks is definitely not something that can be cultivated overnight, but the girls are different. In the subsequent small test phase, based on a series of very professional knowledge taught by the appraisal expert, 3 of the 7 girls were able to distinguish the authenticity of 5 sets of paintings, 1 real and 1 fake. In a certain contrast, Eugenia, who is obviously guessing at some of the works, looked very cute, and even the appraisal expert next to her couldn't help but smile knowingly. In the following art maintenance, after preliminary practice, the girls were able to directly handle paintings worth millions of pounds, and many viewers in front of the live broadcast screen were cautious. Simon was not very interested in collecting art, but Janet, who almost made a living by selling paintings, often collected various artworks. The Westeros family's properties around the world store a large number of expensive collections such as porcelain, paintings, antiques, and furniture. These require the future maids of the Westeros family to have the corresponding appreciation and maintenance capabilities, or at least have a good eye. After the 2-hour art identification and maintenance course, the girls took a helicopter to a golf course outside London. Next was the golf course. Some viewers who are familiar with golf found that the person who taught the girls was the famous American coach Butch Harmon, who was teaching another student named Tiger Woods. Harmon flew from the United States to Europe just to give 5 groups of girls in 5 cities including London, Paris and Berlin a 1-month basic golf training. In places that the audience could not see, there were several other famous coaches teaching the other 15 groups of girls. So, at the end of the day, there were special targeted small class courses, economics professors from Germany, golf coaches from the United States, real artworks worth over 100 million yuan as props, luxury cars and helicopters for travel. Countless viewers couldn't help but sigh that if their own children had such educational conditions, even mentally retarded children could probably be trained to become geniuses. It was a waste of money. When many viewers thought that everything on this day was deliberately arranged by Simon Westeros, the girls' schedules in the following days were the same as always, and could only be described as luxurious. So all kinds of criticism followed. Various social figures who probably haven't donated a few cents themselves rushed to say that Simon Westeros should donate more money to children in need, instead of wasting it on cultivating his own vases. How many children in Asia can't afford to go to school? How many children in Europe can't afford to drink milk? How many children in America can't get formal education? How many children in Africa are suffering from war and turmoil? Blah blah. Westeros Company only posted a list of various charity projects supported by the entire Westeros system in the past year through the Egret portal, with a total amount of more than $600 million. Of course. How can $600 million be enough? Simon Westeros, you have more than $100 billion. Naturally, this argument that Simon wants to donate all his wealth is ignored. As this topic is hotly discussed, girls in other cities have also been exposed one after another, so it is inevitable that all kinds of people with bad intentions will be attracted. In just 3 days, the security team around the London girl has caught 2 guys who tried to break into the villa late at night. There have also been many problems in the girls' apartments in many other cities, including the distant Latin America. A senior official of the Brazilian government publicly claimed that he would investigate the behavior of Westeros, but in private contact, he asked for money. Very direct. Simon was even more direct. His response to this was that all 10 groups of Latin American girls left several major cities in Brazil overnight and were scattered in the Bahamas, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic and other island countries around the United States. Of course, if these girls or their parents want their children to leave, they can do so at any time. If the Brazilian government wants to conduct a so-called investigation, that's fine. Unfortunately, after several contacts by Brazilian government departments, no one was willing to cooperate. The reality is that only more people want their children to receive this kind of assistant training, and no one took the initiative to leave. Therefore, there was even a fraud case. Just like the various psychic learning classes that emerged after Simon once suspected that he had achieved great success because of psychic, the incident happened in Indianapolis, the capital of Indiana, in the United States. The scammers claimed that they were selecting the Westeros family maid team for the Westeros family. Seeing the girls treated like princesses in the live broadcast on the internet, and thinking of the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of clear gain, the former Westeros maid who founded the Tinkerbell Company, which has been hotly discussed in the media recently, many people submitted their daughters' resumes. It was not until the scammers began to ask for up to $5,000 in procedures that some people began to question and chose to call the police. Even so, more than a dozen families were deceived in just 1 week. Westeros Company had to issue a statement on the Egret portal platform in countries around the world to remind the public to beware of similar scams. However, the statement did not give any answer to whether there would be another selection, which many people were concerned about. On the other hand, the live broadcast lasted for a week, from 5:40 a.m. London time to 9:40 a.m. when the girls rested. The audience remained at the level of tens of millions. The average number of live broadcast viewers over 7 days was as high as 16 million. This phenomenal social event also aroused the vigilance and anxiety of traditional television media. Internet platforms have posed a clear threat to the traditional paper media industry. Now, the 16-hour live broadcast every day maintains tens of millions of viewers, which obviously represents the broad prospects of the internet video and live broadcast industry. Such a large number of viewers are attracted to the computer screen, which undoubtedly threatens the television industry. Starting from March 1st, in order to be able to watch clearer live broadcast images through computers, the sales of the latest personal computers around the world generally increased significantly in just 1 week. What makes the television industry even more uneasy is that the sales of televisions also fell significantly during the same period. Not only hardware upgrades, many users have also connected to the internet or upgraded their own network packages, just for this live broadcast. According to the feedback data of AOL, in the week starting from March 1st, a total of 460,000 new internet users opened AOL's network service, an increase of 130% month-on-month. In addition, 120,000 users upgraded their basic 256K network speed packages to 512K, and more than 30,000 users upgraded to more expensive 1M or above network speed packages. This expensive live broadcast also increased the daily user activity of Egret portal by a large margin. If users want to watch the live broadcast, they must first log into their Egret account, which has also brought a large number of new registered users to Egret recently. Simon is personally most satisfied with this live broadcast. Even at the peak of the first day when the number of viewers was close to 50 million, the live broadcast website did not experience any downtime due to user congestion. This represents Egret's increasingly mature elastic cloud computing technology. The famous American computer magazine PC Magazine also reported on this matter. Egret's cloud computing technology, which has always been kept as low-key as possible, has inevitably become the focus of attention of more high-tech companies in the industry. Chapter 608 Financial Report in Crisis. For security and privacy reasons, Simon did not intend to show the girls' lives for a long time. 1 week after the London Villa Girls live broadcast started, the Egret portal issued a notice on March 8, stating that the live broadcast would end on March 31st and last for a month. Simon originally planned to broadcast live for only 2 weeks. Considering the role of this phenomenal video live broadcast in promoting AOL, Ygritte and the entire computer and internet software and hardware industry, the live broadcast time was extended to 1 month. A month later, the girls' public enthusiasm cooled down, and Ygritte had completed detailed testing and data collection of the live broadcast technology. During the period from the end of February to the beginning of March, along with the turmoil caused by the London girls, many companies in the Westeros system successively announced a series of financial report data, either the full-year financial report of 1993 calculated according to the natural year, or the single-quarter financial report of the last natural quarter of 1993. Deanery's Entertainment Group, which is promoting its IPO plan, and the three internet industry giants Cisco, AOL and Ygritte have undoubtedly become the foremost watched companies in the Westeros system. The financial reporting cycles of the four companies are all calculated according to the natural year. Cisco was the first to announce its financial report. On February 25, Cisco released its 1993 annual financial report through the Ygritte portal. With the rapid growth of the internet industry worldwide, Cisco also completed the extensive global layout of its products in 1993. Even in order to avoid being affected by factors such as monopoly accusations and overseas countries' protection policies, Cisco's market share in the global router and switch field in 1993 dropped from more than 95% when it was just listed 3 years ago to about 75% in 1993. However, this new technology company that exploded with the rise of the World Wide Web still achieved a 135% revenue growth in 1993, with annual revenue increasing from $2.63 billion in 1992 to $6.19 billion in 1993. In order to consider technology research and development and market development in the early stage, Cisco's net profit margin in 1991 and 1992 was maintained within 10%. With the completion of the global market layout, the company's net profit margin in 1993 also increased to more than 10%, reaching 12.6%, and the net profit for the whole year was $779 million. Compared with a net profit of $252 million in 1992, the net profit in 1993 increased by 207% year-on-year. In fact, the net profit margin of 12.6% is still seriously low compared with the comprehensive cost of Cisco products. Both inside and outside Cisco know that if the company pursues profits as much as possible, it can easily achieve a net profit margin of more than 20%. However, Simon himself, Cisco's management and the majority of external shareholders have a long-term vision, so they understand that Cisco needs to focus on expansion at this time, rather than rushing to pursue profits. The capital market was affected by Cisco's 135% revenue growth and equally astonishing profit figures throughout the year. On the day of the financial report release, Cisco's stock price rose by 3.6%, and its closing market value was $57.6 billion, surpassing the food and tobacco giant Philip Morris and second only to the old industrial giant General Electric Group, which had a market value of $79.1 billion on the same day, becoming the second most valuable company in North America. After a series of large and small corporate mergers and acquisitions and management equity incentives, Westeros's shareholding in Cisco was reduced to 46.3% in early 1994. According to the market value of $57.6 billion on February 25, Simon's holdings in Cisco were worth as much as $26.7 billion, which alone exceeded any other rich man on the Forbes rich list. On February 28, the last day of February, AOL followed Cisco in releasing its 1993 financial report. AOL has also launched a global expansion plan, but unlike Cisco, an internet equipment manufacturer with relatively low overseas barriers, AOL, which focuses on the telecommunications field, has expanded overseas more slowly and basically in the form of joint ventures, so its business focus is still in North America. As of December 31, 1993, the total number of AOL users in the United States reached 32.61 million, an increase of 88% year-on-year, lower than 125% in 1992. This was mainly due to the gradual increase in the internet penetration rate in AOL's original operating areas. Although the potential for subsequent user growth is still great, the speed of residents' access to the internet has begun to slow down due to factors such as infrastructure and economic conditions. Even so, the user base of more than 30 million has accounted for 71% of the total number of worldwide web users in the United States, far exceeding any other internet service provider in the United States at this stage. Relying on such a large user base, AOL achieved a total annual revenue of $9.15 billion in 1993, a growth rate of 136% compared to the revenue scale of $3.87 billion in 1992. This data exceeded the expectations of most Wall Street analysts. However, due to huge investments in infrastructure and ADSL network upgrades, AOL's losses in 1993 were as high as $769 million, a year-on-year increase of 194%. AOL's losses were already expected, and the capital market did not react too strongly to this. You should know that after AOL issued $1.2 billion in corporate bonds last year, the total debt amount was still only $2.6 billion. Compared with the company's huge market value of more than $50 billion, the corporate debt ratio is less than 5%, which is much lower than other companies in the same industry. As AOL is about to compete fiercely with local operators in the Great Lakes and the southern United States outside the East and West Coasts, it is expected that the loss in 1994 will expand and may even exceed $1 billion. Simon knew this expectation last year, and the capital market was well aware of it. Therefore, the huge loss in the financial report data released by AOL on the day still did not affect the rise of the stock price. At the close of the afternoon of February 28, the stock price rose by 2.7% throughout the day, with a total market value of $56.2 billion, which also exceeded Philip Morris and ranked third in the U.S. corporate market value list after the stock price continued to rise that day, second only to Cisco, whose market value was $59.1 billion after the stock price continued to rise that day. Also due to various equity operations, Westeros's shareholding in AOL has slightly dropped to 65.5%, and Simon's holding of AOL shares has reached $36.8 billion on February 28. Just one weekend later, the value of Simon's Cisco stock increased from $26.7 billion on February 25 to $27.3 billion on February 28. In 3 days, the book income reached $600 million, which was more than his personal expenses of about $500 million on real estate, women, etc. in the past year. Simon's personal expenses did not actually need to be obtained by reducing his holdings of stocks. Next, for Ygritte, which is not listed for the time being and has no IPO plans in the short term, Simon actually did not want to publish the financial report of this internet company. Just like the growth of nearly 400% last year, even after the outbreak in 1992, the growth began to slow down, but it was only relative. Ygritte's specific financial report data is still very eye-catching. Moreover, the media that closely follows new technology companies pays the most attention to the last one among Cisco, AOL and Ygritte, the three internet companies affiliated with the Westeros system. In order to avoid the media's endless exploration and fabrication of various exaggerated fictitious data, Ygritte, after careful consideration, published a relatively simplified financial report on March 7. In 1993, Ygritte relied on a series of popular internet businesses such as software sales, e-wash services, e-commerce, online advertising, and software stores to accumulate revenue of $5.41 billion, a year-on-year revenue growth rate of 179%, and a full-year net loss of $393 million, a year-on-year increase of 182%. Although the full-year revenue growth rate of 179% was far lower than the 394% in 1992, it also exceeded Cisco and AOL. Compared with Ygritte's revenue growth, the loss of $393 million is completely within the acceptable range. For those who know more detailed financial report data, Ygritte's cash flow is healthier than AOL and Cisco. At the current rate of capital consumption, the $1.5 billion that Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley paid for 10% of Ygritte's shares last year is enough for the company to operate for at least 2 more years. Therefore, Ygritte, an internet company whose revenue volume can already squeeze into the list of the top 500 companies in the United States, still has a current debt ratio of 0. Anyone with a little experience in the business world knows how rare this 0 is. Today's Ygritte is almost equivalent to the combination of new technology companies such as Netscape, Yahoo, Amazon, and Google in Simon's memory. The overall revenue scale of $5.41 billion can be described as terrifying compared to the company's founding years. However, if the business is subdivided, Several of the businesses have the potential to grow into a corporate giant on their own. The outside world can only guess at the specific revenue of Ygritte's various businesses. Simon had obtained very specific data before the financial report was released. Of the total revenue of $5.41 billion, the annual turnover of Amazon's online wall increased from $620 million in 1992 to $1.36 billion in 1993, with an annual growth rate of 119%. The Ygritte department headed by Carol Bartz was re-subdivided last year. Ygritte Dreamweaver, Ygritte Fireworks, and Ygritte Flash, basic tools for the World Wide Web, were reclassified as a dedicated software department. As the demand for basic tools from internet companies around the world increased rapidly, Ygritte's basic software sales soared from $280 million in 1992 to $810 million in 1993, with an annual growth rate of 188%. It still did not directly promote itself as a cloud computing service, but continued to insist that Ygritte Web Service, the independent Ygritte department after the split, also had a substantial increase in market demand, with annual revenue reaching $790 million. The reason why the revenue of this cloud computing business, which is more core than basic software, failed to exceed that of the software department is mainly because Ygritte did not want to expose the huge scale and cost advantages of its cloud computing technology too early, so it only offered a slightly lower price when competing with traditional data center service providers. Therefore, it did not show a very attractive price advantage for users for the time being, and many internet startups were more inclined to buy servers and build websites on their own. The internet bubble will eventually burst one day. Due to the vast market demand, many technology companies, including IBM and other established computer manufacturers, have begun to get involved in the most basic data center services and have invested heavily in building traditional large-scale server data centers. It is conceivable that once the internet bubble bursts, internet companies will cut costs or even go bankrupt, which will inevitably lead to a serious oversupply of data center resources and a sharp increase in competition pressure on service providers. At that time, the elasticity and cheapness of Ygritte's cloud computing services will be revealed, and the technical accumulation will be deeper and more mature. IBM and other manufacturers have actually noticed Ygritte's cloud computing technology and have seen its huge cost advantages. However, in order to protect their own hardware and service businesses, when Ygritte is keeping a low profile and not pressing forward, established manufacturers are not keen on following up on this technology, and even instinctively resist. After all, the rise of cloud computing will inevitably lead to a shock to the hardware sales of traditional server manufacturers, which is precisely the core business of many established technology companies such as IBM. On the other hand, for cloud computing business, established companies are unwilling to follow closely, and even if startups see the broad prospects of this technology, small companies do not have enough strength and foundation to compete with Ygritte because of the technical attributes that the larger the scale of cloud computing business, the more obvious the advantages. Therefore, in the future, Ygritte will inevitably be like Amazon Oz in Simon's memory, a monopoly. Just like Kodak refused to move closer to the digital age in order to protect its own film camera interests and eventually went bankrupt, it is still the same reason. If you can't eliminate yourself, you will only be eliminated by others. Including the $120 million in revenue from other businesses such as email technology licensing, Carol Bartz is responsible for the Internet basic software and service business mainly for corporate users. The cumulative revenue is $1.72 billion, a year-on-year revenue growth of 295%. It has always been Simon's most important advertising business. Relying on the Ygritte Advertising Alliance plan that began to be promoted last year and the sharp increase in advertising demand caused by the Internet explosion, Ygritte's four major advertising business segments, including portal websites, social networks, search engines and advertising alliances, have also achieved a total online advertising revenue of $1.15 billion in the past year. Although there is still a huge gap compared to the total advertising industry value of up to $40 billion in the traditional paper media industry in the United States, the annual revenue growth rate of 313% will definitely make traditional media industry operators more nervous once it is exposed. The revenue growth rate of 313% is also the highest in Ygritte's huge business matrix. In addition, the sales revenue of IE Browser, which has always been listed separately, has brought Ygritte a total of $310 million in revenue worldwide in the past year, Relying on pre-installation by hardware manufacturers, operator channels and store sales, a year-on-year increase of 33%. This growth rate is not only the lowest growth rate among all businesses under IGRT, but the proportion of IE browser software revenue in IGRT's total annual revenue has also dropped sharply from 12% last year to 5%. The slowdown in IE browser software sales is mainly due to the openness of the internet, which has led to the rampant pirated IE browser. In order to save budget, some PC manufacturers who refuse to pay for pre-installation and many small internet service operators in and outside the United States simply privately or encourage users to actively use pirated IE software. The attitude of IGRT management is to focus on large PC manufacturers such as HP and Compaq and ISP giants such as America Online, and at the same time, to block as many pirated software resources as possible. Even so, the annual revenue of $310 million actually benefited to a large extent from the $10 pricing strategy that Simon insisted on at the beginning. The original Netscape browser used to cost as much as $50, which is actually one of the important reasons why Netscape browser lost to Microsoft IE. Even if IE did not appear, the high price of Netscape browser and the open nature of the internet would inevitably lead users to prefer pirated or free browser software. Now, IGRT's $10 price for IE browser is basically within the acceptable range of most users, and even overseas users who need to consider exchange rate factors will not feel too much of a burden. Tim Berners-Lee and other management still value the revenue brought by IE, but Simon saw the feasibility of promoting this software for free from the gradual marginalization of IE browser in IGRT's total revenue, and formally submitted the proposal to IGRT management for discussion after the financial report was released. IE browser software is free. At this stage, its most critical role is not only to promote the World Wide Web, but also to maximize the initiative in the antitrust investigations that may be encountered in the future. At present, many competitors and professional media have realized the irrationality of IE browser, fixing the homepage of IGRT portal, and proposed that users should have the freedom to set the homepage at will since they have already paid for this software. As long as IE browser is free, similar excuses will no longer apply. Just like the Android operating system in memory, IGRT invested heavily in the development of IE browser and gave users a free trial, so it can naturally get some compensation in other aspects. In fact, although Android is nominally free, this mobile operating system brings Google potential revenue of tens of billions of dollars each year, and even allows Google to successfully complete the transition from PC to mobile, which is even more crucial. In an era where whoever has the mobile phone wins the world, another search engine giant on the other side of the ocean has gradually fallen out of the ranks of top internet giants because of repeated failures in the transformation from PC to mobile. In the free IE browser software plan given by Simon, only the official website download is free, and hardware manufacturers and telecommunications companies pre-install it. Even if it is no longer charged at a price of about $10, IGRT can still charge a certain fee through reasons such as authorization service fees. Therefore, the free plan will not completely eliminate this part of revenue, and it will even increase with a continuous explosion of the PC and internet industries. Finally, the total revenue scale of software and game stores such as iStore, Steam and iPay and online payment tools is $870 million, a year-on-year increase of 141%. This part of the business, except for the online payment tool iPay, which is crucial and cannot be lost, is only carried out by Simon to enrich internet content resources. Therefore, he did not spend too much energy on it, and it can even be used as a bargaining chip to be actively abandoned when necessary. In addition, a series of internet companies supported by IGRT's emerging venture capital department are not included in IGRT's overall revenue because their shareholding ratio is generally less than 50%. In fact, these startups do not have much revenue for the time being, and the venture capital department itself is also in a pure money-burning stage. Chapter 609 Financial Report in Crisis, 2. As a pioneering new internet technology company, IGRT has never had a corresponding case before. Therefore, when the financial report was released, the media generally evaluated IGRT's market value based on the profit margins of software companies such as Microsoft and Oracle. As we all know, the net profit margin of the software industry can generally reach more than 20%. IGRT's annual revenue of $5.41 billion, calculated based on the theoretical 20% net profit, means that the company already has a potential profitability of $1 billion. In the past 3 years, There are only about 20 companies in the Fortune 500 with a net profit scale of $1 billion. Considering that Egret still maintained a revenue growth rate of 179% in 1993, if this company goes public, a price-earnings ratio of 30 times is already very conservative, and even an IPO at a price-earnings ratio of 50 times is more than enough. Potential profitability of $1 billion and a price-earnings ratio of 30 to 50 times means that Egret's market value is already between $30 billion and $50 billion. Whether it is the various media that pay attention to the 1993 financial report of Egret or the financial giants on Wall Street, the valuation of this company is generally within this range. The market value of $30 billion to $50 billion is estimated, and the middle value of $40 billion is taken. The total value of Simon's 90% stake in Egret has reached $36 billion. On the other hand, as of the close of March 7, the total value of Simon's shares in Cisco and AOL was $65.9 billion. Therefore, just holdings in Cisco, AOL, and Egret, three new technology companies, have brought Simon more than $100 billion in personal wealth. $100 billion. This figure is close to Simon's total personal net worth of $120 billion on the Forbes list last year. However, the three companies are far from the whole of the Westeros system. In the field of technology alone, Simon is still a major shareholder of Microsoft, Intel, Sun, Oracle and other companies, and at the same time has absolute control over Verizon Communications and Nokia, two giants in the field of electronic communications. The other three of the four women, Daenerys, Melisandre and Cersei, are also shining in their respective fields. In addition, the entire Westeros system directly or indirectly invests in or controls hundreds of other types of companies, and no one can guarantee that these companies will not suddenly transform into giants like Cisco, AOL, and Egret one day. According to Simon Westeros's investment vision that has been proven many times, this is almost inevitable. So, in addition to $100 billion, how much is Simon Westeros's personal assets in other fields worth? Starting from Daenerys Entertainment Group. This comprehensive entertainment industry giant, which is about to formally submit an IPO application next month, is expected to be valued at $40 billion. With Daenerys Entertainment's strength in Hollywood, the market value after listing will definitely be higher, not lower. Simon Westeros still owns 100% of Daenerys Entertainment's shares, which is directly $40 billion. For the other two women, if Cersei Capital estimates the value, the total value of the equity portion of Westeros Company is enough to reach the tens of billions level. Another $10 billion. After several years of rapid growth and continuous expansion, Melisandre, a comprehensive luxury giant rooted in Europe and not very strong in North America, has also crossed the threshold of a market value of $10 billion by relying on its Gucci, CK, Latour, Christie's, Van Cleef & Arpels and other brands. Another $10 billion. Nokia, which will release its 1993 financial report later in March, had a market value of £8.6 billion on the London Stock Exchange on March 7, equivalent to $13.3 billion. Westeros currently holds 78.3% of Nokia's shares, with a total value of $10.4 billion. Another $10 billion. Verizon Communications, which is wholly owned by Westeros, has relied on its strong expansion in the mobile communications field. Referring to the general sharp rise in the stock prices of telecommunications companies in the past 2 years, its market value is conservatively estimated to have reached $15 billion. This is $15 billion. There are also Microsoft and Intel, which are closely following the three giants Cisco, AOL and Egret in the North American technology stock market. Due to various equity changes, Westeros's holdings in Microsoft and Intel have slightly dropped to 20.7% and 14.5% respectively. The market value of the two companies on March 7 was $43.1 billion and $32.9 billion respectively, and the total value of Simon's shares was $13.7 billion. Therefore, giants such as Daenerys, Melisandre, Cersei, Verizon, Nokia, Microsoft and Intel have conservatively contributed nearly $100 billion to Simon's wealth. In total, it is $200 billion, roughly offsetting Westeros' other assets and debts, whether explicit or implicit. According to various data in March 1994, Simon has become the world's first $200 billion rich man, and is still the world's only $100 billion super rich man. A personal net worth of $200 billion is equivalent to 2.9% of the U.S. GDP of $6.8 trillion in 1993, almost twice the ratio of the Rockefeller family's wealth to GDP at its peak. According to the GDP ranking of countries around the world, Simon's personal GDP is equivalent to Sweden's GDP of $209.9 billion, which ranked 20th in 1993. According to another more comparable calculation of national wealth, because this figure is difficult to authoritatively count, according to data provided by various institutions, the national wealth is often equivalent to 4 to 6 times the GDP of each country. Taking the median value of 5 times, Simon's wealth alone is enough to squeeze into the top 50 in the world, which is equivalent to the national wealth of New Zealand, Czech Republic, Egypt, and Hungary. $200 billion is difficult for ordinary people to visualize, but for those who can feel the implicit power of wealth, it is definitely a suffocating number. On the other hand, whether or not one can feel the powerful power implied by wealth, the emotion of hatred of the rich has always been a common social phenomenon and is easily incited. Therefore, with the recent release of a series of financial reports by the Westeros system, the media has reported and exaggerated Simon's latest personal wealth, and the criticism of Simon's personal extravagant life in response to the London girl incident. Potential crises followed. The key to the matter lies in this year's midterm elections. Entering March, candidates for congressional seats in various states of the United States, who will compete for 34 seats in the Senate and all 434 seats in the House of Representatives, which account for 1/3 of the rotation this year, have entered the early election stage. Governors of 36 of the 50 states in the Federation have also entered the year of election. The voting day is unified on November 8 at the end of the year. The domestic economy of the United States has improved, the unemployment rate has continued to decline, and the victory in the Gulf War and the disintegration of the Soviet Union have also brought the United States' international reputation to the highest level. Everything seems to be moving in the direction expected by people. The result of no internal or external troubles has caused this year's midterm elections to be largely themeless. When many candidates are worried about not being able to find a hot topic that can strongly attract voters' attention, the wealth of the richest man in the Federation has reached a new high, and there is also super gossip such as the London girl incident, which is simply a target that hits the door. Period. So many unemployed people can't find jobs, so many children can't receive complete education benefits, so many families are still struggling below the poverty line, and the American people are in dire straits. Simon Westeros, you have earned more than $200 billion in personal wealth and lived a luxurious life like a king, which is outrageous to both humans and gods. It would be a shame not to punish God for what you did. Therefore, in campaigns across the United States, topics about Simon Westeros and the Westeros system have been mentioned more and more frequently, and there is no lack of traditional paper media, which still have great influence, to fuel the flames. Similar topics have therefore been directed to how to curb the continued unreasonable expansion of Simon Westeros' personal assets and how to limit the continued rapid expansion of the Westeros system. David Melrose, a Democratic congressman in Connecticut who has announced that he will seek re-election, was the first to attack, pointing directly at the Westeros system's monopoly on the internet industry. He also published a signed article in the New Haven Daily, the second largest city in Connecticut, exposing the three giants Cisco, AOL, and Grid as a monopoly internet trust. He called on the federal government and the American people to be vigilant that the internet industry, which may reach trillions of dollars in total, should not be monopolized by one person, and accused the Clinton administration's Department of Justice of inaction on such an obvious monopoly. The article even hinted at the current president's interest in the Westeros system. It has to be said that although David Melrose's article brought embarrassment to the White House and allowed the public to see the division within the Democratic Party, it also directly targeted the Westeros system's Achilles heel in the internet industry. After David Melrose made his statement, many candidates in other states began to play the card of suppressing the Westeros system, including candidates from both the Democratic and Republican parties. Because many candidates are current congressmen who are seeking re-election, similar statements quickly developed into actual actions. While lobbying or pressuring the Federal Department of Justice to take the initiative to launch an investigation, David Melrose also tried to unite a group of congressmen to set up a special investigation committee of the House of Representatives to launch an investigation into the suspected industry monopoly of the Westeros system. Due to public opinion, all the bills that the Westeros system is trying to promote have come to a standstill. Most congressmen are seeking re-election at a sensitive time, and no one dares to take the initiative to support the Westeros system and give others a handle. Moreover, this targeted investigation is already mild. Craig Ames, a left-wing Democratic senator from Wisconsin, even said that he would seek to formulate a special tax bill to impose a certain percentage of asset tax on super-rich people with personal net assets of more than $1 billion each year to balance the gap between the rich and the poor in society. Craig Ames also specifically stated that the asset tax rate for super-rich people with a net worth of $1 billion is 0.1%, the asset tax rate for rich people at the $10 billion level is 1%, and the annual asset tax rate for rich people with a net worth of $100 billion is 5% of their personal net worth. According to this tax rate, a billionaire only needs to pay $1 million for a 0.1% asset tax, which is basically dispensable. A billionaire only needs to pay $100 million for a 1% asset tax, which is also not a big deal. A 100 billionaire needs to pay $5 billion in asset tax every year for a net worth of $100 billion. Once this tax bill is passed, the federal government may have to take away all the income generated by the billionaire's personal assets every year. In more serious cases, they may have to sell assets or take out loans to pay this amount. Therefore, the 5% tax rate is obviously not a number thrown out by a senator at random. If it increases from 0.1%, 1% to 10% in sequence, it will really be unaffordable. After all, the net worth of most super-rich people is actually stock assets that are difficult to convert in the short term. Moreover, it is well known that at this stage, there is only one billionaire in the world, Simon Westeros. Based on Simon's personal net worth of $200 billion at this time, once this special asset tax is really launched, the tax he needs to pay in the first year will be as high as $10 billion. With only 3 tax rates, the tax amount jumped from $1 million to $10 billion. This strong targeting of not offending the old super-rich but cutting a large chunk of meat from Simon can be described as shameless. However, once Craig Ames's idea was proposed, it received a lot of response from the media. On the other hand, when politicians expressed their opinions one after another, it seemed that the world had suddenly suffered from Westeros for a long time. Many companies jumped out and claimed that they were suppressed by the Westeros system. Oracle's 2 main competitors, Informix and Sybase, claimed through the San Francisco Chronicle that they were subjected to unfair competition from Oracle and Ygritte. Ygritte used its monopoly advantage in the internet field to force a large number of internet sites that needed to use World Wide Web technology to purchase Oracle's database products, which had a close interest relationship with it. Not only that, Ygritte also deliberately refused to adapt the database software of Informix and Sybase in World Wide Web technology, and only made special optimizations for Oracle's products. This malicious unfair competition caused the market share of Informix and Sybase to drop from 23% and 19% 3 years ago to 11% and 6% now, almost to the brink of bankruptcy. In sharp contrast, the market share of Oracle database software has soared from 33% 3 years ago to 69% now. As this news was published, the 2 companies immediately filed a lawsuit against Oracle and Ygritte, demanding an end to this malicious unfair competition and demanding a total of up to $3 billion in compensation. Facing the accusations of the 2 database software companies, Ygritte quickly responded through a special article on its own portal website. Ygritte and Oracle do have technical cooperation, and it does not deny that the 2 companies are related by interest in the Westeros system. However, this cooperation between the 2 parties began in 1991, when the internet industry was just budding, and Ygritte was just a startup company that had just emerged and did not have any industry advantages. The 2 companies jointly invested a lot of manpower and funds in technology research and development just to more perfectly combine Ygritte's World Wide Web technology and Oracle's database software. The fundamental purpose is to promote the rapid development of the internet industry. Because of this cooperation, Oracle's database software is more adapted to the World Wide Web technology environment. This is the result of the joint efforts of both parties. Other internet companies use Oracle's products mainly because the company's software is more suitable for the World Wide Web technology environment. There is no forced purchase behavior, but a natural market choice. Informix and Sybase's accusation that Ygritte refused to adapt its database software is even more untenable, because software adaptation requires costs. Ygritte has no obligation and no strength to actively adapt technology for all software vendors. This absurd requirement is like a family being asked to prepare a room for rest for all passers-by passing by their door. Moreover, Oracle's database market share in the Internet field is only 75%. There are many other outstanding database vendors in the industry, including Informix and Sybase themselves, which have their own place in this emerging field. In short, Informix and Sybase blame their failure on other companies' lack of cooperation and help, which was a rogue act of hoping to get something for nothing. Most traditional paper media can only influence one city or one place. The influence of Ygritte Portal has spread all over the world. Therefore, after the front page article of Ygritte Portal came out, most of the public began to favor Oracle and Ygritte psychologically. In addition to this lawsuit, a small telecommunications operator in New York State named Settle Communications jumped out to accuse AOL of violating the principle of free competition and obviously suspected of monopoly in the 10-year Internet Access Service exclusive agreement signed with 3 regional operator giants in 1990. Therefore, it protested to the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, and asked the FCC to intervene in the investigation and declare the agreement invalid. Cisco was also accused of patent litigation against a router startup in Michigan to prevent the other party from supporting local telecommunications operators in disguise, thereby removing obstacles for AOL's expansion in the Great Lakes region. The strong influence of Ygritte Portal in the news and information business was once again mentioned by traditional media. The Houston Daily Star in Texas believed that Ygritte Portal's extensive influence on public opinion had affected freedom of speech and should be suppressed. At the same time, there is a clear equity-interest relationship between the 3 portals with the highest market share in the Internet field at this stage: Ygritte Portal of Ygritte Company, AOL Portal of America Online and MSN Portal of Microsoft. The 3 companies are all companies in the Westeros system. Therefore, the FCC should include Internet media in the jurisdiction of the cross-media ownership ban as soon as possible. Even the dual-class share structure of Cisco and AOL has become the focus of attack by some politicians and media, who believe that the dual-class share structure infringes on the equal voting rights that shareholders should have. And so on. As various accusations against Cisco, AOL, Ygritte and many other companies in the entire Westeros system emerged in various parts of the United States, the top management of the Westeros system was even too lazy to respond one by one. In the end, Ygritte Portal simply issued a statement. Since the late 1980s, the entire Westeros system has invested more than $10 billion in various subsidiaries to develop the Internet industry. Because of this unremitting investment, the federal public has been able to use ADSL broadband networks in just a few years, and can enjoy free news information, email, social networks and other convenient services on the Internet platform, thus creating a new Internet era. Some companies or individuals who have invented a new product can earn huge profits under the protection of federal patent law, and everything is reasonable and legal. The Westeros system has created the entire Internet era on its own, and has taken the initiative to open a large number of patents to other entrepreneurs for free to join the World Wide Web platform. It is expected to bring trillions of social output value and tens of millions of new jobs to the Federation in the future. Then, the rewards brought by this effort should also be completely reasonable and legal, rather than being labeled as a monopolist. For those companies and individuals who try to infringe on the legitimate rights and interests of the Westeros system through malicious lawsuits, illegal investigations, or even political persecution, the Westeros system will fight to the end and never compromise. Chapter 610 Sniper Plan. The public opinion situation is that a storm is coming, but the Westeros system is not as trembling as the outside world imagines. In early March, Deanery's Entertainment Group officially launched an internal employee stock subscription plan. According to the position level and years of service, Deanery's Entertainment employees will be able to subscribe to the corresponding amount of stocks at a price of 30%, 50% or 70% off the expected IPO issue price. Equity rewards for management such as Amy Pascal have also begun to be cashed. After the stock subscription and reward cashing, Deanery's Entertainment employees will hold a total of about 8% of the group's shares, and the planned IPO will issue about 12% of new shares. At that time, Simon will still hold about 80% of Deanery's Entertainment Group's shares. Not only that, Deanery's Entertainment will also adopt a dual-class share structure this time. Whether it is this employee subscription or the next IPO, the outside world can obtain Class A shares with only 1/10 of the voting rights of ordinary shares. Correspondingly, Simon's Westeros company will hold Class B shares with 10 times the voting rights. After calculation, Simon, whose shareholding ratio has been reduced to 80% after the IPO, will still retain more than 97% of the voting rights. Even if the Westeros family's shareholding ratio in Deanery's Entertainment Group drops to less than 50% after multiple expansions in the future, the absolute control will not change. Deanery's Entertainment Group's 1993 financial report was officially released in mid-March. Ignoring the ups and downs of the outside world, in order to build momentum for the upcoming IPO, the company continued to publish specific data on the Egret portal on March 15. Throughout 1993, compared with $12.7 billion in 1992, Deanery's Entertainment Group's total revenue increased by 35% to $17.1 billion, and its full-year net profit was $2.27 billion, a year-on-year increase of 219%. Among them, the film business is still the core of Deanery's Entertainment Group, contributing more than half of the profits. Driven by the strong film business, Deanery's entertainment cinema chains, theme parks, consumer peripherals and other businesses have achieved outstanding growth. The television business under Robert Iger also performed well. The public television network's reality shows and TV series were developed in parallel. Programs such as Survivor and Seinfeld have long been ranked among the top in the TV network ratings. Fashion TV, a professional fashion TV station launched last year, has been launched in many countries around the world. At the same time, it has successfully acquired all the shares of the USA basic cable network, further completing Deanery's Entertainment's layout in the cable TV business. In addition, the total debt of Deanery's Entertainment Group has increased slightly from $7.1 billion last year to $7.9 billion. However, even if calculated based on the IPO valuation of $40 billion, the debt of $7.9 billion is only equivalent to a debt ratio of 19%, which is far lower than the average level of the same industry. Even though it was expected, Deanery's Entertainment Group's 1993 financial report still exceeded many people's expectations, especially the profit. The net profit of $2.27 billion for the whole year is almost equivalent to the total profit of the other 6 major Hollywood studios. Of course, there are doubts. Many professional media and Wall Street analysts believe that Deanery's Entertainment's financial report is specially tailored for this year's IPO, and it may not be able to achieve such outstanding profits after listing. However, there is not much market for similar doubts. The net profit of $2.27 billion is only 13.2% compared with a revenue of $17.1 billion of Deanery's Entertainment, which is not high in the general net profit range of 10% to 15% in the Hollywood entertainment industry. As long as the revenue scale of Deanery's Entertainment does not shrink significantly in the future, it will not be difficult to continue to maintain the profit level of 1993. Will the revenue performance of Deanery's Entertainment Group shrink? Just looking at the popular projects such as the DC Movie Universe series, Pixar Animation Studios, and the Jurassic Park series in the hands of this company, this will not happen at least in the next 3 to 5 years. However, another argument also began to emerge. Some Wall Street analysts believe that Deanery's Entertainment's performance has peaked. Although it will not decline in the short term, it is not easy to improve it much. Therefore, they are not optimistic about the long-term development prospects of this entertainment industry giant after its listing. After such opinions were released, they inevitably received a lot of recognition. Then the spearhead was also directed at Deanery's Entertainment's expected IPO PE ratio of about 20 times, which was considered to be obviously too high. Considering that Deanery's Entertainment Group's future performance growth may slow down significantly, the truly appropriate IPO PE ratio is about 10 to 15 times. Simon's bottom line for Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs stock underwriting is that the IPO PE ratio is at least 20 times. After the official financial report was released, based on the net profit scale of $2.27 billion, the correct IPO valuation bottom line should be $45.4 billion. Simon has no intention of making concessions on this high valuation that has exceeded the total scale of most corporate giants in the world and can enter the $50 billion market value club with a slight increase after listing. This will inevitably make the capital from all walks of life who intend to subscribe feel unhappy. After all, subscribers certainly hope that the issue price of Deaneries Entertainment's shares will be as low as possible, so as to maximize profits. The corresponding pessimistic argument is also born from this. Simon is not worried about this. Most companies conduct IPOs to raise funds for the company's next development, so they are generally worried about failure, but Deaneries Entertainment does not have such worries. If it were not for the next expansion layout, Simon would not have needed to list Deaneries Entertainment. Therefore, even if the worst happens and the IPO fails, it will not cause much damage to Deaneries Entertainment. At most, it will only lose an investment bank service fee. What's more, although they say that the valuation is high, everyone knows that among the companies that have gone public in recent years, there are actually not many companies that are better than Deaneries Entertainment stocks. If there are any, they are basically new technology companies such as Cisco and AOL in the Westeros system. Moreover, even Cisco and AOL are still in the growth stage of companies with uncertain development prospects. Deaneries Entertainment has already been very solid in terms of revenue and profit. Malibu, Deaneries Cinema. The time is Friday, March 18th. For the more sensitive employees within the Westeros system, the outside world is disturbing, and there are changes around them. Deaneries Studios has recently upgraded its security again, and the number of security personnel and monitoring facilities in the park has increased significantly. The three-story studio, which is similar to a terraced layout, has not changed much. The bottom floor, which is also the busiest studio area on weekdays, has not changed much. Going up, the office area on the second floor and the administrative area on the third floor, the access control process has been strengthened, and no visitors without an appointment are allowed to enter. As for the reason, most people who feel this believe that it is the instinctive reaction of their bosses under the pressure of public opinion. However, only a very few people know the real situation. A week ago, a white young man in his 20s suddenly drove into the Dumai Cape Manor area, but he was discovered and stopped by the security just after entering the outer building area of the manor. The young man found that he could not get away with it, so he used an automatic rifle to shoot at the security in the car. Fortunately, the security team of Dumai Cape Manor is not an ordinary security guard. Most of them have a background in special forces or special police. After joining the company, they have to undergo at least 2 security-intensive trainings every year to ensure that they will not slack off. Therefore, when the 2 security guards were caught off guard and all shot, one of them still quickly pulled out his gun and fought back, shooting accurately at the young man's head and heart through the car door twice. The other security guards who discovered the situation arrived within 1 minute and found 2 rifles, a large number of magazines and 5 grenades in the dead young man's car. And a suicide note. In the suicide note, the young man said that he wanted to kill all Westeros, so that all the wealth of the evil Westeros family would return to society. The gunshots attracted the police calls from the surrounding residents and the subsequent police interrogation. The matter was completely covered up by the Cape Dumai Manor, but it was claimed that the family bodyguards were practicing shooting. The 2 injured security guards were also secretly sent to the Westeros family's private hospital for treatment. The identity of the young man was found out within an hour. Simon personally led the family's intelligence team to search the other party's apartment. There was no gain for the time being, but he did not give up. Although he was not a conspiracy theorist, Simon never believed that something would happen for no reason, so he specially arranged 2 teams to carefully investigate the matter. As for the assassin, including the Chevrolet sedan that broke into Cape Dumai Manor, they all disappeared. All those who knew about it were given the strictest gag order. The experience of top wealthy politicians being kidnapped and assassinated is far more than the public imagines, but very few cases have been exposed. This is not without reason. Because once such things are exposed, it is easy to attract imitators. There is no shortage of people who act in extremes in this world. After the incident, the security level of the Westeros family was raised across the board, including public areas where everyone in the family might appear. Jennifer, who was still in fear, also prepared several sets of special bulletproof vests for Simon and asked him to wear them in public. Simon joked that if he was hit on the head, wearing a bulletproof vest would be useless, and the female assistant burst into tears on the spot. In his 2 lives, Simon has never been afraid of death. Now, he is only worried that people around him will be hurt because of him. Therefore, if he needs to choose, he will not hesitate to take the initiative. Building number 1, the administrative area of the studio. Larry Ellison and Simon walked out of the office together. Finally, they made a few solemn promises. Ellison also nodded to Miss A outside, and then he turned and left. In the series of lawsuits against many companies in the Westeros system during this period, the dispute between Oracle and two other competing database software companies, Informix and Sybase, was quite eye-catching. The Westeros system responded firmly on the Egret portal, but in fact, it is unlikely that Oracle really did not use any over-the-border means. Larry Ellison has never been a law-abiding businessman, otherwise he would not have sent people to search Microsoft's trash can. Cruel business competition, especially between giants, actually does not allow for compliance. Simon had no objection to this. The key is that you must be able to deal with the trouble when it arises. Today's meeting is to ask Ellison to personally explain the whole matter and the subsequent handling plan. After Ellison left, Miss A followed her boss into the office with a few documents in her hands. Simon went to his desk and sat down, putting away the script that was originally spread out. With just a glance, Lady A recognized that this was a new project that MGM was brewing, Broken Arrow. However, the script had been delivered 3 days ago. According to her understanding of her boss's work habits, Simon should have read it in his spare time. I don't know why he was still flipping through it. Broken Arrow is the latest work of Graham Yost, the screenwriter of Speed. Speed will be released this summer. The film has been completed in post-production. The MGM team and Simon himself are very satisfied with the film. Shirley Lansing directly signed Yost's new script. The name Broken Arrow is actually a military term for the accidental loss of nuclear weapons in the U.S. military. The story of the script revolves around a nuclear weapon loss incident. There are actually many similar stories in Hollywood movies. In True Lies, which will be released this summer, Schwarzenegger also needs to deal with a nuclear explosion crisis in the film. Soon, she put away some doubts in her mind. She handed Simon several documents and said, "Boss, this is the recent candidate files of the U.S. states for the Westeros system that Greenwich just sent over." Mr. Sklar picked out 23 people in total, including 7 Democrats and 16 Republicans. Among them, there are 3 senator candidates, 2 of whom are in office, and 20 congressional candidates, 16 of whom are in office. Simon listened to Allison's brief description and opened the first folder. The first one was the list of 23 congressional candidates. David Melrose, a Democratic congressman from Connecticut who was supported by the Hearst family and had been confronting the Westeros system, was in a very prominent position. Craig Ames, a Democratic senator from Wisconsin who proposed to levy an asset tax, ranked high. David Melrose and Craig Ames are the 2 most active politicians against the Westeros system recently. It is a little ironic that both of them are from the Democratic Party, supported by the Westeros system. In comparison, most Republicans who target the Westeros system do not have very radical opinions. The list is followed by detailed information about the 23 congressmen, including their political resumes and recent opinions on the Westeros system. Simon flipped through the list and gestured to Lady A. Allison continued, "There is also a file below, which is the information of the main competitors of the 23 congressional candidates. Then there is the head of the Wisconsin sniper team recommended by Mr. Sklar, named Paul Spatz, 37 years old, from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, graduated from the University of Wisconsin, and was originally the head of Verizon Telecom's political lobbying department and corporate-affiliated political action committee. In his early years, he worked in Milwaukee for 10 years in various political lobbying-related jobs and is very familiar with the local political and economic environment. Faced with the recent attacks from the media and politicians, the Westeros system will certainly not remain indifferent." Chapter 611 Sniper Plan, 2. After Simon nodded slightly, Lady A continued, "There is also a report on campaign funds. It is expected that the campaign funds of each senator candidate this year will reach $4 million, and the average campaign funds of representatives will be about $500,000 to $600,000. Compared with 1992, they have doubled in their minds, which is very beneficial to us." Simon has also carefully sorted out the information about the 1994 midterm elections in his mind these days. In the memory of the 1994 midterm elections, the Democratic Party suffered a devastating defeat that had not been seen in decades. The most important point is that it highlights the role of money in political campaigns. Among them, the 2 California senator candidates, veteran Democratic politician Dianne Feinstein and energy tycoon Michael Huffington, have invested a total of $41 million in campaign funds in order to compete for a senator seat, which is equivalent to 10 times the average campaign funds of $4 million per senator candidate this year. And this $4 million alone is more than double the average campaign funds of less than $2 million in the 1992 senator election. In 1994, the campaign funds of each representative were $600,000, which also doubled. It was from 1994 that the U.S. political elections re-entered the era of money being king. In order to obtain more campaign funds, members of the two parties began to accelerate the promotion of legislation to relax restrictions on political campaign fundraising. This trend is obviously in favor of Simon, who has the least shortage of money now. Seeing that Simon had no objection, Lady A continued, "There is another thing. 3 of the 7 Democratic candidates on our sniper list are also targets of the National Rifle Association. 1 of the 16 Republican candidates is on the list of targets of the National Rifle Association, and there are 3 similar targets among their Democratic opponents. In short, we have 4 common targets with the National Rifle Association and 3 mutual targets. The National Rifle Association did this mainly because those people voted for the Brady Bill last year. The Brady Bill is a gun control bill, the core provision of which is to set a waiting period to force criminal background checks on gun buyers. For decades, people from both parties in the United States have been trying to promote similar bills, until it was finally passed last year. The passage of the Brady Bill and another assault weapons ban that Simon remembered was launched in the second half of this year completely angered the powerful National Rifle Association. The National Rifle Association played an important role in the Democratic Party's disastrous defeat in the 1994 midterm elections. After 1994, the political influence of the National Rifle Association reached its peak. Both the White House and Congress avoided it, resulting in no politicians daring to touch the gun laws for many years. Not only that, when the assault weapons ban expired 10 years later, even though public opinion demanded an indefinite extension of the ban, both parties in the United States chose to ignore it, resulting in a variety of high-powered assault weapons returning to the market, and the frequency of shootings in the United States increased significantly. Simon's sniper plan this time is actually imitating the operation of the National Rifle Association. Although the National Rifle Association has a deep foundation accumulated for hundreds of years, its economic strength is far inferior to the current Westeros system. Therefore, through this sniper plan, Simon hopes to achieve a similar deterrent effect as the National Rifle Association after the 1994 midterm elections in his memory. Thinking about this, Simon immediately remembered another thing. The Westeros system has already fostered the power of the congressmen, and some of them may be among the targets of the National Rifle Association this year. In any case, this part of the Westeros system's base is even more important than the current sniper plan, so it must be ensured. Simon raised his head and was about to say something to Miss A, but after thinking about it, he said, "Help me to pick up Joseph." When Larry Ellison just left, it was already time to get off work on the West Coast, and it was 8 o'clock in the evening on the East Coast, but Simon couldn't care too much. Miss A felt Simon's tone, nodded, and turned to walk out. A few minutes later, Joseph Sclapp's call was received on Simon's office landline. After saying hello, he learned that the other party was at a cocktail party at a senator's home in Washington. The other party was a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee and one of the core members of the Westeros system's political base. After a brief chat, Simon and Sclapp talked about what he had just thought of. Joseph Sclapp actually realized this problem and originally wanted to communicate with Simon in the next few days. Since Simon mentioned it at this time, the two discussed a general countermeasure on the phone. For a bill to be passed, it needs more than half of the members to vote. However, the National Rifle Association cannot target all the members who voted for the Brady Bill and other gun control laws. Instead, it can select typical ones like the Westeros system, which leaves a lot of room for maneuver. Joseph Sclapp said that it is not difficult to remove most of the basic base of the Westeros system from the National Rifle Association's target list. Of course, this process will inevitably involve some bargaining and exchange. Even if it cannot be removed in the end, both sides will show their talents in the election. Since Sclapp still has social engagements, Simon did not talk to him much. Sclapp agreed to fly to the West Coast on Sunday to discuss various recent matters. Simon said a few words to a senator, and the two hung up the phone. Continuing to roughly browse the stack of documents in front of him, Simon wrote down some matters that needed attention and forwarded them to Allison outside by email. It was not until after 6 o'clock that he left work. Returning to Cape Dumay Manor, as soon as he entered the door of Shale Villa, Janet came up with a little kid in her arms, claiming that there was another child in the family who could call her mother. Veronica, who had just returned from the East Coast today, followed with Melbourne and Jennifer, who was holding little Nick, with expressions of surprise and joy. Simon was still a little confused, but Janet had already lifted a little girl with a pair of special eyes in front of him and urged, "Sil, call me Mom." Seattle was held by Janet and looked at Simon. She blinked her beautiful blue eyes, and seemed to hesitate for a moment, but still opened her little mouth and called out a word to Simon in a very soft voice, "Mom." Simon. Janet obviously didn't feel anything wrong, and her mood was more excited than that of a little kid's biological mother, saying, "See, I knew it a long time ago. Sil is a genius, even better than those little vases Simon keeps." Veronica, who was standing next to him, saw Simon's depressed look and smiled. The female assistant handed Nick to the girl next to her, and smiled as she took the child from Janet. She said to Simon, "Seer rarely cries on weekdays and is always very quiet. I have always worried that she will speak very late. I tried it casually in the afternoon, and the baby cried out." Then she looked at her daughter in her arms and pointed at Simon and said, "Seer, this is Daddy, call Daddy." For a child who has just learned to speak, the word Daddy is actually more difficult to say than Mom. However, the female assistant only taught it once, and the little girl looked at Simon for a moment and called out softly. The pronunciation was obviously not standard, but several adults present could clearly distinguish that this was Daddy. Janet also took her second son from the girl at this time and did the same thing. "Baby, call Mom." "Well, call Daddy, too, hurry up, or you can't eat at night." "You really can't eat." Unfortunately, a certain little guy just looked at his mother blankly, probably feeling Janet's vicious threat, and soon cried out. Melbourne, who had always been holding Veronica's hand and standing beside her, could not help but hide to the side when she saw this. She was very worried that her mother would not let her eat. Simon took off his coat and handed it to Leah. He took little Nick from Janet's arms and coaxed him softly. The family walked to the glass curtain wall of Shale Villa together, while lecturing Janet, "Nick is still young, don't bother him." Janet followed Simon and said dissatisfiedly, "Sir is also very young." The two little guys were born only 3 days apart, one on November 3rd and the other on November 6th. Until now, they are not even 5 months old. Seattle is very special. Everyone discovered this shortly after the little girl was born. The little child, who should have been innocent and ignorant, always liked to look at everything around with a pair of beautiful eyes full of curiosity. Moreover, she was very quiet most of the time. The female assistant once suspected that the child had hearing problems, so she was specially examined for this. Of course, the little guy is very healthy. The pediatrician who is responsible for examining the child determined at the time that Seattle would be very smart in the future. "I just didn't expect my daughter to be able to call Mom and Dad when she was just over 4 months old." As a father of 3 children, and with a lot of life experience, Simon knew very well that most children, even the smarter ones, need about 8 months to be able to make simple pronunciations, and usually start to learn to speak formally after 1 year old. Judging from his daughter's reaction just now, the little girl can not only call Mom and Dad, but also knows the meaning, otherwise she would not hesitate before Janet urged her to call Simon Mom, which is even more rare. After all, most children learn some simple language before the age of 1, more of it is just a conditioned reflex after a long period of guidance from their parents, tending to instinct rather than autonomous consciousness. At a certain moment just now, Simon even had the idea that his daughter might be the same as himself, but after thinking about it carefully, he denied this idea. First of all, there can't be such a coincidence in this world. Secondly, in Simon's opinion, the little girl's usual gaze is more of a baby's pure curiosity about the world, without the insight of an adult. Having lived 2 lives, Simon can still be sure of this. Everyone sat down on the sofa by the curtain wall. The family enjoyed parent-child time under the setting of the sunset clouds that covered the horizon and the sea in the evening. After repeatedly teaching little Nick to speak failed, Janet discussed with the female assistant about changing the child again, and she doubted that Seattle was originally her daughter. After all, she was so smart, Simon was so smart, and the child should also be smart. How come Melbourne and little Nick were so stupid, but the female assistant gave birth to a smart daughter. This is unreasonable. Simon actually thought so too. Both sons are very healthy, so according to some theories, they should be very smart. In fact, Melbourne is also very smart. The little guy is less than 2.5 years old now. Under the patient teaching of Veronica and the female assistant, he has learned many words and speaks very fluently. He is even more amazing when observing his moody mother. It's a pity that he is eclipsed by his sister. In response to Janet's argument, the female assistant smiled and refuted that she was also very smart, and it might be that the genes are more compatible with the child's father, so she gave birth to a little genius. Alice, the maid, rebelled, daring to be so rebellious. This is simply a provocation. So the two women, who are already mothers, laughed and fought each other until Simon personally persuaded them to separate. As a mediator, he was threatened by the female assistant to sign an unequal treaty, promising not to go to San Francisco on a business trip this weekend, and to stay at home with the children. The lights were on. Girl D came to remind them that dinner was ready, and the family got up and went to the restaurant. After dinner, the female assistant did not go to the villa next door as she did in the past. Since something happened last week, everyone lived in the shell villa, and Veronica did not go to her apartment in the east. The three children were accompanied by Veronica, and Simon and the other two snuggled together on the sofa in the living room of the villa to watch TV, occasionally chatting about some topics. At 10 o'clock, after seeing the children, the three of them went up to the master bedroom on the third floor to rest. Janet didn't care much about the three of them being together, and she always liked to take advantage of the female assistant. On the contrary, Jennifer was not very adaptable at first, but she soon got used to it. Recently, she also developed a habit similar to Janet, liking to hug the man next to her tightly in her sleep. It seems that Simon will disappear suddenly. The assassination a few days ago, which did not pose any threat to the Westeros family at all, was not a matter of no trace after all. I originally planned to go to San Francisco on the weekend, but since I promised the female assistant yesterday, I didn't go. I just discussed various matters with several executives in Silicon Valley through video conferences. The main one is the cooperation negotiation between Ygritte and the Salzburg family behind the New York Times Group. Last month, the intention of reconciliation was conveyed through Joseph Scrapp. Simon had a meeting with Arthur Salzburg Jr., the current head of the Salzburg family. Both sides were quite happy, but Simon did not promise anything immediately. He just asked the executives of the New York Times Group and the Ygritte team to negotiate cooperation on their own. The progress was smooth, but since the London girl incident broke out at the beginning of the month, and Simon's personal wealth exceeded $200 billion, the New York Times Group's negotiation team probably felt that their importance had increased, and they started to hold tight again. Simon's response to Bezos was that he would never give in, and he was even more demanding. After merging with the Boston Globe last year, the New York Times Group now has 32 newspapers, 39 magazines, 5 local TV stations, 2 radio stations and other types of media-affiliated companies in North America. Even The Hollywood Reporter, one of the 2 most important media in Hollywood, holds a 33% stake in the New York Times Group. If it were still in the pre-internet era, no one would dare to provoke such a super media empire that was as powerful as the Hearst Group to incite a war, and Simon would definitely try to make friends with it. But now it is different from the past. Although Ygritte has never claimed to be a media company, anyone with a discerning eye can understand that the public influence of this internet platform is no less than that of traditional old media. Even if the users of all 32 newspapers of the New York Times Group are added together, the scale cannot be compared with the Ygritte portal, which almost monopolizes the internet access of 85 million internet users in North America. That's right, in the first quarter of 1994, the total number of internet users in the United States increased by 10 million compared with 75 million at the end of 1993. It is estimated that the total number of internet users in North America will exceed 100 million by the end of 1994. In comparison, the total number of subscribers of all 32 newspapers of the New York Times Group is only about 9 million. Except for the million subscribers such as the New York Times and the Boston Globe, the subscription volume of most of the regional newspapers under the other party is only at the level of hundreds of thousands. Chapter 612 Are You Afraid? The progress of the cooperation negotiation between Ygritte and the New York Times Group, the company's response plan for a series of recent lawsuits, the IE browser-free plan, the buyout and subscription plan for the basic tool software of the World Wide Web, the development overview of key startups supported by the venture capital department, etc. Although he did not go to San Francisco, Simon stayed in the study of the villa all day on Saturday to discuss various matters with Silicon Valley. Simon has always tried his best to avoid becoming a micromanager, but as Ygritte grows larger and larger, more and more things need his personal participation in decision-making. It's not that he doesn't trust the management, but the internet is an absolutely emerging industry with no precedent to compare. Once it goes in the wrong direction in the early stage of development, it will be even more difficult to reverse it. For example, this cooperation with the New York Times Group. Both Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz, who is not in charge of the online portal department, said that they should refuse to join the content resources of the New York Times Group in the field of news and information, where the company can already provide content to users independently. The two believe that doing so may lead to Ygritte's media discourse power in the internet field being diverted by the New York Times Group. To a large extent, the two are actually right to think so. Introducing the news content of the New York Times Group and even directing traffic to the other party's professional news website will inevitably lead to many users leaving the Ygritte portal to seek more professional news information. On the surface, this is very unfavorable for the Ygritte portal to control the direction of internet media. However, if it refuses to cooperate, can Ygritte really hold this position for a long time? Apart from other things, just comparing the staff size of the news and information team, the number of employees in the News and Information Department of Ygritte portal, about 500 people, is even less than one-third of the 1,600 employees of the New York Times. The backwardness of the paper media group in the internet field is by no means their weak ability to create content. The key lies in the fact that traditional media must protect their vested interests. Once the paper media forces are completely open to digitalization, Ygritte portal will not be able to compete with traditional media with deep roots in news and information. Of course, unless facing a critical moment of life and death, it is unlikely that paper media will completely turn to digitalization for a long time in the future. However, even if it is only part of the effort, if Ygritte portal refuses to cooperate with it, it will only push a large amount of content resources from traditional paper media to competitors, and may even eventually cause competitors to grow bigger. The most important point is that Simon has repeatedly emphasized since the beginning of Ygritte's development that portal websites are not the core of Ygritte. In the field of network business, Ygritte needs to protect only three things at all costs: search engines, social networks, and e-commerce. In the past, several executives may not understand that with the continuous popularization of the internet and users becoming more proficient in surfing the internet, the rapid growth of search engine business is completely visible to the naked eye. After all, after becoming familiar with the internet, users will only tend to bypass the recommendations of portal websites and directly find content that interests them. As for social networks, when everyone is concentrated in one social circle, it is basically impossible to change to another online social environment, so it is difficult for latecomers to shake the social network that has already formed a sufficient scale. Only by mastering search engines and social networks can we truly master the content interface of the internet in the future. At that time, through these two invisible networks, Ygritte will only see what users want to see. No matter how professional and rich your news content is, if it cannot appear in search engines and social networks, or is deliberately hidden in the most inconspicuous corners, then everything is equivalent to nothing. This is the truly indestructible right to speak. Relatively speaking, portal websites are much easier to copy. If Ygritte pushes a large amount of content resources to its competitors in the current Internet 1.0 era, when portals are still crucial, it is likely to give the other party an opportunity to transform, causing Ygritte to be caught up or even surpassed before its foundation in the Internet 2.0 model is deeply rooted. On the contrary, opening up to accepting content resources will also form a Matthew effect of the strong getting stronger to a large extent. Not only that, the digital content of traditional media seems to have gained more influence in this process, but many paper media want to obtain traffic imports from the Ygritte portal, whether actively or passively, and must act in accordance with the rules of the Ygritte portal. It is a very simple truth that content that tends to the Westeros system will inevitably be more easily recommended, and articles attacking the Westeros system will definitely be suppressed. This potential impact will be further transmitted to traditional paper media platforms. As long as a newspaper cooperates with the Ygritte portal, even if it just wants to publish an article targeting the Westeros system on the paper media platform, it must consider whether this will affect the cooperation between the two parties in the Internet field. Therefore, introducing the content of the New York Times Group, or even cooperating with more other paper media companies, will not affect Ygritte's Internet media influence, but will increase this voice. In addition to content cooperation, the New York Times Group also proposed to invest in Broadcast, an online radio site invested by Ygritte, and obtain patent authorization for online video live broadcast technology. Simon agreed to all of them. In memory, Broadcast, an online radio site, can be regarded as the most failed enterprise in the Internet 1.0 era. Yahoo spent billions of dollars to acquire this website in a stock swap model, but only got a mess in the end. Since a similar project has been launched, Simon does not want to repeat the same mistakes. Therefore, during the project planning process, Simon adopted more of the Himalaya network model in his memory. In addition to introducing traditional radio resources, the new Broadcast focuses more on the development of online film review content such as personal radio, audiobooks, online music, and educational courses. Compared with the immediacy of traditional radio, Broadcast invested by Ygritte will save a large number of fixed audio resources. Simon even considered that when iPlayer is launched next year, Broadcast can directly serve as the content cooperation platform of this hardware player. It is not realistic to lobby large record companies to provide music resources to the Internet in the short term. However, in addition to music, the rich audiobooks, educational courses and other types of audio resources provided by Broadcast can also promote the promotion of iPlayer digital music players. Since this Broadcast is no longer the same Broadcast, Simon is actually reluctant to share this website with the New York Times Group. It was only because of the fact that the New York Times Group has a large amount of paper media content that can be converted into audio resources that Simon agreed to it. However, he only agreed to give the other party 15% of the shares at most, and the asking price was $30 million. Therefore, the valuation of the Broadcast website reached $200 million. In comparison, when the project was launched last year, Ygritte only spent $10 million to acquire 80% of the shares of the Broadcast website. Of course, the additional advertising resources and traffic import value given by Ygritte are not comparable to the mere $10 million. In addition, the online video live broadcast technology is mainly because the recent London Girl live broadcast has made the public aware of the possibility of the Internet replacing the television industry. Traditional paper media have always hoped to enter the television industry, but they have been unable to do so due to the long-term restrictions of the cross-media ownership ban. The New York Times Group saw the possibility of directly transitioning to Internet video media across the television platform, so they wanted to occupy the pit in advance. In addition to this demonstration live broadcast, Ygritte has no plans to create a dedicated video website or live broadcast website in the short term. It will only open a small number of test services like the trailer of the Ygritte portal movie section. At this stage, the network bandwidth and hardware equipment of most users cannot meet the needs of watching online videos in a process, and the storage and bandwidth consumption of video websites are too large. Opening a professional website can neither provide users with the best video experience nor be very expensive. Therefore, since the New York Times Group wants it, just take it. I personally decided to cooperate with the New York Times Group. The other IE browser free plan and the World Wide Web basic tool software buyout and subscription plan were also completely determined in today's discussion. Regarding the free plan of IE browser, after completing the communication with pre-installed hardware manufacturers and telecom operators, IE will probably be officially announced as free before May. Another plan to change the sales model of basic tools for the World Wide Web from buyout to subscription was proposed by Carol Bartz. In fact, this matter was discussed after several basic software were just launched. At that time, Simon preferred a one-time buyout, which was mainly determined by the software sales environment at that time. After all, Microsoft's Windows and Oracle's database software were all one-time buyouts. After a few years, Carol Bartz brought up this matter again, expressing the hope to change the buyout to subscription, so that a more lasting and stable income can be obtained. On the other hand, it is also out of consideration for promoting the latest technologies of the World Wide Web as soon as possible. The Internet has entered a period of explosive growth, and the update speed of World Wide Web technology is also very fast. The software versions purchased by many users may be outdated in just 1 year. Timely updates will undoubtedly require additional expenses. If they are not updated, many new World Wide Web technologies will not be available. From the perspective of Ygritte, a software developer, constantly promoting users to buy new versions of software is undoubtedly the best choice to maximize profits, but everyone is not stupid, and doing so is too easy to be hated. As a result, there are signs of rampant pirated Ygritte series basic tool software at this stage. Many small startup companies, after purchasing a set of genuine software, simply quietly turn to piracy because they are unwilling to spend the subsequent update costs. Even if Ygritte officially pursues it, it can use the old version of the genuine software to make up the number, which has unknowingly caused great losses to Ygritte. Therefore, switching from buyout to subscription can not only ensure that users can use the latest software at any time, but also avoid one-time expensive expenses. The current internet speed can basically support the online instant update of software. For Ygritte, doing so may cause a significant decline in the short-term sales of the software department, but will bring more lasting long-term stable income. At the same time, the registration of subscription users can also solve the piracy problem to the greatest extent. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Janet came to the study. Simon was still discussing the happy farm that was about to be officially launched with the head of Ygritte's online game department. Just nodding to Simon, Janet sent away Girl A, who was walking beside, to sort out a thick stack of information, and picked up a copy by herself. This was a lawsuit filed by a website called 33list against Ygritte's advertising alliance plan for suspected monopoly. Janet couldn't help curling her lips just by looking at the name 33list. It's obviously following the trend of 58list. She threw it away and picked up another one. It was an IE browser plugin development studio suing Ygritte to block the homepage change plugin it developed. Tisk. Change IE homepage. Such an anti-human plugin, it's just crazy. She threw it away again and searched for it several times. Finally, she saw a relatively reliable lawsuit. An internet user who is a lawyer in New York State questioned Ygritte's precise advertising push and suspected violation of his personal privacy. Therefore, he joined other users to launch a class action lawsuit. After selecting this document, Janet leaned on the sofa in the reception area and read it with relish. Simon continued to discuss with San Francisco for more than 10 minutes, and finally turned off the call screen on the desk, and turned to the computer screen next to him to reread the general information of Happy Farm, which will be officially launched next Friday. The Happy Farm social game project was launched in mid-January. The development cycle of this simple game was only 2 weeks. Simon generously gave the development team a month at first. It was only after Simon gave a rough plan that the game development team that moved to the Alabama farm was obviously a bit self-indulgent. The development team needs to be encouraged to maintain a strong interest in their own projects and generate a lot of ideas. In addition, the new plan given by the team also made Simon very satisfied, so he simply let them play freely. In order to support this game, the total number of people in a small team on a farm in Alabama has more than doubled unknowingly during the development process. Of course, Simon also gave the deadline that the game must be launched before Easter. 2 months later, the new Happy Farm was finally completed. Compared with this simple web flash game with only planting and stealing systems in memory, probably because they are used to making relatively complex standalone games, the development team from AO has added additional settings such as home upgrade system, beast attack setting and pet training system to this small game in these 2 months. The interactivity between different players has also increased significantly. Not only can they steal vegetables and take care of each other's fields, but they can also help friends drive away beasts that attack farms, help upgrade houses and even go to strangers' farms for adventure hunting. Simon also specifically provided some suggestions for the home upgrade system based on the memory of the games hintu he had played. The most important point is that the higher the level of the house, the more beautiful it must be. For this reason, the development team asked him for the image authorization of the Shell Villa in Cape Dumai Manor, intending to use it as one of the templates for the highest level 12 houses. Simon did not agree to this request, but the team also collected a lot of beautiful patterns. In the final game, all the settings perfectly formed a complete mini ecosystem. After the output of the farmland is sold, it can not only buy seeds, but also exchange for building materials for the home, which can be used to continuously upgrade more beautiful homes and other facilities such as kennels and fences. Driving away wild beasts can get food for various types of pets. Pets also have a simple attribute system. The more outstanding the pet, the stronger its ability to protect the farm. Pets between friends can also breed and trade with each other. In order to steal vegetables, the game also adds trap tools. Once the thief is arrested, he needs to pay a ransom to get out. For the house upgrade system, if the player does not spend a penny and works hard every day to farm, it will take at least 1 year to reach the full level of 12. Of course, if you use the fertilizer props to produce output without considering the cost, because the upgrades of houses, dog houses, fences and other parts have time limits, and props cannot be used to shorten the time, it will also take at least 1 week to reach the maximum level. Moreover, if you really do this, the money needed to buy fertilizer props and the whole process will reach $2 million, which is exactly the cost of a real villa in reality. So on and so forth. The overall playability has increased by more than 10 times compared to the simple game in Simon's memory. In addition, fertilizer props are still set as the final source of income for this game. According to the theory that you must give before you take, the game sets up a sign-in system. Signing in every day can get a bag of fertilizer props that can only be bought with money, and there will be additional rewards for continuous sign-ins. Of course, the increase in playability will inevitably make this game more complicated. If players want to try this game, they need to download an installation package of about 15 MB, which is already comparable to the size of the current IE software itself. Fortunately, this process does not need to be completed overnight. After the user enters the game interface and clicks on the download license, the game can be quietly downloaded within 10 minutes according to the basic network speed of 256K of the ADSL network of America Online, and no special installation is required. 10 minutes is by no means a long time. After the user completes the simple novice guidance process in the early stage and harvests a crop, the game has been downloaded and installed without knowing it. In order to support the promotion of the new Flash technology, the IE software team of Ygritte Company specially optimized the Ygritte Flash player software for this small game, and plan to develop a more independent Flash game support kernel once the game is accepted by users, even if it is not too successful. This plan was sent from the head of the IE department to Simon, and everyone agreed with it. Just like the Ygritte Flash player software that focuses more on video support, adding a game kernel that is more suitable for running web games can further strengthen the technical barriers of Ygritte IE browser software. Even if the browser technology has to be licensed out due to antitrust restrictions of the federal government in the future, other software manufacturers will not be able to achieve the same powerful functions as IE in the short term. Simon's personal opinion on this matter is that the game kernel must not drag down the overall running speed of IE software, and the user's software experience must always be put first. If this cannot be achieved, he will not hesitate to cancel this project in the future. IE browser software is the core of Ygritte at this stage, and this suggestion has also been unanimously recognized by several core executives such as Bezos. After reading the information of Happy Farm, Simon wrote some ideas that he had just generated into an email and sent it to San Francisco, and finally turned off the computer. He stood up and stretched his body. Seeing Janet leaning on the sofa not far away and looking through the information, Simon walked around the desk to the reception area, reached behind the sofa, held the woman's face and kissed her, and asked, "What are you looking at?" Janet tilted her head back, shook a lawsuit document in her hand, but threw it away casually, tilted her face and rubbed Simon's palm intimately. Simon felt Janet's dependence, and after a moment, he said, "Or, you and Jenny can go to Australia to live for a while." "No, I want to stay here with you," Janet immediately refused, and said, "Or we go together." Simon could only refuse. "You know, I've been a bit busy lately." "Well," Janet said, grabbing Simon's hand and pulling him towards her, aiming to look the man in the eye, "Little boy, are you afraid?" Simon couldn't help but lower his head and peck the woman's lips, saying, "I'm afraid. I'm worried that I can't protect you." After saying this, the couple were silent. In the incident last week, Janet did not appear to have such a sensitive reaction as the female assistant, but the woman has completely let go of Cersei's capital these days, helping Simon deal with the public pressure and other matters faced by the Westeros family recently. Obviously, the woman's inner reaction to that incident was not light either. Simon knew better that Janet had too many similarities with him in her bones, and neither of them had much fear of death. It's just that now both of them have a bond. Even if they don't care about themselves, and are even happy to make a big fuss with the world, they don't want the people around them to be hurt. Chapter 613 Sword of Damocles. After a while of rubbing their ears, Janet whispered again, "Simon, why don't you turn off the live broadcasts of those little vases in advance? They are more lively recently." Recently, the media and politicians have attacked Simon's extravagant personal life and called for curbing Simon's wealth. The most cited evidence is the Westeros maids he has trained like princesses all over the world. The London Girl team that is still broadcasting live on the internet is undoubtedly the most direct evidence. Simon shook his head. "No, otherwise it will make me look guilty. Since they think I live like a king, I plan to let everyone get used to it gradually." Janet has been mainly integrating the public relations team of the Westeros system these days, and making unified rebuttals to various doubts and attacks from the media and politicians. Turning off the live broadcast in advance is also the suggestion made by the public relations team to Janet. Seeing Simon's refusal, Janet did not insist at all, and looked at her man with sparkling eyes. "What should we do next?" Simon answered the question irrelevantly. "I am reading a script recently, called Broken Arrow." Janet blinked and waited for Simon to continue. Simon gently pulled the woman up from the sofa, and the two walked to a wall in the study, where there was a world map that had just been hung up in the past few days. Broken Arrow is a special military code of the U.S. military, which means the accidental loss of nuclear weapons. Simon explained briefly when he came to the map, picked up a pen from the storage shelf next to him, drew a circle on a country in Eastern Europe, and then said, "You know, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Many things in this world happen, and most of the time the reasons may be very simple and crude. Similarly, I have never let down my guard against this world. We now have $200 billion, which is the total wealth of many small countries. If I really die suddenly, it's just more than half of the inheritance tax, which is a feast for many people." After listening to Simon's introduction to the meaning of Broken Arrow, Janet probably realized something. When the man circled the country called Ukraine in Eastern Europe in the subsequent explanation, the woman completely understood Simon's intention. The disintegration of the Soviet Union has caused the entire Eastern Europe to become a paradise for ambitious people, speculators and arms dealers in recent years. The last one is that the disintegration of the Soviet Union led to the general collapse of the Eastern European economy. All Eastern European countries can no longer support the original size of their armies. The huge amount of military equipment left over from the former Soviet era that was enough to compete with the United States was generally resold by all military members from generals to soldiers. In the former Soviet Union, if you want guns and ammunition, it is not considered a business. A few pieces of bread can be exchanged for a good high-powered rifle. Armored vehicles, tanks, submarines, destroyers and even giant aircraft carriers, as long as you pay and dare to accept them, you can drive them back to your home. Among the many arms transactions, the most sensitive one is undoubtedly nuclear weapons. In Simon's memory, in the early days of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Ukraine, as one of the Soviet member states, deployed more than 2,800 nuclear warheads. Ukraine took the initiative to abandon nuclear weapons under the deception of European and American countries, and gradually transferred all nuclear weapons in its territory to Russia for storage or destruction in the 5 years from 1992 to 1996. However, in this process, more than 250 nuclear warheads disappeared. The news was finally disclosed after a few years of delay, shocking the world. After investigation, most of these nuclear warheads were secretly purchased by countries around the world, including terrorist organizations in the Middle East. Therefore, the plots of action heroes in Hollywood movies to stop terrorists from detonating nuclear bombs time and time again are definitely not completely fictitious. It's just that in order to avoid panic, similar incidents are often strictly blocked by government authorities. After Simon finished explaining, he felt Janet gently holding his arm, looked at her, and asked the same question as the woman just now, "Are you afraid?" Janet's fair face flushed slightly, not fear, but excitement. No. The woman understood that her man was planning to forge a sort of Damocles hanging over the heads of many people who coveted the wealth of the Westeros family. If the assassination incident like last week happened again, if it was really successful, if it was discovered that someone had planned it for the wealth of the Westeros family, then the thin horsehair that bound this sort of Damocles would break. Janet realized one more thing. If the most undesirable thing happened, she would most likely be the executor who cut off the hanging mane. Thinking of this, Janet did not feel any guilt in her heart. When she was a little girl, she felt that the world was too boring, and she even thought about destroying the world. Now, maybe this is her destiny. Destiny. He wants to rule the world and be a king. If someone covets everything he has, or even hurts him, then she will help him destroy the world. Simon just continued, pointing to Ukraine, which he had just circled. There are more than 2,800 nuclear warheads here, most of which have been transferred to Russia, but at least half are still in this country. We have about 2 years to operate this matter. Janet also raised her hand and pointed to Tasmania in southern Australia, where Simon continued to buy land, then hide it here. Of course not, this is also our home at the end of the world, and it may be troublesome once it is discovered, Simon said, his finger sliding down from Eastern Europe to the vast Africa. Here, this is a continent that is habitually forgotten, and compared to other continents in the world, Africa will only continue to be in a state of long-term war for a long time in the future. My plan is to run a country here. Entering the 1990s, with the disintegration of the Soviet Union, many people always believed that the world was gradually moving towards peace. This is absolutely not the case. Because in the habitually forgotten African continent, there is still the chaos of Somalia, the Rwandan genocide where nearly 1 million civilians died, the Congolese civil war that lasted for 10 years and killed more than 3 million people, the long-term economic collapse of Zimbabwe and the people's livelihood, the division of North and South Sudan, and the 27-year Angolan Civil War, etc. These all happened after the 1990s when the so-called civilized world believed that the world had moved towards peace. Since countries around the world can support or overthrow one regime after another in Africa for their own interests or even just pure influence, the Westeros system can certainly do the same. Janet was obviously interested, letting go of Simon's arm and moving closer to the world map, gesturing around Africa for a while. The woman didn't care much about Africa in the past. She only knew that her family had a lot of mining assets in some African countries, and her father used to go hunting in Africa with some friends every year. However, there was no need for too much information. Janet gestured for a while and pointed to the Central African region. This is the most suitable place, right? Simon nodded. North Africa has oil interests and borders Europe, so the Westeros system cannot take root there. Southern Africa, especially South Africa, is not suitable because many people are in it. Therefore, the Central African region of Congo, Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania is suitable. Even if various resources and mineral deposits are still rich, the comprehensive cost is not worth the cost due to the high sky and far emperor, especially inland countries. The major powers in the world do not have much interest in this place. The key reason why the Rwandan genocide was ignored by the entire international community lies in this. Janet chose the location and then looked at Simon again. Simon stepped forward and put his arm around the woman's waist. With his other hand, he pointed at Eastern Europe and Latin America and said, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, in addition to a large number of top-notch weapons and equipment, millions of elite soldiers were forced to retire. In Latin America, civil wars in countries like Colombia have lasted for decades, and there are also many elite soldiers. We can recruit mercenaries from these two places. After confirming the African base, we can also recruit troops locally. In a region like Africa, as long as there are 10,000 elite troops equipped with the most advanced equipment, even if they cannot establish a regime, they can still establish their own territory and become a major warlord that influences the direction of a country's political situation. Janet continued, then, we can hide our sword of Damocles here. Simon nodded, that's right. Janet thought for a while and said, based on 10,000 people, how much money do we need to spend every year? The money issue is not important at all. Simon pointed to an inconspicuous corner on the world map. Israel's defense budget last year was only $5.3 billion, but it can fight against the entire Middle East. Such a sum of money can be taken out by the Westeros system alone now. Janet had no objection to this. If it is really necessary, the Westeros system can currently raise more than $5 billion in cash every year. Then I also understood that the problem of money is really not a problem for the Westeros system. The most critical point is how to make such a violent machine far away in Africa continue to be loyal to the Westeros family, and even consider whether this matter will cause pressure and backlash from the local and even international community. Simon has actually considered this. At the same time, the choice of recruiting soldiers in Eastern Europe, Latin America and Africa is aimed at differentiation and checks and balances, so as to prevent an ambitious person from breaking away from the control of the Westeros system and becoming a king after his power is great. There are actually many such things in Africa, including the spokespersons trained by European and American countries, who are often no longer so obedient after they are fully grown. Moreover, this consideration is still the most basic planning. The current situation is that there are ideas, but Simon can't find anyone he can trust to implement them. In the final analysis, the foundation of the Westeros family is too shallow. Janet also thought of this quickly. She took the man's arm again, tilted her head and leaned against Simon's shoulder, and said, "I'll go back to Melbourne recently. Speaking of which, in order to protect overseas mines and shipping ships, my family already has mercenaries, otherwise my father would not dare to go to Africa to hunt often. But I never paid attention to it before, and the number doesn't seem to be large." Simon nodded. He had always thought so. If he wanted to complete his opportunity in a relatively short period of time, he could only rely on the Johnston family. Before he had an intersection with himself, although the wealth of the Johnston family had never been conspicuous, it was still a billionaire after all. More importantly, it was an old family with a history of 100 years. The accumulation of human resources in all aspects far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Simon had previously built the intelligence team of the Westeros family, and Raymond Johnston personally helped to find the candidates. This time, it was still the only way. Simon was not surprised at all that Janet said that the Johnston family already had a mercenary team. This world is far from as peaceful as ordinary people imagine. The Johnston family's overseas mines, especially those in Africa, must have their own armed forces if they want to keep operating normally and avoid being attacked by rebel thugs. The same is true for shipping. Many important shipping routes in the world are still infested with a large number of pirates. Without some self-defense force, a ship may be lost. Since you are going back, take Jenny and the 3 children with you. Janet was reluctant to leave just now. Simon mentioned it again at this time, and the woman agreed. Simon continued, "There is one more thing. After you arrive in Melbourne, take some time to find a suitable place to build a vault." Janet was puzzled. "Vault, what is it for?" Simon said, "I plan to buy gold, buy a lot of gold." The recent movements of North American media and politicians have made Simon very alert. The West may have a general concept that private property is sacred and inviolable, but if you really believe this, it would be too stupid. Plunder is completely an instinct rooted in the deepest genes of all organisms. The United States can plunder the resources and interests of others around the world. When necessary, it has never said that it cannot plunder its own people. In this case, Simon needs to give himself some protection in advance, including protection in case of some undesirable situations. For this world, the most solid protection, in addition to a powerful enough violent machine, is wealth. Therefore, in addition to building a defensive sword of Damocles for the Westeros family, Simon also plans to continue to store a huge amount of wealth in a place he thinks is relatively safe. There are many kinds of wealth. In Simon's view, paper currencies issued by countries around the world are undoubtedly the most unreliable kind of wealth. Stocks, land, real estate, etc. lack flexibility and can even be easily banned by government authorities at certain times. Relatively speaking, gold is undoubtedly the most common and solid kind of wealth in human society. No matter how the countries that have deviated from the gold standard devalue the value of gold, gold is absolutely worthy of its status as the king of currency. In almost all countries in this world, as long as there is a slight sign of economic crisis or social unrest, people with a keen sense of smell will always think of buying as much gold as possible. When the international situation is tense, some countries also think of shipping back their gold stored overseas as soon as possible. From ancient times to the present, and even for many years in Simon's memory, gold has always been the most common safe haven currency. Therefore, Simon plans to convert the extra funds gradually accumulated by the Westeros system into physical gold for storage from now on. When Janet heard Simon's plan to buy a large amount of gold, she just blinked a few times and nodded directly, and then suggested, "It can be built in Tasmania, which is our private territory." Well, in fact, the underground shelter at the beginning is very suitable. Simon said, "Melbourne is fine. It is not safe to store it in a remote place. We can't always have a security team there. If there is no one to guard it, no matter how strong the fortress is, it can't stop those who are interested. In this case, we plan to build a professional safe on the 4th floor underground of the Westeros building in Manhattan. It will be no problem to store hundreds of tons of gold," Janet said. Before Simon could object, she reacted and shook her head to herself. "Well, It can't be placed in the United States. Simon smiled and was about to continue speaking when someone knocked on the door of the study. Wait a minute. Simon raised his voice and said, looking at the world map in front of him with Ukraine marked with a black fountain pen. He reached out and took down the map and rolled it up, and then told the outsider to come in. The plan just now, any clues that could be caught by others are not suitable to be left, and communication can only be carried out through words between the most trusted people. It was Girl A who pushed the door. After Allison entered the door, she subconsciously looked at Simon and his wife standing by the wall of the study. Both of them were dressed in good clothes and there was no sign of any absurdity. Realizing that she had just thought about something else, Allison lowered her eyes slightly with a guilty conscience and said softly, "Boss, madam, Ms. Veronica asked me to come over and ask what you are going to eat for dinner." Simon didn't care about it. He patted Janet's waist to indicate that she could go to arrange dinner. He walked to the grinder in the study and watched with his own eyes that the world map just now turned into pieces smaller than rice grains in the special grinder that could never be restored. Then he left the study. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614, War Begins. Janet acted quickly, and flew to Melbourne with her assistant and the 3 kids after the weekend. Jennifer didn't really want to go to Australia, mainly because she was worried about the embarrassment when facing the Johnston family, and she also hoped to stay with Simon. Simon and his wife persuaded the assistant, and the assistant reluctantly agreed. Veronica also followed. This was something that Simon and Janet were reluctant to do. There were many things to deal with during this period, and what Simon needed most was someone who was absolutely reliable. Veronica was very persistent about returning to Australia, and said that this was her original itinerary plan, but when Janet asked why, she was unwilling to explain with a flickering expression. Simon didn't object in the end. Before leaving in the morning, the assistant repeatedly reminded Simon not to go to the Oscars in the evening. Today is March 21st, and the 66th Academy Awards will be held tonight. It is not suitable for public appearances recently. Even if Simon has won a Best Screenplay nomination for The Lion King again, he has no intention of attending the awards ceremony. Naturally, he agreed to the assistant's advice. This time when they returned to Australia, the woman and the children did not take the Boeing 767 that could fly directly to Melbourne, but instead chartered the first-class cabin of a regular Boeing 747. Simon admitted that he was a little too sensitive, but insisted that it was better to be careful. If Janet hadn't thought it was unnecessary, he would even hope that the woman and the children would take different planes to Australia. The content of the assassin's suicide note in the last assassination incident gave Simon a big reminder. If Simon really had an accident, according to the federal 50% estate tax rate, the US government would make a huge fortune, and even many people might have a full meal. Simon had a secret talk with Janet over the weekend, and he would revise a will in the near future. After the will is revised, if something really happens, unless the federal high-level officials completely tear their faces and play a big trick in front of the whole world, Simon does not intend to leave any of his assets to the US government. Of course, this is just in case. The key is to strengthen your own strength so that some people dare not do anything out of the ordinary, even if they have the intention. The 2 investigations that are still being carried out in secret, the exposure of the London girl in the assassination incident a few days ago, have made progress. The investigation team rechecked the assassin's apartment, which had been ignored for a long time, in more detail, and unexpectedly found unfamiliar fingerprints that did not exist in the assassin's known social circle. The 3 M16 rifles used by the assassin in the assassination attempt, which had no record, were actually the biggest flaw. In addition, the assassin's bank account, the history of contact with people in the past period of time, etc., are all important traces that can be continuously traced. On the other hand, Simon got the report on the London girl exposure incident submitted by Martin Dinham, one of the leaders of the family intelligence team, on Sunday. The mastermind who persevered in revealing the news of the London girl team to the British media did not surprise Simon at all, and it was still the Hearst family. Last time, the Hearst family bribed the people around the Westeros family to try to expose the details of the female assistant's pregnancy. Simon gave a warning, but the Hearst family did not stop. Although they did not dare to reach out to the people around Simon again, they continued to attack the Westeros system through the family media such as the San Francisco Chronicle. This time, the London girl incident was still a trick used by the other party. Not only that, Congressman David Melrose, who is supported by the Hearst family, has recently been pushing the House of Representatives to set up a special investigation committee to specifically launch an investigation into the Westeros system. Simon initially hoped to maintain a friendly attitude with old media families like the Hearst family. Even though the two sides have continued to have some minor frictions in the past 2 years, Simon has maintained an attitude of business is business and has not interfered with the cooperation between the subsidiaries in the system and the Hearst Group. Unfortunately, the Hearst family, which has been strong for nearly a century, did not realize that many things have changed with the times. After a slight conflict with the Westeros system, they continued to confront each other with their usual arrogance, which eventually led to the irreconcilable conflict between the two sides. Since the other party is now like a maggot on the tarsal bone, Simon is no longer polite and no longer leaves room. Go to war. At the Westeros system high-level telephone conference held temporarily on Monday morning, Simon officially announced his decision to require all subsidiaries of the entire Westeros system that have a cooperative relationship with the media under the Hearst Group to sever cooperation with the other party. Except for a few relatively serious media like the San Francisco Chronicle, the media platforms under the Hearst Group are more inclined to fashion and entertainment. Many famous fashion magazines such as Cosmopolitan are assets of the Hearst Group. Therefore, whether it is Deanery's Entertainment or Melisandre Company, or even various other companies in the Westeros system, they have been placing advertisements in a large number of newspapers and magazines under the Hearst Group before. In 1993, the total advertising expenditure of the Westeros system on the media under the Hearst Group reached $65 million. Starting from March 21st, all these expenditures will be stopped. Not only that, all relevant partners in the fields of technology, fashion, entertainment, etc. that the Westeros system can influence will be required to choose sides. There are many traditional media giants in North America, but the Westeros system is the only one. So, choose. The turnover of the Hearst Group in 1993 reached $2.11 billion, and the $65 million of advertising revenue from the Westeros system accounted for more than 3% of the other party's total annual revenue, which is definitely not an insignificant share. Moreover, if the complete loss of this part of income is not enough to hurt the Hearst Group, the Westeros system will use its own influence to unite all partners to launch a comprehensive attack on the Hearst Group, and it will no longer be possible for the other party to remain indifferent. This is not the end. In the past 2 years, the Hearst Group has also begun to lay out the internet and has continuously invested in multiple new technology companies. The Hearst family was unwilling to cooperate with Ygritte on news content at first, but recently quietly launched the electronic version of the San Francisco Chronicle. Starting from March 21st, whether it is the three major mainstream portals Ygritte, AOL and MSN, or the Google search engine and Facebook's social network under Ygritte, they will adopt a ruthless blocking strategy for new technology companies and internet websites that are involved with the Hearst family. On the same day, after Simon personally made the decision on Saturday and completed negotiations with the New York Times Group on Sunday, the Ygritte portal and the New York Times simultaneously announced the news of the cooperation between the two parties on various self-media platforms. Ygritte not only announced the general terms of the cooperation between the two parties on the portal homepage, reiterating Ygritte's open attitude that it has no intention of monopolizing internet media, but also launched an article on the official website of the New York Times in the subsequent news entry about the Clinton administration's promotion of an offensive weapons ban. Users who click on this news will be directly directed to the official website of the New York Times. The Boston Globe, which the New York Times Group just acquired last year, will also launch an electronic version in the near future, and will also receive traffic support from the Ygritte portal. In addition to news content sharing, two other cooperations have also attracted strong attention from the industry. The New York Times Group invested $30 million in Broadcast, an online radio and audio resource website, and acquired a 15% stake. For many people who saw this business at first glance, the first reaction was that it was too expensive. In fact, the New York Times Group initially thought so. After learning in detail that Broadcast had more than 3 million registered users just 1 year after its launch, and the future development prospects of this website, the industry generally realized that the New York Times Group may have taken a big bargain. personal radio, audiobooks, educational courses, online music, etc. A little analysis will show how huge the market potential is. Moreover, the broadcast website also announced a general plan of opening audio download service in the future through the Ygritte portal on the same day. Whether it is to insert advertisements in audio content or adopt VIP payment strategy, it means that broadcast has explored a fairly feasible business model. For most websites that are still trying to attract users and have not considered the profit prospects at this stage, this is even more valuable. Rapidly growing users and a feasible business model are just these two advantages. Combined with the rapid outbreak of the internet industry, it means that broadcast will go public in 1 to 2 years, and its market value may easily reach the level of $1 billion. By then, the seemingly expensive investment of $30 million by the New York Times Group will be enough to easily multiply many times. Of course, the potential income of Ygritte is obviously higher. Everyone can only envy and hate this. At this stage in Silicon Valley, even if you can offer a higher price, most high-quality internet projects will still be easily snatched away by Ygritte. The huge user base and traffic import capacity of Ygritte portal are completely beyond the reach of other similar internet companies at this stage. Another authorization for internet streaming video technology also makes many people jealous. Even though no specific projects have been announced, the phenomenal social effects brought about by the recent live broadcast of the London Girl show the huge commercial potential of internet video websites. The cooperation between the two parties was reached, and the New York Times Group also reciprocated. In fact, since the negotiations entered the final stage, dozens of newspaper media under the New York Times Group have reduced targeted articles on the Westeros system. The formal cooperation agreement was finalized on Sunday. Arthur Salzberg Jr., the head of the Salzberg family behind the New York Times Group, also wrote a letter to Simon in person, stating that the New York Times Group will provide as much support as possible to the Westeros system in terms of print media opinion. After Simon asked people to sort out all 32 newspapers under the New York Times Group on Monday, although there were still a few follow-up criticisms, no more sensitive and fierce articles were found. Not only that, there are also many reports that speak for the Westeros system. The public relations team of the Westeros family also contacted some senior executives of the New York Times Group on Monday, planning to cooperate further in guiding public opinion. Simon admired the sincerity shown by the Salzberg family very much, even better than the old fox Murdoch, who seemed close but was actually distant. As long as this cooperation could continue, he didn't mind giving the New York Times Group more benefits. Therefore, when Simon received a letter specially sent by Arthur Salzberg Jr. in the morning, he rarely wrote a paper reply in person, expressing his optimism about this cooperation and hoping to visit the Salzberg family next time he went to the West Coast. On the other hand, with the announcement of the cooperation between Ygritte and the New York Times Group today, the most important Los Angeles Times Group on the West Coast sent a cooperation test to Simon through Peter Butler, who had jumped from the Los Angeles Times to Ygritte. The old fox Rupert Murdoch also called Simon's office again, half-truthfully complaining that Simon was too stingy with News Corporation and gave too many benefits to the New York Times Group. In the morning, the cooperation with the New York Times Group was announced, and the war with the Hearst family was completely decided. Simon turned his energy to politics again in the afternoon. Joseph Sclapp flew to Los Angeles from Washington yesterday. After talking with Simon for an afternoon on Sunday, he did not leave. On Monday afternoon, the two continued to discuss the political situation facing the Westeros system in Simon's office in Deanery's studios. Sclapp had contact with the White House in Washington a few days ago. Clinton did not make a clear statement on the general practice of the Westeros system by the congressional candidates facing the midterm elections recently. He just asked one of his assistants to convey the message that he hoped that the Westeros system could take the initiative to make some changes and further open up the World Wide Web platform. Simon knew the fence-sitting nature of the Clintons very well. If the Westeros system cannot solve the various crises it faces as soon as possible, Clinton will definitely take the initiative to follow public opinion for the sake of his own support rate. In fact, the Department of Justice held a closed-door meeting last Friday on whether it was necessary to investigate the suspected monopoly of the three new technology companies in the Westeros system, Cisco, AOL, and Ygritte. Janet Reno, the Attorney General appointed by Clinton, personally presided over the meeting. This is already a signal. The results of the closed-door meeting were not announced. The White House only expressed its attitude to Simon and the public. When necessary, the White House will definitely take action. On the other hand, the series of bills promoted by the Westeros system will not make any progress in the short term. Simon simply took the initiative to suspend it. David Melrose, a member of the House of Representatives supported by the Hearst family, has also formally submitted an application document for the plan to set up a special investigation committee to investigate the Westeros system. Simon has realized that a formal antitrust investigation is almost inevitable. In order not to lose the initiative in public opinion, the White House will definitely take action before the establishment of the House of Representatives Special Investigation Committee, otherwise it will inevitably be attacked by political opponents for inaction. Therefore, even if the Westeros system really makes all kinds of concessions now, it will only get more and more. In this case, Simon intends to further strengthen the wild growth plan. After all, even if the internet assets held by the Westeros system are really split in the future, Simon will only need to give up control at that time, and you can still control a large number of shares in each company after the split. At that time, just like the Rockefeller family in the past, Standard Oil was dismantled, and Rockefeller's wealth increased significantly because he held a large number of shares in the company after the split. As long as these wealth are in hand, it is not impossible for the Westeros system to reintegrate the internet industry in the future. After a long period of separation, there will be unification, and after a long period of unification, there will be separation. This is the general trend. The Standard Oil Company, which was split into pieces, has now been reintegrated into a few energy giants, and will be further integrated in the future. AT, which was split 10 years ago, has also started a new round of integration. In the future, the internet is destined to be a field where super technology giants will gallop. The last topic of the afternoon is still the midterm election. The sniper plan formulated according to the previous list and the maintenance plan for the political basic plate of the Westeros family will be launched at the same time. Whether the two plans can be successfully completed is crucial to whether the Westeros system has enough voice in Washington in the next stage. Therefore, it is not aimless for the Ygritte portal to quote the news from the New York Times this morning that the Clinton administration is promoting an offensive weapons ban. On the one hand, this news shows that Ygritte and the New York Times Group have officially started cooperation in content. On the other hand, it is also a reminder to the National Rifle Association. If the other party is unwilling to cooperate in this year's midterm elections and chooses to oppose the Westeros system, then Ygritte portal may choose to ban guns in the future. In Simon's memory, the National Rifle Association has become less and less influential in the internet era, and a large part of the reason is the internet. Shootings in the United States have always been very frequent. In the era of traditional media, news related to shootings can easily be limited to one state or one place, so it usually does not cause too sensational and widespread impact. In the internet age, every shooting will be easily seen by the public across the country or even the world. If the media secretly fuels the flames, no matter how determined the gun supporters are, they will gradually change their positions in the face of the threat of shootings that seem to happen around them all the time. Simon and Joseph Sclapp did not finish their day's work until after 6 o'clock in the afternoon. On the other side of the city, in the Dorothy Chandler Theater in downtown Los Angeles, the 66th Academy Awards ceremony has begun. The two of them had a simple dinner in the company's internal restaurant and saw Sclapp off. Since the women and children had all gone to Melbourne, Simon simply did not go home. He continued to deal with some recent affairs of Deanery's Entertainment in the studio office, while waiting to make a brief appearance at Melisandre's party at the Sunset Tower Hotel after 9 o'clock. Chapter 615 10 weeks. During this period, the pressure from the media and the political circles did not have much impact on Deanery's Entertainment, which was already a behemoth. In late March, the employee stock subscription plan for Deanery's Entertainment's IPO had come to an end, and all subscriptions were fully redeemed. The company's film, television, theater, peripheral, game and other businesses continued to maintain very strong growth in the first quarter that is about to pass. Among them, the most important film business, as of March 18 last Friday, Deanery's Entertainment's three labels have cumulatively released 9 movies in 11 box office weeks in 1994. Four Weddings and a Funeral, which opened on Valentine's Day, has a box office revenue of $5.15 million in the past 3 days. This alternative romantic comedy has accumulated a box office of $80.76 million in 5.5 weeks. It is expected that the 7-day total box office of Four Weddings and a Funeral will be around $7 million during the box office week of the Oscar Awards from March 18 to March 24. With the arrival of the Easter season, there is no doubt that the film will break the 100 million yuan box office mark through subsequent releases, making it the first film in 1994 to break the 100 million yuan box office in North America. On the other hand, as of March 17 last Thursday, the total North American box office for 10 weeks in 1994 was $670 million. Of the total box office of $670 million in 10 weeks, Four Weddings and a Funeral alone took $75.61 million, accounting for 11.1%. Last year, a series of films that opened and screened in 1994, including The Lion King, Schindler's List and In the Name of the Father, had box office revenues of $43.56 million, $55.39 million and $18.79 million in the first 10 weeks of 1994, respectively. Other projects also contributed $22.19 million, which totaled $129 million, accounting for 19.2% of the 10-week box office. In addition to Sex Club starring Maya Kirshner and Four Weddings and a Funeral on Valentine's Day last Friday, the other 7 films, which were not too heavy, had a cumulative box office of $51.76 million, accounting for 7.6%. There are many highlights in the 7 films. The return of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which was filmed by New World Pictures after buying the copyright of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre series, had a budget of $5 million and earned a total of $23.79 million after its release on January 14. On January 21, Highgate Pictures released a basketball documentary called Basketball Dreams, which grossed $7.83 million at the box office with a production budget of only $700,000. This is another success in the documentary-themed distribution history of Highgate Pictures, which is becoming more and more proficient. Kevin Smith's Clerks, which made its debut at the Sundance Film Festival, was purchased by Highgate Pictures and released on February 4. It cost $27,000 to produce and grossed $5.16 million in 6 weeks in theaters. This is also a small-scale win-win. Ron Howard, who has always been a staunch partner of Universal Pictures, cooperated with Deaneries Entertainment after filming Far From Earth with Columbia Pictures and Tom Cruise. In addition to the high-budget blockbuster film Apollo 13 that he just signed recently, Howard also cooperated with New World Pictures last year to complete a low-cost satirical comedy Media Vanguard. The film budget was only $6 million. It was released on March 11 and earned $7.05 million in the first week. The New World Pictures team responsible for the distribution of Media Vanguard increased the number of screens from 1,017 to 1,531 last Friday, and the total box office in North America is expected to be between $30 million and $40 million, which is a small dark horse. Simon approved the project casually last year, and he himself did not expect that the box office of the film would be so good, which also strengthened his idea of firmly holding Ron Howard under the command of Deaneries Entertainment. There are successes, and of course there are failures. Trauma, the new film of Dario Argento, the director of Suspiria, invested by Gay Omen Films, was completed last year. Because of the poor effect of the film, it was thrown into the unpopular January 28 schedule. The film stayed in the theater for 2 weeks and was hastily withdrawn due to poor reputation. The total box office was only $930,000, and the investment of $5 million was basically wasted. Last year, Simon signed several producers from the well-known British film industry Tentative Name Films. The 3 projects he personally selected, Four Weddings and a Funeral, Bloody Romeo and Love in My Heart, have been basically completed. Four Weddings and a Funeral has achieved unexpected success. However, Love in My Heart, which was scheduled to be released on March 4, has become a bigger waste than Trauma. With a production budget of $20 million and a scale of 523 screens, the box office in the first 7 days was only $1.19 million, and the average theater barely exceeded $2,300. The 2-week revenue of $1.81 million was completely withdrawn. As a project that Simon personally decided on, the failure of this movie has also become the focus of heated discussion in many media, believing that Simon Westeros has lost his magic. In fact, This completely unfamiliar project in memory is basically Simon's intention. Even after the project was finalized and the script was revised again, it still failed to escape the fate of a box office failure. However, Simon was happy to see it happen. In any case, Deanery's Entertainment really needs some loss-making projects to prove that Simon is not omnipotent. I am reluctant to use a blockbuster with a budget of more than $50 million for show, so a medium to low budget project of $20 million is just right. Finally, there is a B-level science fiction thriller Dolls produced by New World Pictures, which tells the story of aliens invading the Earth and parasitizing the human body. It has a production budget of $5 million and opened on February 4th, the same time as Clerks. The cumulative box office before it was withdrawn was $5.19 million. The film's North American box office is temporarily losing money, and it can easily recover its investment through overseas distribution and video sales. It is considered tepid. In summary, The Main Four Weddings and a Funeral, a series of old films last year, and 8 new films before March 17th, the box office cumulatively accounted for 37.9% of the total box office share of $670 million in the first 10 weeks, and all other Hollywood studios can only share the remaining 62.1%. This does not include cooperative projects such as Mission Impossible and MGM, one of the 7 major Hollywood studios whose actual control is also in Simon's hands. See the big from the small. It can be said that Deanery's Entertainment has completely stabilized its dominance in Hollywood by fighting against many rivals. Simon was handling various recent affairs of Deanery's Entertainment in the studio office, and the Oscar results from the Dorothy Chandler Theater in downtown Los Angeles continued to come in. Spielberg's Schindler's List was unstoppable, winning multiple pre-production technical awards such as Best Original Score, Best Editing, and Best Art Direction. The phenomenal animated film, The Lion King, also successfully won 2 golden statues for Best Original Score and Best Original Song. At around 8 o'clock, Simon's private cell phone rang. It was Kathryn Bigelow. Kathryn had just had dinner with some friends in Santa Monica, and after trying to contact Janet to no avail, she called Simon. After knowing each other for many years, as friends and intimates, the relationship between Simon and his wife and Kathryn has always been the same. The woman has lived in New York for the past 2 years. Simon and Janet would meet up with Kathryn most of the time when they went to the East Coast. Janet, in particular, was photographed by paparazzi while shopping and eating with Kathryn in Manhattan. Simon pretended to be pitiful on the phone, saying that he was still working overtime and that Janet had gone to Australia and was very lonely, cold, and pitiful. You can feel Kathryn's helpless eye roll on the other end of the phone, but she still asked with concern if Simon should bring dinner over. Of course. Kathryn arrived about 20 minutes later, and when she entered the door, she was carrying a small takeout box of food. Simon, who was buried in a pile of documents, looked up from behind his desk. The woman habitually had long hair draped over her shoulders, and her delicate face did not show the age. She was wearing a light gray high-necked women's windbreaker, and the hem of the windbreaker revealed a section of washed jeans. She was wearing leather boots. Her tall and slender figure matched this outfit, and she looked like a queen. Seeing that the little man was looking at her unconcealedly as usual, Kathryn glared at him with some anger and asked, "Why are you still working so late?" Simon closed a document in front of him and put it aside, self-deprecatingly saying, "Only hard work can make you richer." Thinking of all the recent reports about him in the media, Kathryn didn't know how to start for a moment, so she had to hand over the takeaway in her hand. "Salt and pepper shrimp, the restaurant we just ate at made very good food, I'll give it to you as a snack." Simon didn't talk nonsense about not having dinner yet. He got up and took the box, turned around from behind the desk and walked to the reception area to sit down. While opening the paper box, he asked, "Who are you having dinner with?" Kathryn sat on the sofa next to Simon, still habitually keeping her back straight, her posture pleasing to the eye, looking at Simon eating with soft eyes, and said, "Rockwell and others." Simon nodded. "They are all filmmakers in the New York circle, such as Alexander Rockwell, Allison Anders, Whit Stillman, etc. Ang Lee, who is sitting in the Chandler Theater waiting for the result of the Best Foreign Language Film Award for The Wedding Banquet, is also a member of the New York gang. Lee's Best Foreign Language Film Award this time is almost certain, and, considering the time, the award result is probably out now. Since Kathryn is here, Simon did not call the girl outside to ask, Kathryn did not continue the topic, but said, "Last week Jenny said that we would have dinner together after I came over. Why did you suddenly go to Australia?" Simon said, "I miss home, so I went back to see it." Kathryn looked at Simon suspiciously and asked carefully, "Are you having a conflict?" The man's recent affairs, especially the group of little fairies in London, she specially looked at them. They are really the top beauties. Think about his character. It's ridiculous. If it were me, I would definitely be very angry. Simon smiled and shook his head. "I really don't have that. Don't expect Jenny to give you a chance to take advantage of the situation." Kathryn looked around and found nothing to throw around, so she could only raise her leg and kick him lightly. Simon didn't even try to dodge and approached him, changing the subject. "How is the script for Detroit going?" After Simon recommended Thelma and Louise to get an Oscar nomination for Best Director, Kathryn has not made any movies in the past 2 years. Occasionally, she helps her friends as a producer and researches some famous historical events in modern American history that are enough to make people reflect, from the Detroit riots in 1967 to the Iran-Contra in 1979 to the Los Angeles riots in 1992, etc. Last year, the woman also targeted the Black Hawk Down incident of the U.S. military in Somalia. To a large extent, Kathryn is a left-wing anarchist. However, although Kathryn's lens images are often full of violent atmosphere, her views are not extreme. This is probably related to her upbringing. As an only child from a wealthy middle-class family, she has not experienced many setbacks and social injustice since she was a child. Therefore, Kathryn's early works in the film industry are inevitably a bit sharp. It was not until many years later with The Hurt Locker that Kathryn's personal style really matured. Among several topics, Kathryn wanted to shoot the Los Angeles riots the most. However, Simon dissuaded her from doing so because the time point was too close to objectively judge the incident from the perspective of an observer. As for Iran-Contra and Black Shadows, these films would probably have to be shot abroad, which was too dangerous, and they were too sensitive at this stage. In the end, Simon chose Detroit, which Kathryn had shot before. Seeing Simon asking this, Kathryn said, "I've already started looking for actors." Simon just picked up a salt and pepper shrimp from the takeaway box and said, "So it's done. When can you show it to me?" Kathryn shook her head directly, "No." "Well, I'm an investor." Kathryn looked at the little man's frustrated look, smiled, and explained, "You'll have a lot of opinions after reading it." Simon vowed, "I promise I won't say anything this time." Kathryn insisted and repeated, "No." Simon actually understood that Kathryn had always felt guilty about her previous Oscar nomination for Best Director with Thelma and Louise. She deliberately stopped herself in the past 2 years just to accumulate more experience and gain recognition with her own strength as much as possible. She refused to let Simon read the script mainly because she didn't want him to help her anymore. Kathryn is a very strong woman in her bones, but the stronger the woman is, the easier it is to lose when she meets a stronger man than her. Just like Simon. As far as movies are concerned, Simon, who has inherited the lifelong talents and experiences of more than a dozen filmmakers, is far ahead of most Hollywood filmmakers. In this regard, Kathryn can only be regarded as having just stepped into the threshold. If Simon helps her read the script, he will naturally give his opinions after finding problems. The key is that those opinions are definitely correct. It would be fine if she didn't hear them. Once she heard them, Kathryn, who is strong but not stubborn, found it difficult not to accept his suggestions. Thinking of this, Kathryn suddenly asked, "Are you not going to make movies in the future?" Simon told the truth, "I don't know. At this stage, there are no projects that can make Simon interested in directing them himself. Moreover, with his current status in Hollywood, it is better to be behind the scenes. Continuing to step forward to direct films will inevitably become a big toss that is not worth the loss." Feeling Simon's answer, which was hard to tell what emotion it was, Kathryn sighed in her heart. Life is like sailing on a river. The scenery on both sides may be better or worse, but it will never remain the same, and it can never be the same as when you first saw it. Simon didn't have any regrets. In fact, even if the assassination attempt a few days ago was successful, he had no regrets over the years. Throwing the empty takeout box into the trash can, Simon got up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he came back, he said to Kathryn, "The award ceremony is almost over. Come with me to Melisandre's party. It will be very lively there." Kathryn didn't really want to go. There's no one to talk to. Why don't you call Rockwell and the others? Besides, how can there be no one? Aren't you familiar with Lee? He may have won the Best Foreign Language Film Award now. We should congratulate him," Simon said as he walked to Kathryn and reached out to pull the woman up. Kathryn opened Simon's hand, but had to stand up and said, "We have already agreed that if Lee wins the prize, we will get together tomorrow night." "Oh, I'm free tomorrow night too, let's go together." Kathryn followed Simon to the door and said, "You don't have to go." Simon smiled and said, "Are you worried that our relationship will be exposed and they will gossip about us?" Kathryn didn't answer, and planned not to talk to the little man next to her for a minute. There was no need to gossip. Because of him, no man dared to pursue her in the past few years. Chapter 616 Conflict at the Hotel Entrance. Before leaving for Melisandre's party, Lady A had already sorted out a list of awards for this year's Oscars. With all 29 nominations, Deanery's Entertainment has won 10 Oscars in total, including 7 out of 12 for Schindler's List, 2 out of 6 for The Lion King, and the last one for Best Foreign Language Film for The Wedding Banquet. In addition to the films directly distributed by Deanery's Entertainment, the related awards include Best Actor for Tom Hanks, the creator of Philadelphia Story, and Best Visual Effects for Superman last summer. In summary, Deanery's Entertainment has taken half of the 24 awards directly related to movies in the non-honorary achievement category of this year's Oscars. Among the 4 core awards of Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor and Best Actress, only one Best Actress was vacant. Arriving at the Sunset Tower Hotel in West Hollywood, the car was about to turn directly into the hotel parking lot, but Simon noticed that there seemed to be some commotion at the entrance of the hotel. He did not ask the driver to stop the car. It was not until they entered the Melisandre party at the Sunset Tower bar on the top floor of the hotel that Simon asked Angela Ahrendts, who came to greet him, "What's going on outside?" Sophia Fessy did not come to the United States this time. This year's party was hosted by Angela Ahrendts, who has been promoted to CEO of Gucci. Hearing Simon's question, Angela said, "Several media under the Hearst Group are dissatisfied with our sudden cancellation of their interview qualifications." The media that pay attention to the Melisandre party can be roughly divided into 3 levels. The lowest level can only take street photos of celebrities on the roadside outside the hotel. These are basically just tabloids that are not on the mainstream. The next level can enter the hotel, take photos in front of the official photo wall and interact with celebrities. Several important media under the Hearst Group were originally included in this invitation. The top level can conduct Oscar interviews with celebrities at the party. There are only 2 cooperative media in this part, the Egret portal of the Westeros system and Vanity Fair magazine under the Condé Nast Group. The media invitation list was originally agreed many days in advance. Simon suddenly announced a war with the Hearst Group this morning. The top management of the Hearst family must have received the news, but the media under its control probably did not expect to be immediately excluded from Melisandre's party. They were naturally dissatisfied with this sudden decline to the treatment of third-rate tabloids. After understanding the reason, Simon asked Angela to deal with it personally so as not to spoil everyone's interest, and then took Kathryn to join the party crowd. Those who can get invitations to Melisandre's party are basically the top celebrities who have shined in the entertainment and fashion circles in recent years, and also include a small number of political and business celebrities. Girl A has made a list in advance, and followed Simon to personally lead him to greet people in the crowd who need to be greeted. In fact, many parties in the West are like this. Although the theme of Melisandre's party is more relaxed, it is also inseparable from its social attributes. Everyone met each other while chatting and laughing, and if they found an opportunity for cooperation during the chat, they would make the next contact. Simon is not a hospitable person in his bones, and he doesn't like to contact people very much. However, since he is in his current position, he always has to do what he should do. It's okay to do whatever he wants without caring about anything. No one can force him to do anything now. However, if he really closes his eyes and ears, it will be very disadvantageous for Simon to control the Westeros system, and it will even be quite dangerous. It is not impossible that he will eventually become a puppet. Howard Hughes' miserable later years were largely due to his isolated personality, which led to his personal life being completely controlled by those around him. Kathryn has been patiently accompanying Simon as a female companion, listening to the little man and Spielberg's obvious gap but still talking happily, listening to him eating the little tofu of a few Victoria's Secret angels in a skilled and unrefined tone, listening to him encouraging the Backstreet Boys, who will release their first album this Friday, in a friendly tone, and listening to him bluntly rejecting the request of Famke Janssen, the actor of Wonder Woman, to play the leading role in a pirate movie. After knowing each other for so many years, it seems that except for the time when he fainted in the hospital bed after fighting with someone, the little man is at ease with everything. I really don't know how he grew up to be what he is today. Yes, Roland, I've read your script about aliens invading the Earth. The name of Independence Day is also very good. It can be made into a blockbuster with a budget of more than $50 million US. But unfortunately, there is Jurassic Park 2 next summer, and there is Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice directed by you at the end of the year, so we'd better put this project in the summer of 1996. Regarding the crossover of the DC movie universe, Simon considered between the three core DC directors Jan de Bont, Roland Emmerich and Martin Campbell, and chose Roland Emmerich, who is good at multi-line narratives, to be the director of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, which will be released at the end of next year. If the effect is good enough, Emmerich will also be in charge of the subsequent Justice League. Roland Emmerich, who served as screenwriter and producer, and the new director Michael Bay have completed Stargate, which is better than the version Simon remembered, so it was given a May 13th slot, which is basically the summer season, and there are still 3 weeks of box office space before the super blockbuster Batman, The Dark Knight Rises on June 3rd, which is better than the Easter schedule originally considered. Emmerich came up with the idea of Independence Day while supervising Stargate. Because the cooperation between the two sides has been very pleasant, the script outline was bought directly by Deaneries Entertainment as soon as it was released. Emmerich has no objection to Simon postponing the film for a year. For next year's summer season, Jurassic Park 2 has been locked in June, and a big production Apollo 13 has been finalized in July. If another blockbuster is stuffed in, it is likely to cause internal consumption. Moreover, Roland Emmerich has another idea. Simon, after the Super Batman, Reborn, I hope to direct this project myself. Simon was a little surprised, and then quickly nodded, no problem, this project is your idea. Simon originally wanted Michael Bay to try this project. However, Simon also understood why Roland Emmerich suddenly made such a request. On the one hand, Emmerich probably wanted to get rid of the constraints of the DC movie universe series and broaden his career in Hollywood. On the other hand, he probably had some vigilance against Michael Bay. Because after Michael Bay completed Stargate, he recently signed another super project Jurassic Park 2. Although Simon has not revealed the idea of letting Explosive Bay direct Independence Day after Jurassic Park 2, Emmerich guessed it himself based on many signs. After Spielberg confirmed his withdrawal from the Jurassic Park series, the sequel has been quietly brewing. Not only the script, but also the complete storyboard script of the second part and the simple animation of many special effects shots have been completed. Sam Neill and Renee Russell are also the two leading actors, and the project can be started at any time. Simon originally wanted Joe Johnston, the director of Jurassic Park 3, to direct the sequel. Johnston is also a very old Hollywood filmmaker. He served as the special effects director of the Star Wars series and is very good at making special effects movies. Not only Jurassic Park 3, Jumanji and Captain America 1 in Simon's memory, but Joe Johnston had already directed Disney's very popular Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. However, because Johnston was born in the George Lucas family, and George Lucas and Steven Spielberg's friendship is well known, Johnston chose to refuse after Deaneries Entertainment issued an invitation. Joe Johnston was unwilling to join, and Simon also considered Martin Campbell, the director of the new Wonder Woman series. Although the sequel was not immediately launched after the first Wonder Woman, Martin Campbell has no shortage of projects because of the success of the Wonder Woman series. Last year's Speed was transferred to Martin Campbell by Simon because the original director Jan de Bont was going to shoot the third Batman film, The Dark Knight Rises. Then, Campbell recently signed a director contract with Paramount Pictures, which had already won Cutthroat Island. It is no longer the former husband and wife team of Renny Harlin and Gina Davis, and with the participation of Paramount, one of the 7 major studios, it is difficult to say what the prospects of the new Cutthroat Island will be. Simon did not stop Campbell from taking over the project. Anyway, the contract for the Wonder Woman series has been signed, and as long as Deaneries Entertainment needs it, the other party must complete it. Moreover, after the consecutive Wonder Woman and Speed to be released this summer, If Cutthroat Island is successful again, it will only be icing on the cake for Martin Campbell. If it fails, it can also allow the director to return to Deanery's Entertainment to work more at ease. Therefore, for Jurassic Park 2, Simon finally decided to use Michael Bay after watching the finished film Stargate. This decision seems very risky to many people. But Simon is not worried. The biggest difficulty of the Jurassic Park series is special effects. Simon also prefers directors with experience in shooting special effects movies to control the two initial director choices. However, for Deanery's Entertainment, if it really can't find a director who has shot special effects movies, this is not a problem. Because the special effects team directly under Deanery's Entertainment is already very familiar with the series, not to mention that the script, storyboard and even the animation effects of many special effects shots of the sequel have been completed, so it only needs to promote an outstanding special effects director from Deanery's Special Effects to cooperate with Michael Bay. Moreover, the most fundamental reason is that Simon has enough confidence in Michael Bay's directing ability. The once explosive Bay turned from a MV director to Hollywood. Except for Escape from the Island of Clones, which failed for a very complicated reason, he never failed. For studios, the annual movie schedule is limited. For filmmakers, whether directors, actors or producers, Hollywood's film resources are also limited. Roland Emmerich obviously did not get complacent because of the success of Superman last year. Feeling threatened by Michael Bay, he instinctively began to fight for it. To a large extent, Simon remembered that the types of films that the two were good at did have many similarities. On the other hand, agreeing to Roland Emmerich to personally direct The Day of the Witch would not affect the advancement of the DC movie universe. According to the DC movie universe plan, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice will be released at the end of next year. This superhero blockbuster will bring the epic Death of Superman event of the DC series. This means that there will be no sequels before Superman is resurrected in Justice League. Simon does not plan to start Justice League immediately, but plans to launch 3 movies, Wonder Woman 2, Flash 2 and Suicide Squad 2 as a prelude. Although they all seem to be personal superhero series, these 3 sequels will have a greater degree of superhero character crossover. Catwoman, Cyborg and even a series of villains in Suicide Squad will join them, just like the second and third parts of Marvel's Captain America. As for Cyborg, although the first film's global box office was less than $600 million, setting a record for the lowest box office in the DC movie universe series, Warner still hopes to start the sequel as soon as possible, but it is suppressed by Simon just like the previous Flash series. If the thoughts of some Warner executives are completely followed, 2 films a year in the DC movie universe will not be enough, and other superheroes will inevitably join in. The final result will only quickly consume the audience's expectations for DC superhero movies. Simon has always been very strong about this. If Warner does not follow its own plan, then everyone will break up, and then Deanery's Entertainment can happily start the Marvel Cinematic Universe series. The copyrights of the 3 DC giants Batman, Superman and Wonder Woman are all in Simon's hands, not to mention that Deanery's Entertainment also has the super spare tire of the Marvel series. Warner has basically never won the initiative in this matter. After chatting with Emmerich for a while, the two separated. Hugh Grant, who became famous in Hollywood with 4 weddings and a funeral, came over with his girlfriend Elizabeth Hurley. Simon smiled and shook hands with the 2 of them, and then introduced Kathryn next to him. Kathryn shook hands with the 2 of them politely, but when she heard Elizabeth Hurley, who had a young and delicate face, inviting Simon to sit on the terrace outside the bar more eagerly than her boyfriend, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Really? This is the first time this goblin has come tonight. What's more annoying is that the little man actually agreed. She wanted to find a reason to leave. Just now, he actually said that if she didn't like socializing, she could go and chat with acquaintances like Leanne for a while, but she never did it. Now, forget it, walking away now, such an obvious reaction of jealousy, might make him lose face. Men are all very face conscious. What's more, she would never admit it subconsciously, and she didn't want these goblins to succeed at the party. The 4 of them came to the terrace outside the top floor bar. There were also guests in groups of 3 or 2. There were no empty seats. When they saw Simon appear, everyone stood up and greeted him. Simon chatted with everyone for a while, then sat down on a sofa near the railing that was vacated by several guests. The tables and chairs were arranged in a rectangular U shape, with a long table in the middle, 2 long sofas for 4 people facing the railing, 1 inside and 1 outside, and single sofas on both sides, which could seat a total of 10 people. When sitting down, Simon took the initiative to choose a seat on one side of the long sofa by the armrest, and Kathryn sat next to him. Elizabeth Hurley, who took the initiative to come to the terrace, was not forgotten, but sat next to Kathryn, and Hugh Grant was on the other side. The other seats were occupied by young new generation filmmakers such as Keanu Reeves, Sandra Bullock, River Phoenix, Brad Pitt, Gwyneth Paltrow, and David Fincher. Looking at the people around her, Elizabeth Hurley, who had originally expected to have more contact with Westeros, realized that the result this time would inevitably be the same as the party at the Sundance Film Festival at the end of January. At that time, many people, especially women, hoped to be favored by Westeros, but because there were too many people, they basically didn't say a few words. However, that night, a girl named Maya Kirshner from Canada was favored. She recently signed a contract with WMA, and there was a rumor that Westeros said that she might be better than Winona Ryder, who was strongly promoted by ICM in recent years. I think she will be very successful. Lucky girl. Elizabeth Hurley was thinking expectantly. After Simon sat down, he took the initiative to ask, "What are you talking about?" Sandra sat opposite Simon and heard. Moore just talked about the supernatural event she encountered during the filming of The Conjuring. Sandra looked at Simon jokingly. It is rumored that Simon Westeros is a psychic, which is very popular in Hollywood. Even Sandra asked Simon privately whether he could see ghosts. Simon's answer was of course yes, otherwise how could he be so gifted? Sandra's response was just a roll of his eyes. After obtaining the copyright of the paranormal investigators Warren couple last year, the Conjuring universe plan was quietly launched. Simon originally planned to make The Haunting of the Mortuary, which can only be regarded as a derivative series, as the first film. Now that the copyright has been successfully obtained, he still plans to start with The Conjuring. The film has been completed at this time and is scheduled to be released on June 17, 2 weeks after Batman: The Dark Knight Rises. Another derivative series, The Haunting of the Mortuary, is scheduled to be released on October 28 as the main Halloween this year. Among them, Simon personally decided on Matthew Modine and Julianne Moore to play the Warren couple in the main line of the Conjuring series. Julianne Moore is needless to say. Matthew Modine, 35 years old this year, has been tepid in Hollywood before. Many times, he can only be regarded as an actor who is familiar to the audience but can't call his name. However, this actor actually won the Venice Film Festival Best Actor Award in 1983 when he was just 22 years old with the Vietnam War-themed movie Northern Lights. His situation is very similar to that of Valeria Golino, who played Catwoman. It is worth mentioning that in the past, Matthew Modine was the leading actor of Cutthroat Island. Unfortunately, this actor has been working hard for more than 10 years since he won the Venice Film Festival Best Actor Award and finally got the leading actor of a super blockbuster. No one expected that the film would fail so badly, causing Matthew Modine, who could occasionally play the leading role once or twice, to completely fall after Cutthroat Island and never encounter any chance to turn over. Matthew Modine and Julianne Moore have both signed 5 film contracts for this series. Now, after getting the leading actor of the Conjuring series, he will inevitably miss Cutthroat Island again. Matthew Modine's situation has completely changed. In addition, Julianne Moore, who is 33 years old this year and is considered a late bloomer, is also the same. One is a former Venice Film Festival Best Actor, and the other has been honing his skills on Broadway for many years. Both of them have excellent acting skills, and what they have always lacked is opportunities. Although it is difficult for horror movies to make the leading actors popular, it is also very easy to transform by starring in horror movies. The two of them were sitting here just now, but they stood up and went to other places to make room for Simon and the others. Many horror movie sets often have supernatural events, some of which may be true, but most of them are publicity gimmicks. Everyone chatted and laughed about the supernatural events on the set of The Conjuring. Simon did not shy away from the joke about his psychic, and even played a guest role as a fortune teller, pretending to tell Sandra's fortune. The result was that Sandra would definitely encounter a blood disaster in the next month. No one understood this relatively obscure dirty joke for a while, until Elizabeth Hurley next to Kathryn burst out laughing, and everyone gradually realized it and laughed. Sandra also laughed and rushed over to pinch Simon hard. After a moment of frolicking, Simon turned to David Fincher and asked about the next film plan of this new director, who became famous last year with Seven Deadly Sins. Seven Deadly Sins was released during the Halloween period last year. Relying on the quality of the film itself and the strong distribution of Deaneries Entertainment's efforts to use the Internet channel, the final cumulative box office in North America reached $135 million. The overseas distribution of the film is still ongoing, but it has recently reached $193 million, and some overseas box office will probably earn $30 million to $50 million in the future. It is expected that after the overseas distribution is completed, the global box office of SYNOPSIS will reach about $370 million. With a production budget of $30 million and a global box office of $370 million, a box office return rate of more than 10 times, this alone has pushed David Fincher to the ranks of Hollywood's top directors. However, David Fincher has never been a prolific director. After SYNOPSIS, this rising star in Hollywood has not yet decided on his next film plan. Deaneries Entertainment also took the initiative to recommend several scripts, but Fincher did not take a fancy to any of them. David Fincher heard Simon's question and said, "I recently received a very good script. The idea comes from a group puzzle game in the 1980s. It tells the story of a billionaire who lost interest in life due to his rough experiences and unexpectedly received an invitation to a puzzle game. From then on, his life was trapped in reality and fantasy and he couldn't extricate himself." Fincher roughly explained the plot, and Simon remembered that this was another work of the other party, The Mind Game. The film starred the veteran Hollywood actor Michael Douglas. The production budget reached $50 million, but the box office was not very successful. Many Hollywood scripts are often written for many years. Simon used to pay great attention to this problem. The scripts he initially selected were only taken out when he determined that there would be no conflicts based on the information in his memory. The Mind Game is obviously another script that has been completed for many years, but it was not successful, so Simon didn't care. It is not surprising that it fell into Fincher's hands as it did before, because this involves the aspect of Hollywood is very small. Many filmmakers often have their own fixed circles. In these circles, those who will not intersect may always be parallel lines. Those who can meet, even if they encounter Simon, a super butterfly, will still meet. David Fincher is another filmmaker on Deaneries Entertainment's reserve list. Even if the box office of the game is not as expected, this director is definitely worth long-term cooperation. Therefore, if the other party insists on making this movie, Simon will agree. In any case, Deaneries Entertainment also needs some failed projects to decorate the facade, not to mention that Fincher's films may not be successful at the box office, but the quality is definitely excellent and is often popular among fans on videotapes and other channels. After Fincher finished his introduction, Simon said that he could send the script to him to take a look. The party time passed quickly in the uninterrupted socializing. It was approaching 11 o'clock. For many night owls, the nightlife of the City of Angels has just begun, but Simon planned to leave. He still had to work tomorrow. Kathryn followed Simon to leave the party. After getting in the car, she asked Simon to take her home as if nothing had happened. Simon also told the driver to go directly to Cape Dumay Manor as if nothing had happened. The woman glared at him. Simon coaxed a little girl and said that he had just raised a group of beautiful goldfish at home and could take Kathryn back to see them. Kathryn looked like she was lying to the little girl, but they eventually returned to Cape Dumay Manor. Simon and his wife were not good at keeping pets, so there were definitely no goldfish. If there were any, they were in the sea under the cliffs of Cape Dumay. Since they had been tricked back home, there was no point in getting angry, and no one would pay attention even if they screamed their throats out. Chapter 617. Do you want to be friends or enemies? On the second day of the Oscars, the unsurprising award results only occupied a small amount of newspaper space, and most of the media's attention was attracted by the news that the Westeros system had banned the Hearst Group. Early on Tuesday morning, many heavyweight newspapers exposed the news that Simon Westeros personally ordered all companies in the Westeros system to sever all cooperation with the Hearst Group. The media that followed Melisandre's party last night gave the most direct evidence. All the media reporters affiliated with the Hearst Group were blocked outside the Sunset Tower Hotel, which caused some minor conflicts. In response to media inquiries, the top management of the Hearst Group responded that they would not comment. The Westeros system did not hide it. With a continuous verification of many media, The news was completely confirmed when the executives of Deanery's Entertainment Group, Igrant Company, Melisandre Company and other companies in the Westeros system received calls or face-to-face inquiries from reporters. They all gave affirmative answers. The company has received a notice and immediately cut off all cooperation with the Hearst Group. Not only that, The Hollywood Reporter also reported in other news on the following Wednesday. Warner Brothers Pictures quietly canceled several advertisements for The Dark Knight Rises that were planned to be placed in media under the Hearst Group. The Dark Knight Rises, which is scheduled to be released on June 3, officially released its first trailer in early March, announcing that this DC movie universe super blockbuster with a publicity scale of $80 million has officially started large-scale media publicity before its release. Obviously, not only the Westeros system, but also companies that have cooperative relations with the Westeros system have been asked to stand in line. When asked by reporters whether other film projects of Warner Brothers Pictures will also cancel advertising on media under the Hearst Group, a senior executive in charge of film distribution business of Warner Brothers Pictures gave an ambiguous answer, but it was obviously biased. The other party said that Time Warner Group has its own traditional paper media platform, and the proportion of paper media in film publicity is not high. Even if it does not cooperate with the Hearst Group, it will not be affected. It took only 2 days from the spread of the news to confirmation. Both the Westeros system and the Hearst family are huge entities for the general public. One accumulates wealth at an unstoppable speed, and the other is a deep-rooted old family. So this incident quickly became a big melon that everyone paid close attention to. As the news spread, the Hearst Group could no longer remain silent. On Wednesday afternoon, William Hearst III, who was surrounded by a large group of reporters at the Hearst Group headquarters in Manhattan, faced media inquiries and said angrily that the Westeros system was abusing its market position to engage in unfair commercial competition, and the Hearst Group would take all possible means to protect its own rights and interests. It was fully confirmed that Simon Westeros was going to go to war with the old Hearst family, and the attention of the melon-eating crowd quickly turned to the cause of the incident and the impact it would have. On Thursday, 2 newspapers on the East Coast directly revealed the mystery. The New York Post, a subsidiary of News Corporation, published an article revealing the inside story of the incident in a large space. The public suddenly realized it. It turned out that the conflict between the Westeros system and the Hearst Group has a long history. 3 years ago, in order to get rid of the heavy debt burden brought by the RJR Nabisco merger, RJR Nabisco chose to sell a large number of its assets, including 20% of the shares of ESPN, a famous sports TV station under the Metropolitan ABC Group. Deanery's Entertainment was very optimistic about the development of cable TV, so it chose to bid. Hearst Group, which was transforming into a diversified company, was also interested in bidding for this batch of shares. At that time, Igrant was in the early stage of development, and Igrant Portal was in great need of news and information content support from traditional paper media. Hearst Group used content support for Igrant Portal as a bargaining chip in exchange for Deanery's Entertainment's initiative to give up the bid for ESPN shares, and finally successfully took this batch of shares into its pocket. However, after obtaining ESPN shares, Hearst Group went back on its word and refused to fulfill its original cooperation promise out of concern that internet media would affect the interests of the traditional paper media industry. The dispute between the two parties arose from this. The article also specifically mentioned that Deanery's Entertainment's offer for ESPN's shares was as high as $200 million. After the latter gave up, Hearst Group only spent $180 million to complete the deal, saving a full $20 million, which also involved another tax avoidance operation of no less than $20 million. However, Hearst Group was not satisfied with a big bargain. Not only was it unwilling to honor its initial cooperation commitment, it also believed that Deanery's Entertainment Group's bid had made Hearst Group pay more money for ESPN shares in disguise. Therefore, it has been using its media to attack the Westeros system. For example, the San Francisco Chronicle, owned by Hearst Group, has been completely tit for tat with the Westeros system in recent years. The outbreak point of the contradiction is still the various recent disturbances. Congressman David Melrose, who is supported by the Hearst family, has been using his power to launch improper investigations into new technology companies in the Westeros system. The reason is not to protect the interests of the general public, nor is it the so-called monopoly accusation against these companies. The fundamental reason is that the free internet services such as news information, classified information, social networks, etc. provided by Ygritte have harmed the interests of traditional paper media giants such as the Hearst Group. As evidence, the article in the New York Post also deliberately attached a photo of William Hearst III and Congressman David Melrose at a cocktail party, looking like good friends. For the public readers, compared with many serious posed photos, this photo that clearly exudes the atmosphere of collusion is very lethal, and instantly makes many people determine the potential tendency. The congressmen elected by everyone one vote after another are still just spokespersons for the rich and powerful. Regarding this report, the spokesperson of the Hearst Group immediately refuted it. It's a pity that the article has given too many people preconceived ideas. David Melrose, who instantly became the focus of media and public attention, also jumped out to refute, but it was obviously not very effective. Following the article in the New York Post, the Ygritte portal published more articles about David Melrose's interest relationship with the Hearst family. This congressman, who has been re-elected for 3 terms, has accepted a large amount of political donations from the Hearst Group in the past 3 elections, and this year he is still the same when he is seeking a 4th term. Many articles about him in the media under the Hearst Group are all unreserved praise, completely ignoring that this congressman has made almost no contribution to his constituency in the past few years. Not only that, as the political spokesperson of the Hearst family, David Melrose has recently been encouraging Congress to lift the cross-media ownership ban that restricts the media from having too much say. Once this ban is lifted, the news and information that the American people are exposed to on a daily basis may be controlled by a few rare media giants, which will be a strong impact on press freedom. It can be said that the double standard of this congressman between promoting traditional media monopoly and cracking down on emerging internet industries is simply shameless. While Hearst Corporation and David Melrose were struggling to cope with the revelations in this article, another related article in the Wall Street Journal also attracted a lot of attention. Do you want to be friends or enemies? This report did not comment on the inside story of the conflict between Hearst Corporation and the Westeros system, but analyzed in detail the possible impact of this incident. Hearst Corporation is not a listed company, but it also announced its performance. In 1993, Hearst Corporation's total revenue was $2.11 billion, with a revenue growth rate of 9%, and a full-year net profit of $169 million, a full-year growth of 12%, and a net profit margin of 8%. Traditional paper media groups, like the American automobile industry, are restricted by many trade union forces, but they cannot transfer production bases overseas, so the operating costs are quite high. Hearst Corporation can maintain an 8% net profit margin, which is higher than the industry average. Now, just the Westeros system, the cumulative advertising budget of $65 million invested in Hearst Corporation in the past year has accounted for 3% of the other party's annual revenue. The disappearance of this part of revenue will have a significant impact on Hearst Corporation's performance in 1994. Furthermore, if Simon Westeros uses the influence of the Westeros system to ask other partners to stand in line, then the additional negative impact will be at least twice as much as if the Westeros system itself cuts off cooperation. According to the 9% revenue growth of the Hearst Group in 1993, if the conflict between the two sides continues, it is likely to cause the Hearst Group's revenue growth to stagnate completely in 1994. For the traditional paper media industry, which has gradually begun to show signs of decline, stagnant revenue growth actually means regression. After all, whether calculated based on factors such as inflation or the natural growth of workers' wages, a company must ensure a considerable performance growth every year to maintain normal business operations. Once a company's revenue growth stagnates, the continued increase in inflation, employee wages and even debt burden will not stagnate, and the first thing to be affected is the company's profits. When profits are gradually offset by the negative impact of stagnant revenue growth, a series of chain reactions will follow, such as layoffs, sales of businesses, and cost cuts. If the situation does not improve, it will eventually go bankrupt. Reynolds and Nabisco, 2 companies that were once industry giants with excellent revenue and profit performance, have been on the verge of bankruptcy in the past 2 years, 5 years after the record-breaking $33 billion merger, because of a series of chain reactions caused by the huge debts brought by the merger. Supergiants like Reynolds and Nabisco may decline rapidly, not to mention the much smaller Hearst Group. Therefore, the Wall Street Journal judged that if the Hearst Group could not resolve this conflict as soon as possible, even if it only lasted for a year, it would have a serious negative impact on the operation of the Hearst Group. In comparison, in addition to the possible pressure of public opinion and litigation risks, the Westeros system, which is more than 100 times the size of the Hearst Group, will hardly suffer any substantial damage. After all, Simon Westeros' current net worth has reached $200 billion, while the Hearst family, the total wealth of the 5 descendants of William Hearst, is less than $2.5 billion, a gap of more than 80 times. Moreover, the media empire owned by the Hearst family, which used to make many politicians, celebrities and wealthy people quite afraid, is obviously not enough to hurt the Westeros system. Not to mention the egret portal owned by the Westeros system. Before the Hearst Group was blocked, Simon Westeros had just made a friend who was as powerful as the Hearst Group, the New York Times Group. In the current booming internet industry, if traditional media want to successfully complete the transformation to the digital age, they must inevitably go to the Westeros system. The New York Times Group has undoubtedly made a very wise choice. Although Simon Westeros obviously intends to control the tone of traditional paper media to avoid the continued deterioration of media opinions against the Westeros system in the near future, the other party has also given the New York Times Group a generous reward. The practice of simply giving up the exclusive right to the news and information content of the egret portal has made many accusations against the Westeros system's monopoly of internet media lose their basis. The most important point is that the achievement of this cooperation will also lead to more and more traditional media groups that may still be criticizing the Westeros system gradually reversing their attitudes in exchange for an opportunity to transform to the digital age. Therefore, the next question is, do you want to be a friend or an enemy to the Westeros system? The revelations of the New York Post naturally came from the arrangement of the Westeros system, and the report of the Wall Street Journal surprised Simon. However, it was just a little unexpected. For Western capitalist society, capital really represents everything. Westeros system versus Hearst Group. Even if the conflict between the two sides caused Simon to lose $10 billion, it only accounted for 5% of his personal wealth. In this process, the Hearst family, whose total assets are less than $2.5 billion, may have lost everything. On the other hand, the Westeros system's attack on the Hearst Group has had a certain positive effect in just a few days. Since the beginning of the month, due to the dual pressure from the media and the political circles, the stock prices of Cisco and AOL, two core internet companies listed in the Westeros system, have begun to fluctuate and fall, and the cumulative decline as of last Friday exceeded 5%. According to the market value of the two companies, which is close to $60 billion, a stock price drop of more than 5% means that the shareholders of both companies will bear a book loss of more than $3 billion. The sudden exposure of the cooperation plan between egret and the New York Times Group on Monday, coupled with the Westeros system's change of its defensive stance in the past few weeks to attack the Hearst Group, strongly stimulated the market's confidence in the Westeros system and triggered a rebound in the share prices of Cisco and AOL. The previous decline in the share prices of Cisco and AOL was only due to the capital market's concerns about the government authorities' possible response to public pressure. The financial performance and high growth of the two companies themselves doomed them to not collapse. Now, with the New York Times Group turning to the Westeros system, the Hearst Group was hit hard by Simon Westeros again, and the situation quickly reversed. In just 3 days from Monday to Wednesday, the share prices of Cisco and AOL have recovered the highest point before the shock at the beginning of the month. At the opening of Thursday morning, Cisco's share price once again achieved a breakthrough, and its total market value broke through the $60 billion mark in one fell swoop. As of the closing of the East Coast at 4:30 p.m. on Thursday, Cisco's market value had reached $61.5 billion, followed by AOL's market value of $57.3 billion. Driven by these two leading technology stocks, the Nasdaq technology sector rose across the board, with a daily increase of 1.7%. A large number of hedge funds that believed that there was a serious bubble in the internet industry at the beginning of this year had suffered heavy losses before March due to continuous short selling. Barely holding on until March, as a series of turmoil surrounding the Westeros system allowed all parties to see the dawn of the bursting of the technology bubble, the shorts of the previous few weeks returned in large numbers again. However, it was unexpected that from March 21st, in just a few days, the accumulated 3 weeks of short book profits had disappeared and turned directly into losses. Circe Capital's Circe Fund Management Company has never held a long position in the technology sector of less than $5 billion since the beginning of the year. Since the beginning of March, As a large number of shorts became active again, SYNOPSIS Fund Management Company took the opportunity to increase its total long position to $12 billion. Because of its strong financial support and the low leverage of only 3 to 5 times, the short-term decline of Cisco, AOL and other stocks did not cause SYNOPSIS Fund Management to face a risk of liquidation. Now, with a strong rebound of technology stocks in recent days, SYNOPSIS Fund Management's book loss of more than $600 million was quickly wiped out, and further generated considerable profits. Chapter 618: A Sudden Visit. The increasingly large Westeros system has made more and more people feel surrounded by it all the time. This was the case on March 25. It was a Friday. The aftermath of the Oscars ceremony on Monday had not yet dissipated, and the dispute between the Westeros system and the Hearst family continued to ferment. Many media and politicians were still criticizing Simon's personal excessive wealth. The rebound in Cisco and AOL's stock prices led to an overall rise in the Nasdaq technology sector, causing many short hedge capital to suffer heavy losses. To be more precise, on this day, the Backstreet Boys, who had released 3 singles since the end of last year, officially launched the album of the same name, Backstreet Boys, after 4 months of popularity preheating. The 3 singles in the early stage have already accumulated a good popularity for the group. On Friday morning, the press conference at the Employee Activity Center of Deanery Studios was very lively. This album press conference not only attracted fans from all over North America, but also many singers, movie stars and supermodels in the entertainment industry. On the other hand, a subsidiary of Deanery's Entertainment, headquartered in San Francisco, and Facebook, a social network under Agrit, jointly launched the social casual game Happy Farm on the same day. This social game, which has attracted a lot of users' attention during the internal testing phase, was directly recommended on the homepage of Agrit portal on the same day. The game was officially launched at 9 o'clock in the morning, and the number of activated users soared, and the growth rate far exceeded the expectations of the 2 major operation teams of AI and Facebook. On the same day, on the other side of the Atlantic, Nokia, headquartered in Finland, officially released its 1993 annual financial report. Throughout 1993, Nokia's mobile phone products blossomed in Europe, North America and Asia, and the cumulative global mobile phone shipments reached 7.23 million units, surpassing Motorola's annual sales of 6.39 million units in one fell swoop, becoming the world's largest mobile phone manufacturer, and occupying 38% of the global mobile phone shipments of about 19 million units in the past year. Even though Nokia's expansion of communication base station equipment business was appropriately slowed down in order to fully develop its mobile phone business, Nokia's annual revenue in 1993 still reached 16.9 billion Finnish marks, equivalent to $2.45 billion, a year-on-year increase of 65%. Compared with a loss of more than $60 million in 1992, Nokia's net profit for the whole year of 1993 was 1.925 billion Finnish marks, equivalent to $279 million, with a net profit margin of 11.3%. London time is 8 hours ahead of Los Angeles. Simon stepped into the office on Friday morning, and the London Stock Exchange on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean had closed. With the release of this amazing financial report, Nokia's stock price rose again by 2.1% that day, and the closing market value reached £10.1 billion, equivalent to $15.6 billion. From the beginning of March to now, in about 3 weeks, Nokia's stock price has accumulated a 17% increase, and the price-earnings ratio is as high as 56 times. Therefore, it can be seen that the capital market is chasing this emerging mobile communication equipment manufacturer. However, in recent days, some financial media in North America have discovered another focus. SYNOPSIS Capital, which has unknowingly become a giant entrenched in Wall Street. How much money has it made in the past year? You know, in just the past week, SYNOPSIS Fund Management, a subsidiary of SYNOPSIS Capital, relied on the total scale of technology stocks that may exceed $10 billion. In the overall rebound of technology stocks, it turned from the huge book losses accumulated in the previous few weeks to substantial profits. As a completely private hedge fund, SYNOPSIS Fund Management has always been operating in secret. Except for a few insiders who have been closely following SYNOPSIS Capital's operations through some unlawful means, most institutions and media have no way of knowing the specific operating status of SYNOPSIS Fund Management, and those who can get more accurate information will not rashly publish it. Everyone is just sure that in the past week, SYNOPSIS Fund Management has made a book profit of at least $500 million by relying on its huge positions and this wave of technology stock rebound. In other words, in just 1 week, SYNOPSIS Fund Management, one of the 3 subsidiaries of SYNOPSIS Capital, has made a profit figure that has exceeded the annual net income of Nokia, which is growing rapidly. There is a reason why the U.S. financial industry can show explosive development again after the 1990s. Because it is really too profitable. At least, for many novices who think they can kill all over the financial market is really irresistible. Before the 1987 stock market crash that Simon became famous for, the total size of global hedge funds was only about $30 billion. In just a few months after the 1987 stock market crash, this number quickly doubled. Now, more than 6 years later, because famous hedge funds such as SYNOPSIS Capital and Quantum Fund have continuously made huge profits in several financial turmoils, the total size of global hedge funds has continued to expand and has now exceeded $300 billion. Even without too detailed comparative data, Simon can be sure that this number is far higher than the same period in the original time and space. Moreover, the total size of hedge funds of $300 billion is far from reaching its peak. In Simon's memory, before the 2008 financial crisis, the peak size of global hedge funds reached $1.95 trillion, which is only a statistical figure. Because most hedge funds generally use offshore registration to operate secretly, the actual total size may exceed $2 trillion. Including the current global hedge fund size of $300 billion, it is actually just an estimated figure that is obviously too low. The outside world can only predict, but Simon knows clearly the profit situation of SYNOPSIS Fund Management Company in the past week. As of the close of Thursday afternoon yesterday, the book profit of SYNOPSIS Fund Management Company's positions in the previous 4 trading days was not far from the outside world's prediction, reaching $540 million. Moreover, from the huge loss of up to $610 million on the last trading day last week to the book profit of $540 million yesterday, this kind of ups and downs actually tests the heart endurance of the trading team. After an expansion at the beginning of the year, the original capital of SYNOPSIS Fund Management Company was only $5 billion. The book loss of $610 million is equivalent to 12% of the principal. If it were not for the unwavering support of Simon and Janet, the trading team would probably have liquidated and stopped losses when the loss was about 10%. In addition, fund executives suggested increasing short positions to hedge risks. It can be imagined that if the above operations are implemented, with a reversal of technology stocks this week, the book figures of SYNOPSIS Fund Management Company will be very bleak. Frankly speaking, hedge funds are not much different from gambling. Only a few people can make profits, and most of them end up losing money. Moreover, hedge funds that have created brilliant performance may also fail miserably in a certain operation. There are few winners who are always victorious. Therefore, Simon is actually quite conservative in the operation of SYNOPSIS Fund Management Company. Unlike the speculative operations during the 1987 stock market crash and the Gulf War, SYNOPSIS Fund Management's current trading model is exactly the same as the operation during the most recent stage of the Japanese stock market bubble. Although most of them are hedge positions for individual stocks, they are still fundamentally similar to macro hedging. Simon does not care about the short-term fluctuations in the technology stock market, but firmly bets on the long term, betting on the upward trend of the Nasdaq market. The Nasdaq index once broke through the 5,000-point mark at the peak of the internet bubble. Now, although many people believe that there are already bubble elements in the technology stock market, as of yesterday's close, the Nasdaq index was only 1,519 points. Simon is not greedy. This time, he plans to exit decisively when the Nasdaq index is around 3,000 points, and he will not turn to short positions at that time, just lock in the profits. If the Nasdaq index can still break through 5,000 points in this time and space, Simon will not regret missing the last 2,000 points of profit space. The biggest reason for the failure of many hedge fund managers is greed and not knowing when to stop. Of course, if the Nasdaq index turns to collapse before reaching 3,000 points this time, Simon will not regret it. The business world is like a battlefield, and there is never a foolproof way. This potential unknown risk must be taken. 3,000 points is the closing target. At this time, The Nasdaq stock market is only about 1,500 points. The temporary decline of a few weeks cannot affect Simon's confidence at all. Therefore, he did not think about clearing the position and stopping the loss at a 10% loss, nor did he consider establishing a short hedge risk. In just 1 week, the book profit reached $540 million. It is indeed conceivable how terrible Cersei Capital's profit situation in the past 1993 would be. This is indeed the case. Not to mention Apollo Management and BlackRock Asset Management, just one subsidiary of Cersei Fund Management, with a doubling growth of several core technology stocks in North America in the past year, through unwavering long bets on technology stocks. The accumulated profits in 1993 reached $3.4 billion, easily surpassing the behemoth Daenerys Entertainment. Of course, this profit belongs to all investors. The capital structure of Cersei Fund Management has been changing. In terms of the hedge fund scale of about $3 billion last year, the Westeros family accounted for $1 billion, the Johnston family accounted for $500 million, and the remaining $1.5 billion was subscribed by a large number of stakeholders in the Westeros system. Simon was able to make Australia the backing of the Westeros system in just a few years, and to establish a deep political network in North America, which was definitely not accomplished by attending a few cocktail parties or spending a lot of lobbying funds. Interests are the most solid bond that binds the network of contacts. Not only the political base of the Westeros family, but also the White House secretly took away $300 million of hedge fund subscription shares from Simon. Of course, this part of the subscription shares was not invested by the Clintons themselves, and they did not have so much money at all. Instead, Clinton used it to do favors, which also indirectly expanded the network of Westeros family. Moreover, if there were no such interests, not to mention the political resources and network returns, out of jealousy of the huge profits of Cersei Fund Management, there would definitely be people who instigated federal regulators to launch various investigations into Cersei Capital. The fact is that Cersei Capital has developed smoothly in recent years. BlackRock Asset Management has rapidly expanded to an asset size of nearly $200 billion. Such a huge amount of assets would have aroused the vigilance of the authorities if placed in other countries, but Cersei Capital has been at peace with the U.S. government. This is largely due to the credit of Cersei Fund Management. According to the capital structure of Cersei Fund Management Company in 1993 and the fixed 20% commission of capital gains by Cersei Fund Management Company according to convention, after the liquidation at the end of last year, the income belonging to the Westeros family, including the principal income and the commission dividend, totaled to $1.46 billion, equivalent to 42% of the total income of $3.4 billion. After deducting the commission and handling fees, the Johnston family received $430 million, accounting for 12% of the total profit. Only the two families took 54% of the profit share. The remaining 46% was shared by many other investors. Even so, the annual pre-tax return rate of up to 100% is absolutely unattainable for other investments. Because most of the funds are kept in offshore accounts, as long as the investors do not transfer the funds back to the country, they do not need to pay taxes. As for whether those people are willing to declare and pay taxes, it is not Simon's concern. Simon certainly declared it, but he would not be stupid enough to declare all of it, but only gave half of it. Moreover, unless necessary, Simon did not plan to transfer overseas funds back to the United States. As for the entire Cersei Capital, the other two subsidiaries, Apollo Management Company, had a pre-tax net income of $370 million, and BlackRock Asset Management Company had a pre-tax net income of $590 million. Without considering the overall income of the fund, the pre-tax net income of Cersei Fund Management Company attributable to all partners was only $560 million, and the total of the three companies was $1.52 billion, which is equivalent to the annual profit scale of many corporate giants with a market value of tens of billions of dollars. The reason for calculating pre-tax income is mainly because this type of partnership financial company basically declares and pays taxes by the partners themselves after the income is divided with each partner. Although the United States is known as a country of 10,000 taxes, it will not double tax without a bottom line. Because many businesses are in the United States, this part of the partner's income can no longer be taxed. The parent company of Cersei Capital controlled by the Simons currently holds 70%, 63% and 41% of Cersei Fund Management Company, Apollo Management Company and BlackRock Asset Management Company respectively, and even BlackRock Asset Management Company, which holds the smallest shareholding, retains a veto. According to this shareholding ratio, the Simons alone can take most of the profits of the three companies in the past year. Not counting the hedge fund profit share of the total profit of $1.46 billion of Cersei Fund Management Company, the total profit of the other two subsidiaries belonging to the Simons reached $470 million. After completing the tax clearance of the domestic profit dividend, in 1993, Cersei Capital brought a total net profit of $1.71 billion to the Westeros family, second only to the huge Deaneries Entertainment Group. It can be imagined that once the financial data of Cersei Capital is made public, it will definitely attract a large number of condemnations of Simon's personal wealth. After all, unlike other industries that can bring a large number of jobs and tax revenues, Wall Street is often a very negative symbol of sin in the minds of most of the public. Because the woman and children were not around, Simon came to Deanery Studios before 8 o'clock on Friday morning to start a day's work. According to the work schedule carefully arranged by Lady A, she handled the affairs of the Westeros system one by one. At noon, she hosted Otis Chandler, the head of the Chandler family behind the Los Angeles Times Group, in the restaurant inside the studio to discuss cooperation between the two sides. These days, the Westeros system quickly reached a cooperation with the New York Times Group and went to war with the Hearst Group, which attracted strong attention from major traditional media groups in the United States. Especially after the publication of the article "Do You Want to Be Friends or Enemies?" in the Wall Street Journal, more old-fashioned paper media have contacted the Westeros system. Simon did not intend to choose too many partners at once. The News and Information Department of the Egret portal itself still had to be maintained. Therefore, after screening, there were only 4 traditional media groups that planned to cooperate. The New York Times Group that just confirmed its cooperation tendency on Monday. The News Group that has already had a cooperative relationship. The Los Angeles Times Group controlled by the Chandler family that was hosted today. The last one is the Dow Jones Company, the parent company of the Wall Street Journal. The 4 companies were carefully selected according to the needs of the Westeros system itself. The New York Times Group and the Los Angeles Times Group basically represent the voice of traditional paper media on the east and west coasts of the United States. News Corporation is related to Simon's rear base in Australia. The cooperation with Dow Jones is mainly because the other party holds financial media such as the Wall Street Journal and Barron's Weekly, and has a strong voice in the U.S. economic situation. After a happy lunch, Simon sent Otis Chandler away and returned to his office to continue his afternoon work. After briefly asking about the status of the Backstreet Boys album release conference in the morning and the Happy Farm social game officially launched in Silicon Valley, Simon was about to attend the Jurassic Park 2 production meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when his private mobile phone suddenly rang. The caller was Anthony Johnston. This was nothing. However, after the call was connected, Simon soon showed a surprised expression. Anthony said that he and Raymond Johnston were about to arrive at Cape Dumay Manor and hoped that Simon could go home. After a brief accident, Simon roughly understood why the old man who never liked to leave Melbourne came to Los Angeles in person. It must be because of what Janet had told him in Australia, about a sort of Damocles plan of the Westeros family. Simon chatted with Anthony briefly and said that he would go back as soon as possible. He asked casually and learned that Janet and her group did not come back with him. He did not think much about it. When he sent Janet away on Monday, Simon had hoped that they could stay in Australia for a while longer. Chapter 619 That year, Simon returned to Cape Dumay Manor, where Johnston and his son had already arrived. The Indian girl greeted him at the door of the Shell Villa. When she saw Simon coming in, she stepped forward and whispered a few words, and raised her hand to indicate the direction of the curtain wall. Without Alia's guidance, Simon had already seen the 2 people standing in front of the glass curtain wall with the best view of the villa. Simon walked straight over, and Anthony Johnston noticed that he had returned and took the initiative to greet him. Raymond Johnston did not move, and seemed to be looking at the sea outside the curtain wall in a trance. Even though his hair was gray, his thin and upright figure still carried the toughness and majesty accumulated from a lifetime of business battles. He did not have the sense of twilight that a 75-year-old man should have, but more like an old cowboy who could still mount a horse and raise a gun at any time. Retracting his gaze from the old man's back, Simon and Anthony hugged each other, and only then did he notice that his brother-in-law's still gentle smile was mixed with many other emotions, such as scrutiny, sudden realization, embarrassment, and relief. After the hug, Anthony patted Simon on the shoulder, but did not explain his obvious doubts. Instead, he gestured to the old man who still had his back to the two of them. Simon walked forward and took the initiative to greet him. "Lay." The old man did not turn around, but suddenly asked, "Simon, what does the surname Westeros mean?" Simon thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there's nothing special. If you have to explain it, Westeros probably means people from the west." As he said this, Simon came to the old man's side and looked at the sea and sky scenery outside the curtain wall together. Anthony Johnston did not move forward, but sat down on the sofa next to him. Seeing the inquiring eyes of the Indian girl not far away, he probably understood Alia's intention, but just waved his hand to indicate that the other party did not need to prepare anything. By the glass curtain wall, the old man heard Simon's explanation, was silent for a moment, and asked again abruptly, "Are you willing to change your surname back to Johnston, Simon Johnston?" Simon was stunned. The old man finally turned his head and looked at him, but his eyes did not have the complex emotions that Anthony had just had. He was calm and relieved. Over the years, as the husband of his most beloved daughter, and such an outstanding and brilliant man, Raymond Johnston had quietly examined Simon too many times and knew the character of this young man very well. Personal career is needless to say. As for family and Janet, even if he was a little absurd in private, the old man could be sure that Simon cherished his daughter from the bottom of his heart, and that was enough. After seeing all the things in the world, he had seen too many people who were friendly and affectionate on the surface but hypocritical and selfish in their hearts. Raymond Johnston just never thought that the young man he had always regarded as a good son-in-law actually had another identity. When he first heard the news, Raymond Johnston was also wary. But he quickly denied some of the thoughts. After knowing each other for so many years, Raymond Johnston could be 100% sure that Simon had no hostility towards the Johnston family, but rather a natural sense of identification. He once thought that this sense of identity was because Simon, an orphan, finally found a family. Now it seems that this is not finding, but returning. Sensing Simon's surprise, Raymond Johnston did not keep him in suspense and said, "Vinny confessed your story to me yesterday." Simon finally came to his senses and quickly regained his composure. Veronica had revealed too many flaws on weekdays. No matter how she covered them up, this day would come sooner or later. But Simon did not answer the old man's question just now. Seeing Simon silent, Raymond Johnston continued, "In fact, the family knew about your existence back then. My father only had 2 children, me and Vinny was his daughter in his later years. How could he not care? When I first got the news, I flew to England in person." Simon still did not respond, but just listened quietly. He himself was not interested in these old stories, but the other soul that had always remained in his bones would probably want to know about them. Raymond Johnston looked at Simon again and said, "You were already born at that time. My father and I discussed it and wanted to take you back. The Johnston family has always been small, so having an extra child like you is actually a good thing. As for other things, our family doesn't have those bad rules of the ruined aristocrats who are only concerned about their reputation. But your mother probably didn't think so. She was only 16 years old at the time and was very panicked. Perhaps she felt that she had brought shame to the family and tried her best not to let the matter be exposed, so she secretly found a foster family to send you away." At this point, the old man paused, turned his head to look at Simon and asked, "Do you want to know who your father is?" Simon shook his head without much hesitation. The old man smiled, showing his still neat and white teeth, but his smile was somewhat ruffian, which should not exist at his age. He said, "You don't want to know. He is a bastard who has no responsibility at all. He only knows how to cheat women everywhere by relying on his shitty background. I checked at that time. Your mother told him the news of pregnancy. In order to get rid of the responsibility, the man ran away to another city and never showed up again until you were born." Simon had some curiosity in his mind, but it was only a flash. The old man felt it keenly and did not hide it at all. He said, "I stayed in England quietly for a month and watched Vinny arrange you. There was also a damn guy who died." Simon felt his heartbeat speed up for a moment, and soon he exhaled lightly and looked up at the blue sea outside the curtain wall. Since Winnie secretly sent you to the care of the Levinsons, who were from a well-off family and had no children, my father and I gave up the idea of taking you back home. After all, even if our family didn't care, Winnie would still have to get married. But I didn't expect that the Levinsons would take you out on a trip and then disappear completely. Your mother looked for you, and your family also looked for you secretly, but to no avail. When the old man said this, he looked at Simon again with a puzzled look in his eyes. You were 5 years old at the time. You should have been able to remember things, right? Simon hesitated and nodded slightly. The old man asked, so, back then? Simon lowered his head slightly, and after a moment, he uttered a word that was exactly the same as the old man's just now, a little stiffly, dead. This time it was Raymond Johnston's turn to be stunned for a moment, and then asked sharply, that couple, were they not good to you back then? Simon lowered his head even lower, but Raymond Johnston could clearly feel the gloomy coldness emanating from him at a certain moment, which even reminded him of the trembling feeling of a dying male lion desperately rushing towards him when he was hunting in Kenya, Africa many years ago. Jenny often said that you are very strong, the old man said with emotion after a moment, and suddenly showed the kind of ruffian smile just now, raised his hand and patted Simon on the shoulder. So, even if you don't want to change your surname, you are completely our Johnston family. Thinking about what his daughter told him when she returned to Melbourne, Raymond Johnston felt that more than that, this child was even more lawless than the unconventional Johnston family. Simon was shaken by the old man's pat, and finally remembered something, and asked, Lay, does Jenny know? The old man shook his head. No, you should tell her about this yourself. Simon thought about it, and it was true. With Janet's character, if she already knew about this, she would definitely come back with the old man. How could she stay in Australia with peace of mind? Raymond Johnston suddenly realized this. This little bastard, he obviously knew his identity at the beginning, but he still married Jenny. However, thinking about it carefully, it's actually good. He thought of the little girl that Janet secretly held for him to see 2 days ago. The little girl, who was less than 5 months old, was only taught a little bit, and she could actually shout Grandpa softly. She was completely a little goblin. I was a little angry about this at first, but after the little girl shouted Grandpa, I was a little less depressed. Now think about it, the little girl can also be regarded as the blood of the Johnston family. Simon was standing beside him. Even though he was still happy to have a nephew, Raymond Johnston got angry again and said with a displeased look on his face, even if you don't plan to change your surname, all 3 children will have to have the middle name Johnston. There's no room for negotiation. Simon didn't expect the old man to bring this up so angrily. However, when the old man said 3 children, it was obvious that he recognized Seattle. Simon naturally wouldn't object. Just add the middle name Johnston. Anyway, the longer the Western name, the cooler it is. It seems that the female assistant also mentioned this inadvertently. The Raymond family also hopes that the child can have their own surname. When Jennifer comes back, add it if you want. Seattle Raymond Johnston Westeros. How great. As an atheist, Simon didn't think of baptizing the children into religion, otherwise there would be another Christian name, which would be even longer. Raymond Johnston saw Simon nod, and he restrained his expression again. He looked around, pointed to the outdoor swimming pool in the west, and said, tell me more about your recent affairs. How is the investigation of the assassination going? The old man said, and walked to the west. Simon followed him and said, there are many clues, and there should be results soon. The old man nodded, I have read the information. This is a very unprofessional killer. In fact, it seems that he is instigated to cause trouble, so you don't need to be too nervous. After a long time, you will know that it is very common for a family like ours to encounter similar incidents. Simon shook his head and said, you know, Ray, my current situation is different from everyone else. The old man expressed his understanding. It is indeed very different. The key is that Simon's current wealth is really too huge, so huge that it can already affect the economy of a country. Under normal circumstances, a state machine with complex interests will obviously not be willing to be controlled by a certain person, which will inevitably lead to contradictions, huge contradictions. Raymond Johnston used to be more amazed by this, but now he can't help feeling proud. Even if Simon was unwilling to change his last name, there was no denying the fact that this child was from the Johnston family, and everything now could be considered the glory of the Johnston family. Unfortunately, this matter was not suitable for public announcement. However, Since it had been acknowledged, this matter would gradually cease to be a secret in a small circle of people. As they talked, the two had already walked out of the side door of the villa and came to the outdoor swimming pool on the cliff. Anthony followed them, but still did not approach. Instead, he sat on a lounge chair by the pool and watched in person to prevent others from approaching and disturbing Simon and the other person's conversation. Everything that happens has a clear reason, and there are often signs beforehand. For example, when presidential officials are assassinated, the public will always come up with various conspiracy theories. The real reason is often very simple, and many people involved can guess the truth. Standing by the guardrail by the sea, looking at the sea view in front of him more intuitively, the old man said, "So, in the future, you only need to be vigilant about those people or forces that may really pose a threat to you. As for emergencies like last time, there will definitely be many more, but as long as you take good precautions, they will not pose any threat." Simon listened patiently and asked, "Lay, do you mean that you don't want me to do that?" Of course the old man knew what Simon was referring to, and shook his head and said, "No, this is a very good idea. With the current scale of the Westeros system, it does require a very strong deterrent to you if you don't want to be coveted. However, I will personally lead this matter, and you and Jenny should not interfere. After all, your roots in the United States are not deep enough, and it will be very troublesome once you are discovered." Simon nodded and did not insist. The current Johnston family, if the overall wealth is calculated, can easily become the richest family in Australia. In addition, with generations of deep-rooted business in Australia, if it is completely operated by the Johnston family, even if the purchase of nuclear warheads from Ukraine is discovered, it will not be too difficult to suppress it. Even if it cannot be suppressed, the consequences will not be too serious. At most, it can be donated to the country. No country lacks ambition to become a great power, and the same is true for Australia. If it can actually possess nuclear weapons, most countries will not refuse. What's more, Simon does not plan to place the purchased nuclear weapons in Australia or the United States, which further avoids most of the risks. Just thinking about this, the old man also talked about Simon's plan. "However, your idea of establishing a territory in Africa to store those things is really too bad." Simon did not refute and waited patiently for the old man's explanation. Raymond Johnston said, "According to your idea, organizing an elite force of 10,000 people, if we only talk about military strength, it can indeed easily defeat those monkeys in Africa. However, in fact, this is not feasible. Do you know why?" Simon thought for a while and said, "The international community will intervene." "That's just one point," the old man said, "but there is another reason. You have completely underestimated the degree of chaos in that land. Moreover, if you really do this, it will not be worth the cost to circle a large territory in Africa and establish a puppet regime." Simon said, "Lay, I just want a piece of territory to store those things, and I don't care about the cost." The old man shook his head and said, "You still don't understand what I mean." "Huh?" Raymond Johnston explained patiently, "For us, Africa is a jungle full of beasts fighting and plundering. You want fur, teeth, and fresh meat. The best way is to give some benefits and let those beasts that have been killing each other for a long time offer them with both hands, instead of going into battle and acting as hunters to hunt." Simon felt that the old man was a little off topic. "Lay, I'm not interested in fur, teeth, and meat. I just want the territory of the wild beasts." "This is actually the most difficult thing," Raymond Johnston said. "Do you think you can occupy the territory of the wild beasts with a shotgun in your hand? No, this is even more unrealistic. The warlords in Africa are much smarter than you think, and they are completely unrestricted. In order to control their own territory, they will not hesitate to use any bloody means, whether it is against their own people or outsiders trying to invade. The least valuable thing there is human life, so I said that Africa is a jungle of wild beasts. Not only that, if the wild beasts find that your weapons are too powerful and your hunting team is too large, they will immediately turn themselves into victims, shouting for help and seeking protection. At this time, those indifferent animals who sit and watch millions of wild beasts kill each other, animal protection organizations will immediately jump out. Even if hundreds of thousands or millions of animals die in the fight between them, these people will regard it as the natural law of survival of the fittest. But if you, a hunter, personally go into the hunting ground, even if you want to get rid of those beasts to avoid more killings, you will be accused by the animal protection organizations of destroying the ecological balance. If you still don't stop under their pressure and accusations, these animal protection organizations will use all kinds of rules that you have to abide by in the civilized world to sanction and punish you. Simon, this is reality. So, it is easier for you to get fur, teeth, and fresh meat from Africa, but if you want to clearly occupy a piece of territory, unfortunately, it is no longer the colonial era. At least on the surface, everyone is civilized and must abide by the rules. Quotation mark. Chapter 620 Alias Introduction. Until many years later, the civil wars in African countries gradually subsided, and the uninterrupted small-scale conflicts never ceased. The occasional casualties of Western troops can quickly make the headlines, and even the war in the Middle East will continue to attract the attention of the international community. Only in Africa, there are uninterrupted urban riots, frequent village massacres, tens of thousands of people displaced at any time, and natural and man-made disasters such as plague, drought, and hunger. The number of abnormal deaths each year reaches millions, but it has rarely received the attention of the international community. It seems that everyone is deliberately forgetting. Really treat that continent with more than 1 billion people as a primitive jungle and let it fend for itself. Is there really no one trying to end it all? Of course not. Because of the previous plan, Simon recently collected a lot of information about Africa. For example, Angola, which is currently in a civil war, has a UN peacekeeping force of up to 7,000 people stationed. However, in the few years since the collapse of the Soviet Union, when the international situation has been rapidly changing, the peacekeeping forces stationed in Angola have burned hundreds of millions of dollars in military expenditures and suffered heavy casualties, but have never been able to change the civil war situation in the country. The two armies in Angola are very resistant to the interference of these foreign forces, so the peacekeeping forces that have been in vain for a long time have begun to withdraw one after another. The situation in other African countries is no different. It can be said that from the perspective of political, economic, military, cultural and other factors, the situation in Africa is indeed so complicated that it is unimaginable, and it is not something that anyone can change. The main reason is actually the last sentence of the old man just now: we are all civilized people and we must abide by the rules. Even if they are well equipped and have good combat power, the peacekeeping forces in Africa are often subject to various constraints and cannot be as unscrupulous as local warlords. This is also the main reason for the failure of peacekeeping operations. Otherwise, take Angola as an example. In Angola, where the civil war is going on, the total number of troops of the government army and the opposition is less than 200,000. As for combat power, most of the equipment is just individual weapons eliminated by the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War. In front of the modern Western army, the gap is simply the gap between cold weapons and hot weapons. During the Gulf War, the Iraqi army, which was said to have millions of soldiers, was completely a group of chickens and dogs in front of the powerful U.S. Army. As for the African army, let alone the U.S. Army, even compared with Saddam's Iraqi army at this stage, it can only be regarded as a group of chickens and dogs, which shows the gap. Therefore, Simon originally envisioned organizing a modern elite mercenary group of 10,000 people, which could indeed easily occupy a large territory in Africa without being bound by rules. The problem now is that since we are in the civilized world, it is impossible to use these means blatantly. However, Simon did not intend to give up. After the old man finished speaking, he thought for a moment and quickly said, in this case, maybe I can go to Africa to do business, a very serious business." Before Simon continued to explain, Raymond Johnston had already understood the subtext of his words. Simon still did not give up the idea of building a violent machine belonging to the Westeros system. If you think about it carefully, this is indeed necessary. The current size of the Westeros system has even exceeded the scope of a Jebel and is almost equivalent to a national-level economy. In this case, in order to ensure the sustainable development of this economy, it is impossible for it to have only strong economic strength, but also must be accompanied by considerable political and military influence. Otherwise, in front of the tyrannical state machine, no matter how large the economy is, it will be vulnerable. Even if we don't consider it too long-term, if we really have to use those things bought from Eastern Europe in the future, it will be troublesome if we can't find someone to execute them. It is definitely not appropriate to organize mercenaries to go to Africa to grab territory in a blatant manner. If there is a legitimate excuse, many things can be smoothly promoted. Doing business is obviously the most appropriate legitimate excuse. In order to ensure that the business in the war-torn areas can be maintained smoothly, it is only natural for the Westeros system to train and cultivate some private armed forces to maintain the safety of employees, factories or mines while doing business. The larger the scale of business in Africa, the more private armed forces are needed. If the Westeros system's industries in Africa are flourishing, even if each industry only has a dozen private soldiers, when necessary, they will be integrated. It will be a powerful military force that can easily change the situation in certain regions. More importantly, after breaking up the whole into parts, doing so will not attract too much attention and backlash. Raymond Johnston was somewhat regretful after quickly sorting out these. It would be great if it could be the Johnston system. In this way, perhaps in the future human history, his family will have a strong and colorful stroke. It seems that the identity of this kid should be spread out privately as soon as possible. Having made up his mind, Raymond Johnston returned to Simon's train of thought and said, "This is a good idea. It is more reliable to cultivate a private army in the name of doing business than to simply recruit mercenaries, because without a legitimate reason and firm belief, the mercenary group will not have the attribute of loyalty. Without loyalty, even if the army is strong, it is difficult for us to use it in times of crisis. Now recruiting private armed forces in the name of family business, from the beginning, we can instill in these soldiers that they need to be loyal to the object, and then let this army have a sense of belonging to the Westeros system, and then with a benefit, we will be able to get an army that has no family and country concept and is completely loyal to ourselves in the future." Simon nodded subconsciously, and couldn't help but admire him in his heart. He is worthy of being an old man. He has grasped the essence of the matter when he just had a rather vague idea. If Simon recruits mercenaries from Eastern Europe, Latin America and Africa according to his original plan, with sufficient funds, this group of people can easily form a strong combat force, and it will not be difficult to carve out a piece of territory in Africa to cultivate a puppet regime of the Westeros system. However, due to the lack of belief and sense of belonging, more people are purely for making money, so this group of mercenaries cannot be loyal to the Westeros system. In this state, let alone letting this army perform dangerous actions to safeguard the interests of the Westeros family when needed, even if they want a slightly smoother command, it is not very possible. Some mercenary leaders have become more powerful after receiving a large amount of funding from Simon, and may even leave and work alone, so that Simon will lose more than he gains. Even worse, it is not impossible to raise these mercenaries to target the Westeros system in turn. Now, in another way, recruiting in the name of maintaining the Westeros system's business in Africa, and then training them completely in accordance with the model of training soldiers by the country, instilling in the soldiers from the beginning that they need to be loyal to the object, the result is completely different. If combined with strong brainwashing measures, Simon can even go a step further and obtain a group of family warriors who are completely loyal to the Westeros system. The loyalty of the traditional national army mainly comes from the sense of responsibility and belonging to the country to which it is attached. If the Westeros system was just a slightly larger company, it would not be easy to make private armed forces feel similarly loyal, but the current Westeros system is already a powerful economy that can compete with the economic strength of many countries. When a single individual finds that the object they serve is a powerful existence that exceeds the economic size of many countries, they will naturally develop a sense of dependence and worship. As long as there is such a tendency, it will be relatively easy to cultivate a further sense of loyalty. Of course, the necessary interest binding is indispensable. Simon thought of more in a flash. Not only the family private soldiers of a single individual, but in the future, most of the private soldiers' entire families can be integrated into the Westeros system to form a group of Westerosians that Simon had considered before. As long as it can be implemented smoothly, the sense of belonging of these family private soldiers will be stronger in the future, and they may even develop the traditional concept that serving the Westeros system is equivalent to defending the country. In addition, choosing Africa as a base to train this private armed force of the Westeros system is more appropriate than other regions. Long-term wars, famines and extreme poverty have made most Africans feel little sense of belonging to their own country, which gives the Westeros system enough opportunities. On the other hand, the ethnic composition of private soldiers is not a problem. Simon does not intend to form a black armed force. This family army must be dominated by white people. After hundreds of years of colonial rule, Africa is not all black. There are also a large number of descendants of European white immigrants. Because they have taken root in Africa and lost the nationality of their motherland, many white people can only live here for a long time, especially those white people who have gradually fallen to the bottom of society, and even suffer reverse discrimination from black people. If they want to develop in Africa, the private armed forces of the Westeros system cannot completely exclude black people, but those descendants of white immigrants who are incompatible with Africa are Simon's key recruitment targets. Staying around the scenic outdoor swimming pool of Shale Villa all afternoon, Simon seriously discussed with the old man the specific implementation details of establishing this private armed force, and then the topic turned to the various problems that the Westeros system has faced in North America recently. The old man gave his own ideas seriously. Time flew by in this conversation, and it was already evening in a blink of an eye. Simon and Raymond Johnston moved from standing by the railing to sitting at a set of tables and chairs by the pool, and Anthony also joined the discussion. As the sky fell, the three finally stood up and walked back to the villa. When they arrived at the side door of the villa, Raymond Johnston thought of something else and asked, "Simon, are you going to buy a large amount of gold?" Simon helped push the glass door open, and did not hide his thoughts from the old man. He nodded and said, "Since we want to build the Westeros system into a separate economy, according to convention, we also need a certain amount of gold reserves." After hearing this explanation, the old man stopped asking. The reason is very sufficient. Moreover, Raymond Johnston also has a general understanding of the financial situation of the Westeros system. The last time he participated in the acquisition of Rio Tinto, Simon invested $2.5 billion at one time. This is not a small amount for any corporate giant, but Westeros company easily paid it with its own funds. Even so, because of the huge profits contributed by Deaneries Entertainment, Cersei Capital, Verizon Telecom and other companies, Simon still has a large amount of cash in his hands. Because of the inevitable inflation, the best option is to invest the large amount of cash held by enterprises or individuals as soon as possible. In Simon's eyes, the income from investing the funds will definitely far exceed the natural appreciation of buying gold. However, for the current Westeros system, there is no such restriction. Because as long as there is a suitable target, even if Simon has used all the excess funds to buy gold, it is easy to raise funds for investment. With the current corporate reputation of Westeros Company and the overall low debt ratio of less than 10%, few banks in the world will refuse to provide Simon with a loan. The three entered the villa hall. The old man thought for a moment and said, "It's good to buy gold, but you don't have to keep it yourself. The cost will be very high. Even if you don't want to store it in the United States, the London Vault or Swiss Bank are good choices." Simon certainly considered it. Just thinking about the memory of the United States refusing to ship gold back to other countries, he gave up this idea. The United States can do this, and when necessary, countries such as Britain and Switzerland may not do the same. Shaking his head, Simon said, "I don't trust them. It's more reliable to hold the gold in my own hands." Seeing Simon's insistence, Raymond Johnston did not object, then stored in the basement of our headquarters in Melbourne. There are 3 floors underground in the Johnston Holdings building. The bottom floor can be converted into a vault. There is no problem storing hundreds of tons of gold. Simon nodded in agreement. The basement of the Johnston Holdings building is perfect. It is completely their own territory, but it is not a long-term residence for their family. If the vault is built in the Johnston family's mansion on the Yarra River, it will not only attract a lot of covetousness, but also threaten the safety of their family. If it is built in a completely unrelated place, the safety of the gold itself cannot be guaranteed to the greatest extent. During this period, Simon has been looking for a special gold trading team. Once the team is formed, it will immediately start purchasing in several major gold exchanges in the world. The vault, including the supporting security team and protective measures, will definitely not be completed in a day or two. Therefore, although they did not want to store the gold elsewhere, they could only choose to store it temporarily in the early stage. When the vault in Melbourne was completed, a large amount of physical gold would be shipped to Australia. Speaking of which, the current gold price is at its lowest point in the 1990s, about $350 per ounce, far lower than the highest point of $800 per ounce during the oil crisis in the 1980s. Moreover, in Simon's memory, the gold price was close to $2,000 per ounce around 2012, which is more than 5 times the current gold price. Even after 2012, when the global economic situation improved and the gold price fell, it never fell below $1,000 per ounce. Therefore, the official media at various countries have been advocating that gold is a worthless commodity with negative investment returns. which really involves some inside stories related to the monetary standard. 1 ounce of Western gold weight unit is approximately equivalent to 31 grams. According to the current gold price of $350 per ounce, the total value of 1 ton of gold is actually only about $11.25 million. If Simon was not worried about the massive purchases that would cause the gold price to soar and trigger a rebound in some countries that have been suppressing the gold price, and there would not be so much spot gold on the market, Simon could buy 100 tons at a time at the price of $11.25 million per ton. Of course, this is just a thought. Many countries do not even have 100 tons of official gold reserves. Simon's long-term plan is to use the next 10 to 20 years to store about 1,000 tons of gold as inconspicuously as possible. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621 Alia's Introduction, 2. Everyone was very busy, and the old man and Anthony only stayed in the United States for a weekend before leaving in a hurry. In 2 days, except for flying to San Francisco together on Saturday afternoon to attend the launch of the new generation of ICOM series of Tinkover, the old man spent most of the time accompanied by Simon to meet with the senior backbones of the Westeros system who flew to the West Coast from all over the United States. Afterwards, he also commented on many executives based on his own feelings. March 28. It was another Monday. After announcing the cooperation with the New York Times Group and the war with the Hearst family last Monday, in the past week, coupled with the cooperation negotiations between Ygritte and 3 other American paper media groups at the same time, many media that had been accusing Simon of being too wealthy and living too extravagant since the beginning of the month gradually died down. After all, many people did not want to completely lose the possibility of cooperating with the Westeros system to share the big cake of the internet industry, like the Hearst Group. The rebound of the Nasdaq technology sector in the past week has caused heavy losses to the hedge capital that bet on technology stocks. In the political world, the topic related to Simon has been hyped for nearly a month, and all the public attention that can be squeezed has been squeezed out. Many candidates for the Westeros system have either temporarily stopped their efforts or continued to push the White House or Congress to restrict the Westeros system. As a counterattack, the Westeros system's sniper plan was launched at the same time, in addition to plans to maintain the political base of the Westeros system. While Joseph Sclap was making arrangements around the sniper list, he also reached a preliminary agreement with the Rifle Association on maintaining the political base of the Westeros system. Both parties are just trying to exert their own influence on the political world, and there is no irreconcilable conflict of interest between them. The Rifle Association is deeply rooted, and the Westeros system is also not suitable for provoking. Instead of confronting each other, it is better to cooperate. The drama slowly kicked off, but this game will not be settled until the results of the midterm elections are released at the end of the year. Simon is very clear about the impact of the result of this game on the future of the Westeros system. After November 8, 1994, either continue to put voters first or start money politics. Therefore, Simon spared no effort in this plan, and approved a budget of $100 million for the first time, and will continue to add to it in the future. Even if it costs $300 million or $500 million, it will not be a big deal. According to the relevant provisions of the Federal Election Act, such a huge political campaign budget cannot be donated to certain candidates. However, no matter what form it takes, as long as it can strike against the political opponents of the Westeros system, the operation team will strike decisively. On the other hand, after completely cutting off cooperation with the Hearst Group last week and asking partners to take sides, Simon was somewhat surprised that, except for publishing some verbal battle articles in the group's newspapers, the Hearst family did not immediately launch a substantial counterattack for a week. Just when Simon thought that the Hearst family finally recognized the situation and was also planning to seek reconciliation, early Monday morning, 2 major newspapers on the east and west coasts of the Hearst Group suddenly exposed a series of heavyweight gossip about Simon. The first piece of information came from the Greenwich Times, which is affiliated with the Hearst Group on the East Coast. The article directly pointed out Simon's 2 lovers, Yasmin Gary, the Waste Beauty, and Nadja Orman, the Light Beauty, who were promoted by him. The 2 women own several properties worth millions of dollars in Manhattan. These expensive properties are completely beyond the reach of the two supermodels, so it goes without saying where they came from. Supermodels seem to have a good life, but in fact their income is far less than what the outside world imagines. In the 1993 annual supermodel income list compiled by Vanity Fair magazine, Cindy Crawford, who ranked first, only had an annual income of $7 million. And this is pre-tax income. Excluding personal income tax, agency commissions and other expenses, the supermodel may end up with less than half of that. As for the waist beauty and leg beauty who have just risen in the past 2 years, the two women's income in 1993 was tied at $2 million in Vanity Fair magazine. This is of course just an inaccurate estimate, but it is not much different. With an annual income of $2 million, after deducting taxes and other expenses, only half of it would be left. A net income of $1 million may seem like a lot, but as a public celebrity, maintenance, clothing, travel and other expenses are also expensive. Moreover, women have always been the most money-spending creatures. After adding the basic expenses and other expenses, there will not be much left in the end. Many supermodels who were once in the limelight have gone bankrupt like some NBA stars after they have become outdated, mainly for this reason. Those who have a slightly better ending can find a rich husband and be a vase to decorate the facade. Most of them are mediocre, just like ordinary people, struggling for life all day long, and even living on the streets. Therefore, many well-known models, even if they have their own apartments, are basically at the high-income level of up to $1 million. The top luxury houses worth millions of dollars are definitely very few who can afford them. The waist beauty and leg beauty, who have only risen for a short time, are obviously not among them. If that were the case, this piece of gossip would only be like the many gossips about Simon. Everyone would have a good time, and then nothing would happen. After all, for so many years, even though they have been married, all kinds of gossips about Simon Westeros have never stopped in various tabloids, and Simon has never thought of packaging himself as a perfect man in front of the public. However, while exposing this gossip, the Greenwich Times also publicly reported to the U.S. Internal Revenue Service that the two supermodels were suspected of tax evasion. In most Western countries, huge gifts are also subject to tax. The tax returns of the two supermodels exposed by the Greenwich Times in the past year did not include gift tax declarations related to their real estate. Therefore, the article concluded that each of the two supermodels evaded at least $2 million in gift taxes. Obviously, under the operation of the Hearst family, the IRS responded quickly. Early in the morning when the gossip was published, the two supermodels who were resting in Manhattan at the end of the New York Fashion Week, the last stop of the fashion season, in early March, were taken away from their respective apartments by IRS law enforcement officers, and the relevant footage was directly logged into the local TV station's live news program. Many media reporters who heard the news flocked to the IRS headquarters in New York. In a blink of an eye, the gossip showed signs of developing into a scandal. Simon did not plan to show too many people the excitement. He was awakened by the ringing of the phone at about 5 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast. He quickly arranged that the two women were taken away by IRS law enforcement officers and were bailed out by Westeros lawyers within less than an hour. Isn't it just to pay back the taxes? Pay it back. There is no shortage of money. The IRS is publicized by newspapers and media as being domineering and cruel. What kind of gang leaders can escape legal sanctions but cannot escape the clutches of the IRS? In fact, for those at the top of the federal pyramid, it is nothing more than that. Everyone should avoid taxes and avoid taxes. Even if they are discovered, they often just pay back the taxes. Except for a few who are investigated for business and political reasons other than taxes, it is rare to hear that any rich man has been sent to prison for tax evasion. In the final analysis, the IRS is just seeking money. If you are caught, you should pay the amount you owe and the fine you owe. I will definitely keep a close eye on you in the future, but the IRS does not have the clear mind to enforce the law by sending you to prison. After all, rich people will not sit still and wait for death. Once things start to be argued, it is completely not worth it to spend tens of millions of dollars on investigation and lawyer fees for a few million in taxes. As we all know, law enforcement and lawyer fees in the United States are very expensive. Just like many investigations against the president, perhaps just some small things like cheating, after a lot of trouble, tens of millions of dollars are gone in a blink of an eye, and the public has no idea where so much money has been spent. Moreover, The two girls would not openly purchase real estate in Manhattan in their own names without using any financial means. In order to avoid various taxes in the process of purchasing properties, many wealthy people often trade in the name of shell companies in overseas tax havens. Doing so can not only avoid some taxes in the process of purchasing real estate, but also avoid inheritance taxes in the future. This operation is obviously a violation of the law, but the IRS does not have enough strength to conduct a cross-border investigation. The reason why tax havens are called tax havens is definitely not just for show. Therefore, this property purchase model has gradually become a default reasonable means of tax avoidance. The registered places of the properties under the names of the two girls are in Bermuda. Even if many local records in Manhattan can prove that the owners of the properties are them, it is not easy for the IRS to find out the source of funds for purchasing the houses in Bermuda. Therefore, this time the IRS just played a role of gun in the game at the top of the pyramid. Simon Westeros took the initiative to propose to pay the back taxes for the two girls to smooth this matter, and the IRS was also happy to see it happen. After all, it was just seeking money. The Hearst family may be very powerful, and Simon Westeros is not someone the IRS can easily provoke. The IRS took the money and successfully removed itself from the matter. The next step was the collision of the two giants, and the small fish and shrimps automatically crawled away. The storm on the East Coast began to disappear before it was brewing. However, the tax evasion incident of the two girls was obviously just an appetizer. West Coast. When dawn came, residents in the San Francisco area woke up early and picked up the new day's San Francisco Chronicle on their lawns. What caught their eyes immediately was another more explosive news. Simon Westeros' illegitimate daughter exposed. Doris Fitch, the former maid of the Westeros family who was exiled to Tierra del Fuego by Simon for trying to sell the information of the female assistant's pregnancy, personally testified in the article, pointing out that the twin children registered by the Westeros family as Janet Westeros, one of the girls was actually born to Simon Westeros and his female assistant lover Jennifer Rebold. According to Doris Fitch, in order to avoid the exposure of this scandal, Janet Westeros was forced to register the girl named Seattle Westeros under her own name. The former maid of the Westeros family, who had no scruples at all, also broke the news in the article, saying that Simon Westeros and Janet Westeros were just a couple in name only. The article also came with a piece of news at the end. Janet Westeros suddenly left Los Angeles and returned to Melbourne with her children last week. It seems that the couple's marriage could no longer be maintained, and they are about to start the largest divorce battle involving assets in history. Well, except for the last one, the others seem to be quite accurate. However, it is precisely because it is too explosive that when the article was published, readers with a little brain thought of the Westeros system's ban on the Hearst Group last week, and naturally regarded the article as the Hearst Group's counterattack against Simon Westeros. What's more, the information is indeed big. But no picture you say AJB. In the whole article, except for the photo of Doris Fitch, the former maid of the Westeros family who was the main whistleblower, there was only a photo of Simon and his wife who had appeared in public. Apart from that, there was no other substantial photo evidence. The title is that Westeros' illegitimate daughter is exposed, so at least give a photo of the little girl, but it turned out to be just an anonymous head frame commonly used by the media when they can't find a photo. The public relations team of the Westeros family responded immediately. A solemn statement from the Egret portal stated that the Westeros family would immediately launch a defamation lawsuit against the San Francisco Chronicle for the defamatory article. At the same time, the Westeros family would also initiate legal proceedings against Doris Fitch for her serious violation of the confidentiality agreement. In response to the Egret portal's statement, the San Francisco Chronicle was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, waiting for you to sue me. Doris Fitch obviously did not forget the confidentiality agreement, but the lawyer of the former Way family made quickly fought back in the media, saying that the Westeros couple took the initiative to tear up the labor agreement and dismiss their client. The other party did not perform the contract first, and the confidentiality agreement was invalid. However, this statement was quickly slapped in the face by a copy of the confidentiality agreement published on the Egret portal. On the copy of the agreement, the confidentiality clause that was deliberately circled clearly stipulated that no matter what the reason for Doris Fitch's resignation, she must abide by all the provisions of the confidentiality contract. Once violated, the Westeros family has the right to ask Doris Fitch for 10 times the amount of all her remuneration and benefits during her work as compensation. The salary of the Way family maids has long been exposed. The highest level personal maids have an annual salary of up to $200,000, and they also have the same amount of maintenance, medical care, clothing, travel, catering and other benefits every year, which adds up to $400,000. Doris Fitch joined the company in September 1990 and was fired last year, exactly 3 years. According to the contract, the compensation required for the 3-year salary of $1.2 million is as high as $12 million. Simon is not going to be soft this time. He just wants to see if the Hearst family is willing to pay the former Way family maid $12 million in compensation. Moreover, when the Egret portal made the confidentiality agreement public, it did not forget to add a sentence asking Doris Fitch whether she dared to confess to the public why she was fired. For the betrayer who was let go once but still didn't know what was good for him, Simon did not intend to just let the other party bear a huge compensation that he could not pay off in his lifetime. As for the exposure of the Hearst Group, Simon didn't take it to heart. This incident is just like the time when Jeff Bezos was suddenly exposed by the media for cheating scandal. As a result, except for having to end his marriage with his wife after more than 10 years and divide up a huge amount of property, the giant Amazon was hardly affected. Simon now, and the current Westeros system, are equally resistant to scandals. Therefore, although the revelations of the Greenwich Times and the San Francisco Chronicle triggered a large number of moralists to criticize Simon, for Simon now, there is not much substantial damage at all. A new week begins. Except for Janet calling from Australia and complaining that she has no face to see people, Simon's work and life are basically normal. Chapter 622 Alias Introduction 3. When countless media tried every means to contact Simon to verify the authenticity of a series of revelations, in the following days, Hearst Group continued to use its own media platform to throw out a number of heavyweight gossips related to Simon, including that Kathryn was actually Simon's lover, Simon had an affair with the wife of an action actor, and the Westeros system had interfered with the 1993 New York mayoral election. Unfortunately, although most of them may be true, the Hearst Group has basically failed to produce much substantive evidence. No evidence is equal to slander. In a society like the United States, defamation is a very serious crime. Simon certainly will not sit idly by. While quietly mobilizing the Westeros system's lawyer team to collect information that can be prosecuted, the Westeros family's public relations team also fully mobilized to resolutely counterattack the revelations of the Hearst Group's media. Not only that, Westeros Company also issued an ultimatum to other large American media forces and a tough attitude. In this incident, as long as they stand on the side of the Hearst Group and participate in the booing, they will always be enemies of the Westeros system in the future. Once you choose to be an enemy, there will only be confrontation in the future, no cooperation, and the Westeros system will no longer give any possibility of reconciliation. Faced with Simon's strong statement without leaving room for maneuver, not to mention the several old paper media groups that are negotiating cooperation with Egret, many other traditional media forces quickly stopped their efforts after following suit. Unlike the complete break between the Westeros system and the Hearst Group, other media forces are very clear that if they participate this time, they will really leave no room for themselves. Even some old media families don't quite understand what the Hearst family is doing. The recent turmoil, even if it really turns the Westeros couple against each other, and then triggers a divorce war that seriously damages the Westeros system, will the Hearst family get any benefits afterwards? However, there are always too many unreasonable things in this world. Perhaps the Hearst family believes that such a move will allow Simon Westeros to taste the power of the century-old media family to control public opinion, just like many of the Hearst family's enemies in the past, and then retreat and even actively seek compromise. However, it is no longer 100 years ago. It is obvious that the Hearst Group originally wanted to use its own media platform to lead a public opinion storm against Simon Westeros, just like the large-scale manipulation of public opinion during the heyday of the Hearst family many years ago. However, when other large media companies with some strength in North America all stopped, the Hearst Group was suddenly exposed. Most of the public think that they are very smart and can see the essence of many things. When they found that all the media platforms attacking Simon Westeros had become Hearst Group media, and other print media either remained neutral and watched the fun, or still spoke well of Simon Westeros, the credibility of the Hearst Group's revelations suddenly dropped sharply. Simon Westeros's handling of the tax evasion incidents of waste essence and leg essence that were initially exposed even aroused the favor of many netizens, most of whom were women. After the two lovers were arrested by the IRS, this young super tycoon did not rush to publicly deny and remove himself because of the media's revelations. It can be imagined that this must be a common practice of many other wealthy celebrities. However, Simon Westeros openly asked his legal team to bail out the two girls in less than an hour, and then generously paid the taxes for the two women. Not only that, in order to prevent the two women from being harassed by the swarming media, Westeros immediately sent his private plane to pick them up from New York. Not to mention lovers, even many husbands may not be able to do this. Isn't it natural for a man who can bring real security to any woman to have many lovers? As for the Hearst family, the whole story has been exposed clearly on the internet. Such a media family, which was once notorious for relying on exaggeration and incitement, did not keep its business promises, but still relied on its own media resources to take revenge. It was so despicable that there was no need for it to continue to exist. Including Doris Fitch, who has been exposing the privacy of her former employer during this period, was also dug up by the media. This maid, who once enjoyed the generous treatment of the Westeros family, not only did not know how to be grateful, but was caught on the spot for selling the employer's privacy to the Hearst Group, so she was forced out. This time, it was obvious that this woman who jumped out to stir up trouble for the sake of profit, is there any credibility? When Doris Fitch was interviewed by a local TV station under the Hearst Group and revealed in tears that she was kidnapped by Simon Westeros, who is like a mafia, and thrown to the distant Tierra del Fuego in Latin America and almost died, she did not receive sympathy. Instead, many people expressed their satisfaction on the internet. For the betrayer, it was too cheap for her to be thrown to Tierra del Fuego. She should have been thrown directly to Antarctica to feed penguins. Therefore, after all this trouble, the impact of the whole incident on Simon was probably that the stock prices of a series of listed companies in the Westeros system fluctuated again because of the market's concerns about the possible divorce of the Westeros couple. However, when some hedge capitals realized that the short contracts they had thrown out were immediately absorbed by the market, and the affiliated capital of the Westeros system was still generously lending the stocks of various subsidiaries, they immediately suppressed the idea of large-scale short selling. In March 1994, which was about to pass, the ups and downs of the technology stock market had made many short capitals that suffered huge losses like frightened birds. The sensitive trends in the hedge field were quickly transmitted to the stock market. Even if it was impossible to obtain accurate information from the Westeros system, due to the conservatism of the market, in the last few trading days of March, the stock prices of listed companies such as Cisco and AOL, which are the core of the Westeros system, fluctuated endlessly, but did not show the downward trend in the first half of March. Even many sensitive people realized that Simon Westeros deliberately did not make clarifications. Because March is the last delivery month of the first quarter, many hedge contracts will be delivered in the near future, and there are also a large number of new positions that need to be established. The uncertainty of the market is the best state to attract capital to venture into the market. If the Westeros couple publicly clarified that there was no rift in their marriage, whether it was true or not, the stock prices of companies such as Cisco would tend to stabilize, and many hedge funds that had just suffered heavy losses in the volatility of technology stocks in March would inevitably be more cautious and would not enter the market rashly. This is indeed the case. In recent days, SYNOPSIS Fund Management has closed about $5 billion in stock long contracts and continued to establish new long positions of $2 billion. The total long scale of technology stocks is still as high as $9 billion. At the same time, as of March 31st, the total book funds of SYNOPSIS Fund Management have increased from $5 billion at the beginning of the year to $6.7 billion now. The book profit in the first quarter alone reached $1.7 billion, a growth rate of 34%, which has exceeded the annual return of many hedge funds. If this momentum continues, in 1994, SYNOPSIS Fund Management, which continues to bet on technology stocks with large-scale low-leverage net longs, is still expected to bring investors a full-year net return of no less than 100%. The operation trend of SYNOPSIS Fund Management Company, coupled with a lesson learned in March, has led more and more hedge funds to turn to net long positions in technology stocks, which is also the main reason why SYNOPSIS Capital's long position in technology stocks has shrunk from $12 billion to $9 billion recently. There are fewer and fewer short sellers, and no one is taking orders for long contracts. SYNOPSIS Capital's operation team is already preparing to operate directly through the stock spot market. With the continued rise of the Nasdaq technology sector, Buying technology stocks directly at this stage, as long as you can suppress your greed and exit at the right time, can also get very generous returns. Overall, under the strong suppression of the Westeros system, the turmoil provoked by the Hearst Group did allow the public to see some unknown side of Simon, but if it is said that the substantial impact on the Westeros system is basically equivalent to nothing. Users did not refuse to use the World Wide Web because of Simon's negatives, and the audience did not stop watching Deanery's entertainment films because of Simon's scandals. The capital market continued to pursue Westeros concept stocks, and the development momentum of various subsidiaries of the Westeros system in the first quarter remained strong. As for Simon's personal reputation, as a person with a strong heart that is hard and cold, the disturbances from the outside world over the years have never really changed his state of mind. The public is always forgetful. When the trend is over, more people will see a figure standing at the top of the world pyramid that everyone can only look up to. Even if they still have negative thoughts, it is hard to say whether this kind of thinking is based on true moral principles or pure jealousy. April 1st, Friday. April Fool's Day. On this day, Hearst Group is still using its own media platform to tirelessly attack Simon. In the morning, Ygritte suddenly released an April Fool's Day joke industry news. The content is about the first web social game in the history of the internet, Happy Farm, which was launched last Friday. This is the first practical application of Flash animation technology developed by Ygritte in the field of online games. From the official opening at 9 o'clock last Friday morning to 9 o'clock on April 1st, 7 days, Happy Farm, which was directly recommended on the homepage of Ygritte portal and relied on the huge user scale of Facebook's social network, gained 6.97 million game players in just 1 week. 6.97 million. What does this mean? In recent years, there are only a handful of Nintendo console games that have sold more than 5 million copies. Therefore, it is difficult to find a more appropriate word to describe a social game that has gained 6.97 million users in just 1 week of release, except for Miracle. Of course, some people immediately realize the difference of this game. Happy Farm is a free social game. Although it has an in-app purchase system, most users can play it without spending money. Therefore, this disadvantage seems to be immediately surpassed by the real sales of console games. According to the high price of $60 to $70 for standalone games, if the sales volume is also 6.97 million, the concept is completely different. However, the Ygritte portal also announced the first week's revenue of this first Flash social game. In 7 days, not only did the number of players increase by 6.97 million, but through the relatively simple fertilizer props of Happy Farm, this game brought Ygritte $2.61 million in revenue in just the first week. $2.61 million seems like a small amount. If converted into console game cartridge sales, it is only about 30,000 to 40,000 boxes. But one thing that no one can ignore is that this is only the revenue of Farmville in the first week of opening. Even if we don't consider the continued increase in the number of users at Farmville, if the weekly revenue of $2.61 million is maintained, theoretically, the total annual revenue of this game will reach $135 million. $135 million is no longer a revenue scale that most console games can match. However, the actual total revenue of Farmville must be far more than the figure of $135 million. Because this social game, which has shown a phenomenal trend just 1 week after its opening, is still in the early stage of a continuous explosion in the scale of users. In the press release of the Ygritte portal, the official forecast is that the total number of users of Farmville worldwide is expected to reach 50 million in the next 2 years, and the annual revenue is also predicted to be as high as $300 to $400 million. Although the article also admits that the life cycle of social games may be short, only 2 years at most, but with an average annual revenue of $300 million to $400 million, it goes without saying that in 2 years, based on the total revenue of $700 million, both the developer AI and the operator Facebook will definitely make a lot of money. You know, a well-known Facebook game blogger later revealed that the budget expenditure of Happy Farm, a social game with a development cycle of only 2 months, was mainly for the salary of the development team, and the overall production cost was even less than $1 million. The budget expenditure of less than $1 million in exchange for a huge revenue of $700 million in 2 years can be described as robbing money. With the official report of Ygritte, many users who were not very interested in Happy Farm clicked on the game direct interface of Ygritte portal, and users who did not open Facebook specially opened their own social platform for this game. Whether it is an online portal or a traditional media, with this report of Ygritte portal, they were attracted by the sudden popularity of this game in a very short time. Then, as the media reporters were collecting information and preparing for the next day's related reports, more and more people realized that the success of Happy Farm may not be due to the game itself. Of course, for players, this web game that combines leisure and social interaction, and is also the first web game that uses Ygritte's flash animation technology, is very interesting and playable, but the root of its success is that Ygritte has almost monopolized the huge user base of internet portals. In recent years, industry analysts who have been paying attention to the internet industry have been curious about how Ygritte portals can monetize their huge user base. After all, in the past few years, Ygritte's main source of income has always been software sales. Although the rapidly growing advertising business and e-commerce all rely on Ygritte's huge user base, the relationship between them is not too direct and close. As a result, some media even predicted that as the scale of internet users continues to increase exponentially, facing the rapidly expanding huge operating costs, Ygritte may have to take the initiative to share the network interface that it has exclusively owned in order to reduce costs. Or the previous opening of the MSN portal and AOL portal was for this reason. Now, a social game with a production budget of less than $1 million has directly proved the huge commercial potential of Ygritte's huge user scale as soon as it was born. In 2 years, the total revenue is expected to be $700 million. According to the profit-sharing rules discovered by the industry, Ygritte will first take 20% of the total revenue as operating expenses, and there may be up to half of it. The remaining 80% will be divided equally between Ygritte and AIA, the developer affiliated with Deaneries Entertainment. In summary, Ygritte can earn more than $400 million from the total revenue of $700 million. Even if all expenses such as marketing, operating costs and later taxes are deducted, the net profit is expected to be no less than $200 million, with an average annual net profit of $100 million. In the 1993 Fortune 500 American companies announced in March, there were only 129 companies with a net profit of more than $100 million for the whole year. For Ygritte, this is just the income brought by a social game. Since the success of this model has been proven, will Ygritte only launch this game? Of course not. It can be imagined that in the future, online games will only be a terrifying huge user base. As long as it is properly operated, it can bring a steady stream of huge profits to Ygritte. For Simon, who flew from Los Angeles to San Francisco on Friday specifically because of the Happy Farm incident, the popularity of this game was both unexpected and expected. In the past, Happy Farm can be said to be the first social game that was copied by North American game manufacturers and achieved great success. China's Happy Farm was launched in 2008 and achieved phenomenal success. In 2009, an American game studio Zynga followed suit and launched the imitation Farmville. This copycat game relied on the rapidly growing Facebook platform that year. In just 2 months, it became the first social game on Facebook with a total number of users exceeding 10 million. In the following years, the peak number of players of Farmville exceeded 80 million, bringing huge revenue to the developer Zynga. In its heyday, Zynga held grand carnival parties every week, relying on the income from Farmville. The company also gave all employees international travel and built a headquarters building worth hundreds of millions of dollars in San Francisco. Compared with a certain studio that Tencent bought out the operating rights of Farmville for a few million, Zynga was once very successful. Its subsequent IPO was also popular in the market, and its market value once exceeded $5 billion. This time, Simon personally led the new Farmville, relying on the internet interface that Ygritte almost monopolized. It was also the first internet social game developed using the new flash animation technology. With a strong promotion of the Ygritte portal homepage with more than 20 million daily active users, it gained nearly 7 million players in just 1 week, which was not beyond Simon's expectations. The user scale of Farmville reached 80 million at its peak. This time, Simon did not think that the Ygritte operation team's prediction of a global user scale of 50 million was far-fetched. In just the first quarter, the number of users with worldwide web access in North America exceeded 52 million, the number of internet users reached 85 million, and the number of internet users worldwide has approached 150 million. It is estimated that by the end of 1994, The number of internet users in North America alone will reach 115 million, and the number may be close to 200 million worldwide. In 1995, with a massive explosion of overseas internet users, the number of internet users worldwide may even reach 400 million. This is the basis for the 50 million users of Farmville worldwide. On the other hand, the internet at this stage is like the television industry in the era of public television network monopoly. Because video entertainment models such as cable TV and streaming media have not yet emerged, several major public television networks in North America can often produce phenomenal TV series, such as Seinfeld with more than 70 million viewers. This is completely unimaginable in the era of cable TV and rapid development of streaming media. Similarly, the entertainment content of the internet at this stage is far less abundant than that of the Farmville era. At that time, there were already World of Warcraft and YouTube. The production level of standalone games was close to the level of movies, and smartphones also began to lie. At that time, users had too many other entertainment options. Now, at least before other social casual games of the same type are launched, there is only Farmville. Not only that, the phenomenal success of Farmville is obviously unreplicable. The two Chinese and American game developers who created the phenomenal farm game have not broken their own records with subsequent products. Therefore, in Simon's opinion, the peak user scale of 50 million players is not impossible to achieve in North America, let alone the world. When the user scale of a game is large enough, even if only a small number of people contribute a small part of the revenue, combined, it will make many ordinary blockbuster games far behind. Chapter 623 Alias Introduction 4. Because the potential benefits involved are so huge, the great success of Happy Farm naturally caused controversy within Igrit about whether it should open its platform to third-party game developers. Even if the success of Happy Farm is a phenomenal accident, according to the current continuous explosion of the internet, as more game content is launched, Igrit predicts that this is likely to be an emerging field with an annual output value of no less than $10 billion. At this stage, Igrit has almost monopolized the field of online communities by relying on services such as Facebook and ICQ. The difficulty of developing web games based on Flash animation technology is very low, and the cost is even negligible compared to the return. Happy Farm is the most direct proof of this. Therefore, Igrit can completely form a game production team to develop it. Even if it cooperates with external parties, it is best to keep the fat water within the fields like AI. Otherwise, it is too generous and even a bit stupid to hand over a large part of the revenue generated by the huge number of platform users to unrelated game manufacturers. It was not until Simon rushed to San Francisco that the matter was finalized. Continue to open up cooperation. Maintaining an open attitude towards external cooperation should be the fundamental development strategy of the entire Igrit company, not just in the field of online games. The internet is destined to be an open information platform. If you choose to be closed, the result will only lead to the continuous escape of enterprises and users from the Igrit ecosystem, and eventually lead to its gradual withering and decaying like a tree lacking nutrients. The early internet portal giants in China have basically transformed into online game companies. For Igrit, the huge success of Happy Farm has obviously also allowed a management to find a clearer way to realize user monetization. However, Simon does not want Igrit to become an online game company in any case. It already has a broad layout at this stage. If it eventually becomes a game company, it is really a waste of resources. On the other hand, even if he attaches great importance to search engines and social networks, Simon also does not want Igrit to become an advertising company. Simon's most fundamental vision is to hope that Igrit will always maintain its position as a technology company and promote the company's sustainable and long-term development through continuous technological innovation. For example, the game Happy Farm is mainly based on the latest Flash web animation technology developed by Igrit. Perhaps people have become accustomed to this technology, and it is even as common as air and water in the internet environment. But in fact, for the current stage of the internet, Flash is a huge innovation. Because this seemingly simple innovation has brought a new industry with a production value of billions or even tens of billions of dollars. This is the ultimate power of technological innovation. Of course, I am not against everyone getting the benefits we deserve from the game industry. You can discuss the specific implementation terms yourself. However, I want to emphasize that for Igrit, everyone should have a broader perspective. Our goal is the entire internet, and we should not be blinded by the interests of a single field and hinder our continued innovation and exploration. In a small meeting room at the Ygritte headquarters in Palo Alto, Simon said this to Tim Berners-Lee, Jeff Bezos, Carol Bartz and Alice Ferguson, who had already become the fourth giant of Ygritte. Seeing that no one raised any objections, he turned to another topic: the free plan for IE browser needs to be advanced. Jeff, which manufacturers have not yet reached an agreement? According to the original plan, after completing the repricing communication with major pre-installation manufacturers and network operators, IE browser will be officially declared free before May. That is, the plan will be officially implemented before the end of April. Because of the recent market and public opinion situation, Simon does not intend to wait any longer, but decides to implement it directly. Several people in the conference room looked at each other, and Jeff Bezos said, mainly several PC giants such as IBM and Toshiba of Japan. As for operators, AT&T's attitude is also relatively persistent. IBM and other manufacturers were within Simon's expectations. As for AT&T, as a telecommunications giant that still maintains nationwide coverage after the 1984 split, in the past few years, due to its disdain for emerging internet access services, AT&T also chose to outsource related businesses to small operators in various places. Until last year, AT&T finally reacted and began to confiscate the power of outsourced operators and personally join the competition for internet users. Although AT&T has been left far behind by AOL, which has a market share of 70%, no one dares to ignore the existence of this old giant. Simon didn't want to know if there were other games involved, whether it was the manufacturers or operators who wanted to get more discounts, or the Westeros systems several large companies jointly planning to trip up AT&T, or some senior executives deliberately delaying to gain more benefits from the IE browser. He just quickly said, personal computer manufacturers and network operators, refer to the cooperation plan that has been negotiated between Compaq and AOL to give those companies that are still hesitating the last 3 days to consider. After 3 days, either sign the contract or they don't have to use our software anymore. I want you to officially announce that IE is free next Friday. Carol Bartz couldn't help but say, Simon, aren't you too impatient? The pressure of the counter, lawsuit we are facing now is not that serious. Hearing the obvious pause in Carol's words, the others couldn't help but smile. Obviously, what Bartz wanted to talk about was antitrust pressure, but because of a punishment Simon had imposed some time ago, this female executive with a strong personality was obviously allergic to this word. The incident originated from an email. In a work email to Simon, Carol Bartz detailed the monopoly advantage that Ygritte Basic Tool software currently has, and how to maintain this advantage in the recent market environment. Simon agreed with Carol's point of view and fined the female executive 1/10 of her annual salary. The reason was that Bartz used the word monopoly too much in the email. Simon then clearly emphasized at a small meeting of Ygritte's core senior executives that whether it is future emails, telephone communications, high-level meetings or even private conversations, it is necessary to clearly avoid using the word monopoly, because if you are not careful, these may be used as evidence for the authorities' antitrust investigation against Ygritte in the future. This is not without precedent. In the 1970s, Buffett bought a newspaper called the Buffalo Evening News in Buffalo, New York. In order to squeeze out competitors and monopolize the Buffalo newspaper market, Buffett asked this newspaper, which had not had a Sunday edition in the past, to publish a Sunday edition to attack the other newspaper, the Courier-Express, which could only survive by relying on the exclusive Sunday edition. At that time, there were only these two newspapers with some strength left in Buffalo. In order to avoid being squeezed out, the Courier-Express sued the Buffalo Evening News for using unfair competition to try to monopolize the Buffalo newspaper industry. This lawsuit was originally unreasonable, because the core of the federal antitrust law is to encourage competition rather than suppress competition. The publication of the Sunday edition of the Buffalo Evening News can increase the competition among Sunday paper media, and theoretically can promote each newspaper to improve the quality of news services and retain customers as much as possible. Therefore, the Buffalo Evening News is fully qualified to launch a Sunday edition. As a result, Buffett lost the lawsuit. The reason was that the investment tycoon happened to publicly make a bridge toll booth speech at that time, saying that owning a newspaper that monopolized a regional market was like owning a bridge toll booth, and the operator would be able to raise prices at will according to his will. Because of this obvious monopoly speech, a lawsuit that could have easily won ended in failure. Although the judge did not ultimately prevent the Buffalo Evening News from publishing the Sunday edition, he established a series of very strict restrictive measures for Buffett's newspaper in the ruling. These unfavorable factors almost caused the Buffalo Evening News, which originally had a leading position, to fail to persist. Buffett's $35 million investment in the acquisition of the Buffalo Evening News was the other party's largest investment at that time. At that time, the investment tycoon's personal net worth was only $70 million. Once the Buffalo Evening News went bankrupt, there might not be the current Berkshire Hathaway. The cause of this disaster was just Buffett's careless words. Therefore, not only Buffett's case, but the most important rule of conduct that Simon has learned from more than a dozen life experiences is that there are many things you can do, but you must never say them. Just like the actual monopoly of regret. Just like the deep-rooted racial discrimination in the United States. And many other things. There are too many politically correct norms in Western countries. In Simon's opinion, it is actually the can't-say norm. You may not get into trouble if you do it, but if you say it, it will give others a handle. Simon was very satisfied that Bards, a straightforward female executive, braked in time, otherwise he planned to deduct another tenth of her annual salary. Although according to the equity incentive agreement signed at the beginning, several core executives who are almost certain to be billionaires after the contract is fulfilled do not care about the current basic annual salary of hundreds of thousands of dollars, but the attitude of his young boss cannot be ignored. Simon quickly restrained his expression and said seriously, "Carly, this matter has nothing to do with the recent public opinion and the investigation of the authorities. If IE keeps charging, it is very important for regret. Even if the lawsuit lasts for 10 years, I will not give up easily. However, the free plan of IE, in addition to facilitating regret to push our latest technology immediately, the most important reason is to fundamentally determine the market position of this browser software in the world. Now everyone has realized the importance of browser software interface. In the Federation, we already have an absolute advantage. There is no urgent worry for the time being. However, in order to prevent the internet interface from being controlled by regret, some countries around the world are considering using government power to require us to give up the exclusive right of IE. You should know these things better than me. The implementation of the free plan will enable us to maintain a strong market position even if we lose the exclusive right. So, there is only 1 week left, and I will see the result next Friday. I don't want any of you to delay this matter for any reason, understand?" Simon stared at Bezos and the others sharply, and only when they nodded one by one did he retract his gaze, lowered his head to look at the memo in front of him, and looked up to the housekeeper and said, "Alice, regarding Wisconsin Senator Craig Ames' accusation that our logistics distribution center under construction should voluntarily give up the tax breaks provided by the local government, you don't need to pay attention to him. However, the recruitment plan for the distribution center needs to be advanced, and someone will contact you for the specific operation of this matter. You know why, so I need your absolute cooperation, okay?" Alice nodded. The housekeeper, who has been paying attention to everything that has happened recently, of course understands that there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Last month, Wisconsin Democratic Senator Craig Ames, who proposed an asset tax plan that was almost specifically aimed at Simon, has not stopped attacking the Westeros system during this period, and recently pointed the finger at the tax break plan for a large logistics distribution center that Amazon Online Mall is building in Wisconsin. As one of the 7 most important large-scale logistics distribution centers in Amazon's next phase of development plan, once it is put into use, it will directly bring about 1,500 long-term jobs to Wisconsin, and indirectly create countless job opportunities. Moreover, unlike Silicon Valley engineers who need high-threshold professional skills, the recruitment requirements of the distribution center are very loose in terms of age and education, which is perfect for a large number of unemployed blue-collar workers in the traditional Rust Belt. Long-term and stable job opportunities that can provide comprehensive protection such as retirement medical care are even more rare. 1,500 long-term and stable job opportunities can almost support 1,500 families. However, although the congressman did not ignore all this, he still emphasized that the Westeros system should pay more, such as voluntarily giving up the tax breaks and other incentives provided by the local government for this project. This is obviously nonsense, which is more disgusting than those guys who always stand on the moral high ground to force donations from the rich. Tax relief programs for emerging companies and large projects are very common in all states of the United States, The preferential treatment that Ygritte has received is just a convention. If it voluntarily gives up, it will increase Ygritte's operating costs and reduce its competitiveness under the premise that other companies enjoy the tax relief program. In fact, Simon can also cancel the distribution center construction plan in Wisconsin. At most, the tens of millions of dollars that have been invested will be wasted. He can afford the loss. However, this kind of impulsive behavior can only be thought about. Simon is not an impulsive person. The location of the 7 logistics distribution centers under construction by Amazon has been carefully considered from many aspects. A hasty abandonment may even affect the next development of Ygritte's e-commerce business. After saying this, Simon looked at his memo again and started the next topic. After a busy day like this, it was not until after 6 o'clock in the afternoon that Simon took Girl A back from the Ygritte headquarters campus construction site in Mountain View to his villa in the Woodside Mountains in the west of the Bay Area. The villa was quite lively. Nadia Ullman and Yasmin Gary had a small scare on Monday. Simon arranged to take the man's Boeing 767 private jet to Tokyo for shopping and relaxation. They returned from Japan today and flew here directly after learning that Simon was in San Francisco. In addition to the 2 big ferries, Claire also brought a little ferry to have dinner. Together with Girl A, the Indian girl Alia who has been responsible for Simon's daily life recently, and Girl D Deborah, there are a total of 7 women in the main villa of the mansion. 1 man and 7 women. If this scene gets out, it will definitely be a lively scene in the media. When Simon got home, the girls, who seemed to be very harmonious at least on the surface, were preparing dinner in the kitchen, and the girls were all dressed up. After a busy day, Simon went upstairs to take a shower and change clothes. Although he didn't have any instructions, Alia quietly followed him and followed Simon into the master bedroom upstairs. He only planned to take a shower and there was no need to run the water. Simon asked Alia to help him prepare some clothes for him to change, and then he went into the bathroom. About 10 minutes later, Simon wiped his wet hair and walked out of the bathroom with only a big towel around his waist. He found that Alia, who had prepared clothes for him, did not leave. She bent over the bed and folded a shirt repeatedly, pretending to be busy. Because of long-term yoga practice, the girl's figure wrapped in a slim white shirt and black trousers when she bent over had a very special and charming look. Seeing Simon walk out of the bathroom, Alia quickly stood up, still holding the man's shirt in her hand, and walked over and said, "Boss, here you go." After the girl said that, she felt something was wrong, and quickly turned around to find the prepared men's shorts on the big bed and handed them over. She looked at Simon's exposed strong chest, and her face unconsciously flushed. Simon was not indifferent to the exquisite vases around him, but he would not easily eat them because he took into account that it might change the girl's work mentality. After all, once a maid climbed onto the bed of the male master, it was often difficult to avoid wanting to go further, or even coveting the position of the mistress. Then there was unrest in the house. Looking at the Indian girl's reaction, Simon realized that although the girl would not refuse if he asked, it was obviously not seduction, so he asked, "Is there something you want to tell me?" Alia was obviously guilty when she heard this, but she nodded subconsciously. It seemed to be a serious matter. Simon smiled, took the shorts from Alia, grabbed the girl's delicate chin and pinched it, and said, "Turn around first, we will go to the study next door to talk later." Alia turned around obediently, and waited for Simon to put on his underwear, then turned around and stepped forward, considerately helping his male master put on other clothes. Chapter 624 Alia's Introduction, 5. Simon got dressed and went to the study next door. Alia also came with a file bag. After handing the file bag to Simon, who was sitting on a single sofa in the reception area, Alia did not sit down next to him, but knelt on the carpet next to Simon's sofa. Her soft body climbed the armrest of the sofa, like a cat snuggling next to its owner, and introduced, "This is a document that someone in my family asked me to help introduce. Boss, the other party has great influence in India, and my father can't refuse. You just need to take a look." Simon felt Alia's cautiousness and just smiled. He didn't mind too much. There are actually many similar things in the family. Born in a society of human relationships, he is accustomed to this. Simon's red line is that people around him should not hide it from him. Once found out, he will not give any room for maneuver. Although she is the top Brahmin in the Indian caste system, Alia's family background is not prominent. Her father is just a law professor at the University of Delhi in India. There were not many things in the file bag, a letter and a beautifully bound company introduction brochure. A word on the cover of the brochure slightly attracted Simon's attention: Wipro. Wipro. As far as I can remember, this is one of the largest software manufacturers in India. Wipro's boss Azim Premji later became the richest man in the Indian software industry and once ranked third on the Indian rich list. In the other envelope, there was indeed a handwritten letter from Azim Premji. This entrepreneur, who is now one of the famous rich people in India, roughly introduced the cause of the matter in the handwritten letter. The other party believed that IGRT's new annual software outsourcing bidding in March did not really take into account Wipro's comprehensive strength. He hoped to get a chance to make a statement to IGRT CEO Tim Berners-Lee in person. Later, when people mentioned India, a strong software industry was an indispensable topic. In fact, this is a misunderstanding. India's software industry is not strong, but the software outsourcing industry is strong. The difference is probably the gap between Apple and Foxconn. Even for many years after the new century, India's software industry only provided the most basic software service support for major global technology giants, and was always at the bottom of the industry food chain. However, due to the huge demand, abundant and cheap human resources, and the greatest convenience of English as the official language, the export volume of India's software outsourcing industry was close to 80% of India's total exports at its peak, and the total output value once reached the level of $100 billion. These are actually later stories. At this stage, India's software outsourcing industry is still in its early stages of development, and the services provided are also more low-end, often just simple data classification and content entry. In 1993, the total output value of India's software outsourcing industry was less than $500 million. In Simon's memory, the acceleration of India's software outsourcing industry benefited from the millennium bug crisis. In the late 1990s, technology companies around the world provided India with millions of software outsourcing orders in order to modify the millennium bug vulnerabilities that existed in almost all early software. This crisis also allowed the whole world to see India's cheap software industry labor advantage. The millennium bug crisis was just a beginning, and the real outbreak of India's software outsourcing industry was after 2000. The bursting of the internet bubble has made it impossible for countless Western technology companies to spend lavishly. In order to survive, they have to find ways to reduce costs. India, where the average salary of employees is only a fraction of that of Silicon Valley engineers, has suddenly become popular. At this stage, IGRT can be described as wealthy. However, both Simon and several core executives of IGRT attach great importance to cost control. Therefore, since 1992, IGRT has been ahead of many other technology companies in cooperating with Indian software outsourcing companies. The main reason is that IGRT's portal websites, search engines, and e-commerce businesses all have a large number of data classification, content entry, and other basic software service needs. This part is often just a simple task such as marking search engine URLs or entering product information on Amazon websites. If professional software engineers are hired, it will definitely not be worth the loss. Moreover, Silicon Valley at this stage simply cannot find so many professional talents. Lowering standards or hiring part-time workers cannot meet the efficiency problem, and the salary cost is also not low. Choosing to outsource to India is undoubtedly the best choice. You know, this kind of seemingly simple job that requires certain professional skills, if it is in the United States, even if it is not in Silicon Valley where labor costs are very expensive, the monthly salary is $2,000 to $3,000. In India, the annual salary of the same type of employees is less than $1,000. Such a gap is not exaggerated at all. A comparison is very clear. In this era, China, which is adjacent to India, has a better economic development situation. The average monthly salary of Chinese salaried workers is only 300 to 500 yuan. Even if calculated based on an annual salary of 5,000 yuan, it is less than $700. This labor cost advantage made Bezos and others attach great importance to cooperation with Indian software outsourcing companies from the beginning. With the continuous improvement of internet infrastructure and the increasing convenience of remote communication, this cooperation is also constantly strengthening. After several years of explosive growth, coupled with the widening talent gap in Silicon Valley, IGRT's total software outsourcing volume in 1994 is expected to reach $300 million. Although orders that can be handed over to Indian manufacturers only account for 70% of the total outsourcing volume due to various considerations, software outsourcing orders exceeding $200 million are definitely the target at major Indian software manufacturers, whose total industry output value is less than $500 million in the past year, will strive for at all costs. After all, getting an order from IGRT represents not only a huge income, but also a potential gain in corporate reputation. With the label of IGRT's partner, the chances of reaching cooperation will definitely increase significantly when soliciting business from other technology companies. In the study of Woodside Villa, after Simon finished reading Azim Premji's handwritten letter and flipping through the company introduction brochure carefully prepared by the other party, his thoughts began to diverge. If Alia introduced someone else, Simon would only deal with it a little and would not intend to pay attention. Because of limited time and energy, Simon is only responsible for controlling the general direction of IGRT and many other companies within the Westeros system, and tries not to interfere in specific management decisions. However, since he can become the richest man in the Indian software industry in the original time and space, Azim Premji can make an exception for Simon. In recent years, one of the main secrets of the rapid development and growth of the Westeros system is actually Simon's investment in people. Whether it is the film talents that Deanery's Entertainment pre-cultivated according to Simon's memory, or the executives of the Westeros system such as Jeff Bezos and Raymond Smith, they are all people who once shined in Simon's memory. These people have proved to some extent that they have the potential to lead the company to glory, coupled with the rich resource support and correct development direction given by Simon, which ultimately created everything that the Westeros system has now. Azim Premji is obviously also a person with similar potential. Having made up his mind, Simon continued to think deeply. With the explosion of the internet industry, the total shortage of scientific and technological talents in Silicon Valley has reached more than 300,000 at this stage. The result of various technology companies trying every means to attract talents is naturally a substantial increase in the industry's salary level. IGRT is currently recruiting software engineers, and the lowest annual salary is already $50,000. On the other hand, due to the strict immigration policy restrictions of the United States, a large number of excellent software engineers from many other countries in the world are blocked outside North America. These people cannot enter the United States, but it does not mean that they cannot serve Silicon Valley. The biggest advantage of the information age is that it can narrow the distance between people in terms of communication. Moreover, since IGRT has a large demand for software outsourcing, many other technology companies that are also suffering from the talent shortage in Silicon Valley should also be the same. In this case, IGRT may be able to create a dedicated software outsourcing platform to build a cooperation bridge for Silicon Valley and potential partners around the world, which will definitely be a big business. The most important point is that doing so can also create a large number of job opportunities for the United States and the world. For the current Westeros system, the more people's jobs you control, the more powerful your voice will be in the face of the US and other governments in the world. Any politician who causes tens of thousands of people to lose their jobs because of his attack on the Westeros system will suffer a foreseeable fate. The five FAANG technology giants, Google, Facebook, and Microsoft, have all been subject to large-scale antitrust investigations and huge fines in North America and Europe, but Amazon and Apple have rarely encountered similar entanglements, and there is a reason for this. The main reason is that Amazon and Apple hold too many people's jobs. Take Amazon for example. At its peak, the total number of employees of this e-commerce giant exceeded 500,000, which is more than the total of the other four of the five FAANG technology giants. Moreover, Amazon's employees cover a wide range of levels. In addition to professional computer talents, there are also a large number of ordinary workers who are responsible for sorting, transportation, warehousing, logistics, etc., which do not require high professional skills. Not only that, Amazon's e-commerce has brought millions of potential job opportunities to Western countries within its own industrial chain. It is conceivable that if the North American and European authorities oppress Amazon too much, well, you say I am a monopoly and want to fine me, then, in order to save money, I can only lay off employees. Is 100,000 enough? If not, add another 100,000. Moreover, once Amazon is hit, not only the company itself, but also the entire e-commerce field will cause the loss of surrounding jobs, which is even more difficult to estimate. This is the right to speak. Speaking of which, in recent years, Simon has also been making some arrangements on the other side of the ocean. Nokia, Tinkerbell and even Victoria's Secret Parent Company Limited have established foundries of varying sizes in mainland China. Many blockbuster films produced by Deaneries Entertainment have quietly entered Chinese TV platforms and theater channels in an almost free way. On the other hand, among the many companies in the Westeros system, if they are ranked according to Simon's importance, Blockbuster, a video chain giant in which Deaneries Entertainment holds only 35% of the shares, will definitely be very high. As of the first quarter of 1994, Blockbuster had more than 5,600 stores worldwide, exceeding Nancy's initial plan of 5,000 stores. Due to the continued expansion of overseas markets, the number of stores will be appropriately increased to about 6,000. Even under the close supervision of Simon and Nancy, who attach great importance to operational efficiency and try to avoid bloated employees, Blockbuster's total number of employees worldwide has exceeded 41,000 at this stage, with an average of 7.3 employees per store, which is significantly lower than the average of 9.1 employees in the same type of chain stores in the industry. Blockbuster's more than 40,000 employees, whose qualifications and academic qualifications are not high, are a great deal of voice for the Westeros system. If Ygritte can build an outsourcing platform that connects the world, so that both professional software engineers and housewives who just want to earn some pocket money to supplement their families through simple internet part-time jobs such as simple data entry can find jobs in it, then Ygritte's voice will be greatly increased. As long as this platform is rolled out, if the federal government wants to split Ygritte again, it must consider whether the hundreds of thousands of outsourced jobs created by Ygritte every year will be affected. After all, even if the authorities want to suppress this influence, Ygritte, which has its own portal media platform, will publicize the matter. Look, those politicians are messing around again. From ancient times to the present, the people are the most easily incited and manipulated group of people. Maybe you just made them lose a sewing needle. As long as there is a chance, they don't mind making you lose an iron mine, even if this iron mine provides them with all the pots and pans they need in life. Alia realized that although her boss was still flipping through the introduction manual, his expression was obviously distracted. She did not interrupt him. She folded her arms on the armrests to support her chin, raised her delicate face and looked at the man in front of her intently, without any intention of interrupting his thoughts. Of course, she also had some expectations in her heart. If this matter is done, her family will probably not urge her to return to India in the future. Her parents have always complained about her current job. After all, how can a noble Brahmin be a maid for others, even Simon Westeros's maid? Although she has always explained that she is Lady Westeros's yoga teacher, her family knows the details. Alia has no intention of giving up this easy, high-paying job that allows her to live in the United States. After completing their duties beside the master and mistress, they have a lot of time to spend freely every month. Except for not being able to fall in love, Alia feels that her life is really similar to that of a princess. She lives in the most luxurious apartment, has a private driver, and her daily food, clothing and daily expenses are also extremely high. She can even travel around on the Westeros family's private jet. Such a life will never be boring even for a lifetime. What's more, they are not short of room for advancement. Women like Sophia Fessy, Alice Ferguson, and Claire Jean were once the same as them. The study was quiet for more than 20 minutes. The sky outside the window darkened unnoticed. During this time, Alia quietly turned on the light and returned to the sofa. The man was still immersed in his own thoughts. It was not until there was a knock on the door that Simon finally came back to his senses. He answered and the study door was pushed open. It was Yasmin Gary. The waste beauty poked her head in and first met Alia's eyes. Some subtle sparks flashed, then she restrained them and looked at the man on the sofa and said, "Simon, dinner is ready." Simon closed the introduction manual that he had unconsciously flipped through twice and said, "I'll be there right away." Yasmin nodded, glanced at Alia again, and then gently closed the door and left. Simon noticed the waste beauty's little eyes this time. Thinking about the origins of the two women, he probably understood something. Even if Yasmin was already Canadian, the natural opposition between Indians and Pakistanis would not be eliminated, just like the Japanese and Chinese in the West. Even if they were foreigners, they would not get along very well. Simon would not care about the little fights between women as long as they didn't get their faces scratched. Looking at Alia who was looking expectantly beside him, Simon reached out and grabbed the girl's delicate face and rubbed it, saying, "Azim should be in San Francisco, Right. Aaliyah nodded, pretending to be dissatisfied and biting the man's index finger, grinding her little white teeth, and then quickly let go. Simon said, I will call Jeff after dinner and ask him to take time to talk to Azim. Forget about Tim, he is only in charge of the technical research and development department of Ygritte now, and Jeff and Carol are in charge of management. Aaliyah of course knew who Tim, Jeff and Carol Simon was talking about, and gratefully leaned her face against the man's palm and said, Boss, thank you. In her heart, she wanted to call Simon, like the woman just now. But she didn't dare. Simon nodded, withdrew his hand, put Azim's handwritten letter and Wipro's corporate brochure back into the file bag, intending to have someone pass it to Bezos. Then he remembered something and asked Aaliyah with a smile, Did Azim give you any benefits? Aaliyah quickly shook her head, No. Simon said, That won't do. You've helped him so much, of course you have to get some benefits. Aaliyah realized that Simon was not teasing her. After a little hesitation, she confessed, The other party promised my father to be the legal advisor for their company. That's right. Simon tapped the girl lightly on the forehead, stood up from the sofa, and said, But you can't get addicted to this kind of thing, otherwise I'll be angry. Aaliyah also stood up, promised seriously, and followed Simon downstairs. Chapter 625 Photo Wall. Simon and Aaliyah came to the restaurant downstairs, and the girls had already served dinner on the table. Most of the maids in the Wei family had received cooking training. The dazzling array of food on the table was delicious, and the 7 girls with different temperaments added a bit of beauty to the dinner. After greeting everyone, Simon sat down casually in the middle of one side of the long dining table. The 7 girls seemed to be humble and polite, but from the subsequent seating, it was clear that there was a fight between them. This is the main dining room of the villa, and a total of 10 people can sit on both sides of the long dining table. After Simon sat down, Jennifer Bray, the youngest and smallest person in the restaurant, sat down unceremoniously on the right side of the man. Girl A seemed to be considerate to help the man divide the food, but she had unknowingly occupied the left seat. Seeing this, the remaining 5 girls chose to sit opposite Simon. Yasmin Gary grabbed the seat facing Simon, while C and Najia sat on the left and right of the waist, while Aaliyah and D, who were a step slower, could only sit at the edge. After the somewhat weird game of grabbing seats was over, the atmosphere in the restaurant became lively again. Simon smiled as he listened to the girls introduce which dishes they made. He added a few more servings of food to his plate, then asked the girl opposite him, How was your time in Japan these days? Yasmin heard Simon's question and said, Najia and I went to see the cherry blossoms. The Japanese cherry blossoms in this season are so beautiful, like heaven. We also took a lot of photos. Simon, I'll show them to you after dinner. Simon nodded, remembering that it was the cherry blossom season in Japan. He noticed the hope in Aaliyah's expression and said with a smile, If you have time recently, you can also go to Japan to see the cherry blossoms. It will last until mid-April. Little Jenny next to him turned her face and said expectantly, Simon, can you go with us? Simon could only shake his head, No time. Girl C continued with regret, I don't have time either, boss. Yas just mentioned photos. D is looking for a project recently, an online photo album, and it is very suitable for cooperation with my company. What do you think? Simon looked at Deborah, the last one among ABCD who remained a maid, and asked with a smile, Tell me in detail. Many girls in the restaurant wanted to remind Claire that it was dinner time, but since the man had spoken, everyone could only look over with pretended curiosity. Deborah didn't expect Claire to bring this up at the table. Seeing Simon looking at her, she quickly sorted out her thoughts and said, In fact, Facebook already has a photo album function, but relatively speaking, it is just a supporting function of Facebook. I did a survey in advance and found that many users prefer to post photos rather than interact with others through text on Facebook. So, I think it should be very promising to establish a pure photo publishing website. Simon listened to Deborah's statement patiently and asked, What about the business model? How do you plan to make money with this website? Girl D said, Of course it's advertising. Compared with text links, I believe that picture ads should be more effective. As a picture display website, embedding picture ads will also be very convenient. Simon asked again, Do you think the current digital camera user base is enough to support a pure photo display website? Deborah blinked and said, Icom shipments in the first quarter have reached 1.69 million units, and there will be about 8 million to 10 million units for the whole year. The most conservative estimate of the shipments of the entire digital camera market in 1994 is 15 million units. With the accumulation of the past few years, the potential user scale is expected to exceed 20 million by the end of this year, which is already huge. What's more, it is not only users who have digital cameras who will visit this website. Simon knew the data that D-Girl mentioned, but he always subconsciously compared it with a user base of similar websites that would easily reach 1 billion or 2 billion later. It will take at least until the end of the year to start this project and truly launch and develop it. By then, the number of digital camera users worldwide will reach 20 million, which is indeed very impressive. You know, at this stage, the total number of global users of Facebook's social network under a grid is only about 53 million. Even if it can quickly break through a 100 million or even higher in the next 2 years, it is far from comparable to the Facebook with a total user base of more than 2 billion in Simon's memory. However, even the current user base of Facebook has already amazed many internet companies. If D-Girl's idea can succeed, fully activating the potential user base that already exists at this stage, plus the pure browsing users who do not post photos, the scale of the website will also be very impressive. Speaking of which, although the detailed plan is still unclear, D-Girl's idea is obviously close to the Instagram photo wall in Simon's memory. As the most successful website in the mobile internet era, Instagram also has more than 1 billion users and excellent business operations. It can be said to be the most successful of Facebook's many mergers and acquisitions. Thinking of Instagram, Simon can't help but worry that D-Girl's idea may be too advanced, just like the predecessor of America Online planned to conduct game and music subscription business through the internet in its early days. This idea was obviously too advanced in the early 1980s. Although he thought so, Simon did not intend to reject it. D-Girl's idea is not wrong, and the business model of making profits through picture advertising is also right. Moreover, the investment in this idea is much lower than that of e-commerce and other businesses that require a lot of money. After a brief consideration, Simon said, "Let's call this website Instagram." Girl D was delighted at first, but then she was confused. What does Instagram mean? Simon said, "Instant telegram. Instant telegram, instant telegram." After Simon explained this, the girls all understood that this was another innovative word, which probably meant sharing photos with friends like an instant telegram. Original words are very popular in Silicon Valley internet companies now, but they are not trying to be different. The main reason is that by the 1990s, almost all the English words that can be thought of in human history have been registered into various companies. Just like Apple, it had to fight a lawsuit with another company Apple Records for many years just for a name. The former Yahoo's accurate registered trademark is actually Yahoo, with an exclamation mark at the end, because the simple word Yahoo has been registered in advance. When Claire founded Tinkerbell, she also had a lot of trouble for the trademark Tinkerbell. Since it was Simon who came up with the name, Dee didn't intend to reject it all. She nodded and couldn't help but confirm, "Boss, do you agree?" Simon nodded and added, "I don't care if it goes wrong." Dee's fair face showed a beautiful smile and said, "No, I plan to cooperate with C and promote it together." In fact, Simon was not too worried. Janet's choice of ABCD is very outstanding. After staying in Westeros for many years, they have been exposed to the world and their connections and knowledge far exceed those rookie entrepreneurs who have just graduated from school. Of course, with a foundation, how far they can go in the future depends on Dee's execution. The world has never lacked business ideas. Even at this stage, there may already be pure photo-sharing websites of the same type on the internet platform. The key is to see who can stand out in the end. Thinking of this, Simon gestured to the pretty lady opposite him and said to Dee, "In fact, if you want to start this website, the people you need to build a good relationship with the most are Yassi and others. If the entire Victoria's Secret army can enter Instagram, this website will definitely have millions of users in a very short time. The power of the star effect is very strong." At this stage, the Victoria's Secret army is not only very popular, but also the most attractive group of fairies in the world. Yasmin and Nadja had been listening to Simon's conversation with Dee when Simon said this. The eyes of the waste beauty flashed. She turned her head to look at Dee, then looked at the man opposite, and suddenly said, "Simon, can I also invest some money in this website?" Nadja Oman reacted at this time and subconsciously said, "I want to try it too." Seagirl smiled and joined in the fun. "I want to invest too, boss." Little Jenny turned sideways and rubbed against Simon, and me, and me. Simon raised his hand and knocked on the little fairy's forehead. Don't join in the fun. Simon took his hand back, picked up the cutlery again and cut a black pepper steak on the plate, and said, you can discuss it yourself. As long as Dee agrees, the initial investment of Instagram may only require hundreds of thousands of dollars. The Vase Fund will not participate this time. In fact, all the girls present knew that if Instagram wanted to develop rapidly, it could not do without Simon's support. After all, it would not be easy for Instagram to become famous without the resources of the Egret portal. Girl D is actually the most observant girl among ABCD. After hearing what Simon said, she thought about it and quickly said to the other girls in the restaurant, $200,000 each, 5% of the shares, I will take 70% myself. The waist and legs are obviously not aware of the market and are still a little confused. Claire couldn't help it and rolled her eyes. You are too mean, aren't you? There are 6 girls in the restaurant. $200,000 per person is $1.2 million, enough for Instagram to recruit a team to complete the initial website design and start operation. But a girl who asked for a lot of money only needs to pay 30% of the shares. Moreover, although the probability is very small, if she fails, Girl D will not lose a penny. Many startups in Silicon Valley often have only tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in the first angel investment. D Girl was not guilty at all and insisted, it's already very cheap. I still need to recruit people. In Silicon Valley now, it's difficult for startups to recruit top engineers without giving some shares. I estimate that they will have to give up at least 10%. Alia, who had been relatively quiet since the dinner started, suddenly said, D, maybe I can try to help find some outstanding software engineers. Indians should not need shares, but it may be more troublesome to get a visa. Yasmin, who subconsciously had some hostility towards Alia, almost blurted out, can Indians use computers, but realized that Simon was sitting opposite, so she stopped talking. Everyone didn't know what Alia and Simon had just discussed upstairs, and they were all confused when they heard it. Seeing the girl's appearance, Simon smiled and vouched for the Indian girl. This, Alia should be able to do it. It's really cheap, and her ability is not bad. Although the overall level of India's software industry is very low, there is no shortage of top talents anywhere, which can be seen from the proportion of Indian executives in Silicon Valley later. At this stage, as long as these people can come to the United States to work, at least in the short term, they will not ask for too much. With the resources and connections of the Westeros system, it is easy to get a few work visas. Seeing Simon say this, Girl D certainly has no objection. The girls continued to bargain back and forth, and under Deborah's insistence, each person could only get 5%. In fact, $200,000 is not a lot of money for the girls present. Even for little Jenny, the girl has received $100,000 from Simon for living expenses every year in recent years. It is not in vain to help Claire on weekdays. At the very least, she can easily borrow this amount. Thinking of this, Simon looked at the girl next to him. Aren't you going to graduate early this year? Help D first. Jennifer Bray entered the Department of Computer Science at Stanford University in 1991. The girl has completed most of the courses in just 2 years. Although she is a junior this year, she will be able to graduate successfully after the defense next month. The girl had just been enthusiastically joining in the fun, but when she heard Simon say that, she immediately looked over pitifully, like a cat abandoned by its owner. Simon, I want to work by your side. If she hadn't wanted to get to the man as soon as possible, she wouldn't have needed to work so hard. Simon smiled and patted the girl's head. You know what happened recently? You've also been on the gossip newspapers. I don't care. The main thing is that you can't come and take A's job, and you're still so young. Work for D for 2 years first, and then come to me. 2 years, you said. I promise. Pink. Up, don't make a fuss, or add another year. Comma, almost in the midst of chatting and laughing, a brand new internet project was finalized. Even though the 7 girls at the scene were not lacking in expectations, they had no idea that the project they invested in on a whim during this dinner would develop to what extent in the future. When the dinner was over, it was already past 8 o'clock. After Alia, A and D cleaned up the dishes, they went to a living room next to the villa's living room. They saw little Jenny lying in Simon's arms like a cat on the sofa. It turned out that little girls still have the advantages of little girls. Although she is 20 years old and only 155 centimeters tall, Little Jenny is like a little lolly of 12 or 13 years old. She can even pretend to be a lolly and act coquettish in front of Simon. This is why everyone calls her a little fairy in private. The TV is on in the living room, but everyone's attention is not on it. When the three girls came in, Yasmin and Nadia were trying on the kimonos they brought back from Japan. The pink kimonos decorated with cherry blossoms were very beautiful. The two girls were also top-notch clothes racks, but the effect after putting them on was not satisfactory. Claire saw the three people coming in and pulled Allison to try it together. The effect was slightly better. Finally, the girls finally reacted. After dragging little Jenny away from Simon, she was carefully wrapped and dressed up. Although the size of the kimono chosen by Yasmin and Nadia was not suitable for little Jenny, it was not a problem for the waist and legs beauty who usually dealt with clothes. After folding and tightening it skillfully, it soon fit her. Finally, the girls helped little Jenny to rearrange her hair like a doll, and then put on makeup. A kimono Lolita that was so exquisite that people wanted to take a bite at a glance appeared in front of everyone. Obviously, kimono is more suitable for petite women. Girl D enthusiastically took an item to help little Jenny take many photos, saying that she planned to post them on her website in the future. Then the 7 girls took turns to take photos, and finally pulled Simon to act as a photographer. They were playing and joking like this. When the time approached 10 o'clock in the evening, the atmosphere in the villa gradually became charming. Seeing that the time was almost up, Simon drove a group of fairies with their own thoughts to rest. In the end, he only took Yasmin and Nadia to the bedroom upstairs. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.